Hey guys, this is EdRoh. So today we're going to be building this complete full-stack project management application with a Next.js front-end, Node.js backend, and most importantly, fully deployed on AWS. In this application, we're going to have this entire project management page where we can drag and drop different tasks into different brackets. We can also add new tasks, and this should be fully validated so we can create a new task if we wanted to. We should be able to create a new board, meaning a new project as well. And then from here, we can see a list view, a timeline view, a table view of all the tasks within a certain project. And we are going to have multiple projects as well. And from here, we can also go to the home page where we have a distribution of all the data for the projects. And then we'll also have a timeline specifically for all the projects. And then we should be able to search different tasks within our entire project list. And then from here, we're also going to be able to see settings and then users that are part of the entire projects. And then also a list of teams as well. And you can filter through the teams. You can export this list as a file. We're also going to have light and dark mode as usual. We should be able to close and open our sidebar. And more importantly, our entire application is going to be responsive, including the sidebar. We're going to be able to see that every page will be responsive as well. And finally, we are going to be using Cognito authentication to create all of this information over here where we can create a user information with password and also be able to send a confirmation email to the user. And we should be able to sign in to this project with a specific user name. Now in this project management app, for the front end, we're going to be using Nextjs, Redux Toolkit for state management, Redux Toolkit Query for API interactions. The styling will be handled by Tailwind CSS. We'll integrate recharts for our charts and Typescript for typings and Material UI for tables. Want to mention that we are using a separate backend that is not part of Next.js because it makes this application an even more scalable app. So on the backend, our application will be running on Node.js with ExpressJS framework, using Prisma to manage our interactions with the PostgreSQL database. And finally, what truly makes this application enterprise is AWS. Unlike other projects, AWS is included to demonstrate that it's not just about easy hosting for applications. AWS provides the foundation for infinitely scalable enterprise scale applications. Mastering AWS is a highly valuable skill, and understanding its foundations is essential for anyone looking to enhance their portfolio. That's where the great courses on Skillshare, our sponsor for today, comes into play. Skillshare is the premier online learning community with thousands of classes for creatives, tech enthusiasts, and developers. They have a wide variety of categories such as creativity, photography, graphic design, music, and many more. For developers, they offer a comprehensive learning path titled Go from Novice to Expert in Programming with JavaScript. This path is perfect for those who are beginning their development journey or those who are just looking to refine their programming skills and getting better with the basics and the foundations of web development. Furthermore, you can even explore the variety of courses that they have specifically on AWS. Now, even if you aren't looking for development tutorials, they have a large number of other great learning paths, such as the one from Ali Abdal about productivity. His includes a productivity masterclass, organizing the workflow, productivity for creators, and his Notion masterclass. So whether it's just to get better at productivity in general, or looking to better your skills in the many categories of classes they offer, such as design, marketing, and many more, or if you're just trying to get better at boosting your expertise in development on AWS or just simply JavaScript, Skillshare is an invaluable resource for any developer. The first 500 to use the link in my description will receive a 1-month free trial of Skillshare. So don't miss out. Back to our application, we will then deploy our application on AWS, utilizing EC2 for hosting our backend, RDS for our PostgreSQL database, Amplify for hosting Nextjs, S3 for image storage, and Cognito for authentication. AWS is not just robust, but crucial for building applications that are infinitely scalable. So don't worry if AWS seems intimidating, because I'm going to go step by step to teach you AWS deployment strategies and making this tutorial as beginner friendly as possible. As always, I designed this application myself, so you are free to use parts or even the entire project for your portfolio or whatever other use you want to use. So let's dive in and start building. So the first thing we're going to be doing is we're going to be installing Node.js. So Node.js is a server-side JavaScript runtime built on the Google Chrome V8 JavaScript engine. Basically means that you can run JavaScript code on your computer. So go to the link in the description and you can install Node.js. And then from here, we're going to be installing npx. So npx will help us install some npm package binaries. So if you go to the link in the description, you can run npm install-g npx. And then for our text editor, we can use Visual Studio Code. I'd probably recommend this text code editor, but you can use other options if you want to use those. So let's get started by opening up VS Code in a desired directory where we're going to create our project. From here, I'm going to hit Control' to open up our terminal. And in our terminal, we're going to write npx create next app at latest. And we're just going to hit yes. And we're going to call this client because this is going to be our client directory. We're going to say yes, 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 and no. So basically all the defaults. All right, from here, we can see that our client directory has been created, but back in our terminal, we're going to write cd client. And then before we do anything, we're going to go into the extensions tab over here, and we're going to search for ES7 React Redux GraphQL snippets. So this will allow us to have initial templates for our components, which will make lives easy. You can choose any one of these. I have this particular one by DSZ Najdar installed. And also we want to install Prettier extension. So Prettier over here, code formatter, and ESLint, so we can have automatic code save and formatting our code when we save our code. And then from here, we have two extensions that we can install. We have pesticide, which allows us to basically just see the layout of the structure of the page. People have been asking what this extension is, but it gives us a nice little layout structure, which will be helpful when we do our styling. And then we also have Redux Dev Tool. This is optional as well. We have Redux, and you can see the state that you have right now. There's nothing because they're not using Redux, but it will allow us to see our state. Then from here, we're going to be installing a bunch of packages in our client directory. Now, I'm not going to go to every website and tell you every detail about every link, but the link is in the description. You can read up on what these packages do, but I'll give you a brief summary while I'm writing this. So the first thing we're going to be installing is Data Grid, which is a table from Material UI. So MUI Material, add emotion / React, add emotion / styled, at MUI, oops, make sure you spell that. And these three packages are for our data grid. And then from there, we can do Lucide - React. This is for our icons. Numeral is for formatting numbers. Date, FNS is date functions, which will format our date much easier than native. Then Axios to make API calls. Recharts to create our charts. React DND, React DND HTML5 backend. This is for our drag and drop for our project management feature. So this will help us drag and drop and make things very easy. It's a very nice library. And also Gantt task React, basically for our Gantt scheduling charts for our project management tasks. So we're going to have all those, make sure you install those correctly, and note that if it doesn't work, some of these libraries might be outdated by the time you watch this video. So if you really need, you can go to the package JSON that is on the repo, copy the exact versioning. You can just do something Gantt task React at 2.2, whatever you want, and that will align it to specifically this version. Otherwise, you can just use this and see if it works or not. Also, I forgot one more library. I'm going to do npm I, and I'm going to paste this at MUI /x data grid. That was one package I did forget for our tables. And then from here, I want to install some dependencies. So I'm going to do npm -D @types/node @types/uuid and @types/numeral. These are TypeScript dependencies that we need to do. Otherwise, TypeScript will yell at us. All right, from here, I'm going to go to our client directory, go to source, go to our page.tsx, and we're just going to remove everything inside the main HTML element. So I'm going to highlight all of those. I'm just going to set high, and we should be able to see this on our page if we run npm run dev. So if we go to our website, we should be able to see hi. If this doesn't work, you got to do some debugging to see what went wrong. But this is the basic template of our Next.js app. From here, we're going to go to globals.css. I'm going to erase everything except for the top @Tailwind base, components, and utilities. So inside here, we're going to do some resetting functions or resetting CSS so that we have a default to fall back after. So we're going to do star, which means everything. It selects everything. We're going to do star : before, star : after. We're going to put box sizing, and we're going to hit border box like though. And then from here, I'm going to do HTML body #root.app, and we're going to do height is 100%, width is going to be 100%, add apply, which is a Tailwind function, text SM like that. So by default, all the text will be small. @apply background gray should be 500, and @apply text gray 900 like that. And we are going to save that. And we can see we have a darker background right now. These are not the colors we're going to be sticking with, so we'll be doing that a little later. So from here, we're going to set up Tailwind so we can have everything ready to style our application. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to go to our extensions tab, and I'm going to install Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. So this will provide us automatic linting suggestions while we write it, which will make our lives a lot easier. And then also Tailwind documentation. This is optional, but if we ever need documentation, we can just select this, and this will pop up documentation on the right side. As you can see over here, once you hit these commands, Command Control T, blah, 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 you can see all the Tailwind documentation easily. And then from here, I'm going to close all of this out and go back to our terminal where we have our app running. I'm going to hit Control C to cancel it out. And I'm going to install as a dependency prettier and prettier -plugin -tailwind CSS. Now this prettier plugin Tailwind CSS will automatically sort our Tailwind classes. This is very helpful when we have long-running Tailwind CSS class names, which can become basically like an essay, and this will automatically sort everything for you. And with that, we also need to create a new file. We're going to call this prettier.prettier RC. And inside here, I'm going to create closing brackets. We're going to do plugins, : and inside this angled brackets, prettier-plugin -tailwind CSS. And if you want to take a look, you can see this basic article, automatic class sorting with prettier, gives you the instructions. But for example, you can take a look at this. This is the original, and then if you save it, it's going to align it to this type of sort. Then from here, back to our code editor. I'm going to close this out. Inside our terminal, I'm going to run npm i-d tailwind-merge, which will help us just merge certain classes for Tailwind a little bit easier. Now from here, we're going to set our Tailwind classes specific colors that are specific to our application. Now, if you watched the previous video, I basically went to Tailwind config, and I had like the automatic, like all you have to do with the light mode, and then it automatically gives us the dark mode theme. Now that's okay, it's automatic and it's convenient, but it is probably not the ideal when it comes to like the type of colors. So we're going to be specifying the dark colors as we go in our application. So over here in our tailwind.config.ts, I'm going to write a property called dark mode, and I'm going to call this class like so, put a comma over there. And in our extend object, I'm going to write colors, so we can specify custom colors in our object or in our application basically. And we're going to set white like so. Okay, there we go. And then we have gray. And we're going to be setting our own gray colors over here. So we don't want to use the default gray values. We have specific gray values that we actually want. Basically, Tailwind has default 100 values like gray 100 that you can use, but we want to customize them. And that's basically what we're doing. Over here, I'm going to do E5, E7, EB like that, 300. Hashtag D1, D5, DB, and then 500 colon number 6B7280. And by the way, I have a link in the description that shows this Tailwind config page, but honestly, there's not that much, so you can just watch me write this, or you can pause the screen or fast forward it, depending on what you want to do. So 374151, comma, 800 colon number 1F2937 like so. And below gray, we're going to set blue colon 200 colon number 93C5FD comma 400 number 6085FA like so. And then 500 colon 3B82F6. And then below this, I'm going to do dark BG. So this will be a specific one for dark background, 101214. And by the way, you really do need custom values if you want to align these applications to a very nice looking color theme. A lot of times the default value just won't cut it. F21 like so, and then we have dark tertiary like so, colon number 3B3D40 comma blue primary so 0275FF comma stroke dash dark, and then colon number 2D3135 colon like that. And that's pretty much it. That's all the custom colors we're going to be using. Everything else should be pretty straightforward. And our Tailwind configuration is basically set up now. All right, so basically I pulled up our completed application just so you can know what it looks like. So in our complete application, we have this basic sidebar over here, and we also have a navbar. Once we open it, we can see our navbar or our sidebar and then our navbar as well. But this is basically existent on any page we go. So if we go to the users page, we can see we have our sidebar over here and we have our navbar over here as well. So that means it exists on every single page. So I've done this before in my previous videos, but it is a good refresher to try this every time because it is probably one of the more complex UI things that you have to do when you deal with dashboards. So we're going to go through it. In our app directory, we're going to have our files all over here. So I'm going to create a new file over here. We're going to call this dashboard wrapper.tsx. Inside here, I'm going to write tsrafce. So this is from the TypeScript snippets that we mentioned before. And it gives us our dashboard wrapper like so. Makes it easier to write all of this. I'm going to eliminate these type props because we don't need them. And over here, I'm going to erase the props over as well. Inside here, I'm going to write children in curly braces, colon children, colon react.react node. So So that gives us our basic class because we're going to be passing in a child component so that this is a higher order component. I'm going to erase this dashboard wrapper. I'm going to write class name, and I'm going to give it flex with minimum of height of screen, with width of full, background gray of 50, and text gray 900. Basically, what I'm doing over here is this dashboard wrapper, when you include the sidebar, this is going to be aligned together. As you can see over here, there's going to be two sides. So if you look at pesticide, this entire sidebar and this entire content are aligned with flex. And we also want to give sidebar a minimum height of the entire screen. So this is a full width regardless of how many items there are. So if I close all of this, this is going to be a height of, like, it's going to take up the entire height of the screen. And the width full is going to represent the entire page like this. So it's going to be entire over here. And then we are obviously going to change the colors as well. So now we don't, it's not reflected in our current application because this is not put into any rendering elements yet, but we will do it soon. But before that, we're going to do main. Actually, I'm just going to mention that the sidebar will exist over here. So we're going to have a placeholder. It doesn't exist yet. We're going to be creating that sidebar. And inside over here, I'm going to do main class name. And in curly braces, I'm going to do flex. I'm going to do width of full, flex of column, background of gray 50, dark, meaning background dark BG, so that this dark tag, and I'll cover this dark mode in a little bit, but basically this dark tag will allow us to change different colors based on whether it's light mode versus dark mode. So this will be the color when it's dark, this will be the color when it's light. And then from here, I'm going to give it a media query. You're going to see me do MD or SM or XS. So this allows us to do media queries in Tailwind. And when it's larger than, basically, when it's larger than medium screens is how you can think about it, we're going to give a padding left of 64. I'm going to close this out, and we're going to have our main tag over here. So basically this part, this will include sidebar. So what we've seen is this part over here, this div right here represents flex, so left and then right side. This part is the right side inside here. So that includes our navbar and our content section over here. So inside this, I can say navbar exists, and inside this will be the children. The children will include anything that falls under this content section over here. So this is children, like this part I'm hovering over, this entire part, and then this is the navbar over here. So that's why you see flex, and we're doing flex column, meaning that it aligns in a column direction, meaning up and down. And then from here, we're going to be using this dashboard wrapper inside our layout page. So if we go to layout.tsx, which means that this is going to apply for every single page on Next.js. So anytime we have anything in here, so if I say hi or hello, that's going to happen on every single page. That is if our app is actually running. So I'm going to do npm run dev. And as you can see, if I have hello, it's going to apply it to this page. But just realize it's going to happen to every single page of your entire application. But that's why we put our dashboard wrapper. So the way we're going to do it is I'm going to put dashboard wrapper. And as you can see, IntelliSense is going to pop it up while we write it. And we're just going to import that automatically, which also adds this line over here. So inside this, we're going to pass the children over here. And we can see that we have our dashboard being with the children being passed in. So we still have hi. So let's just test this. And I'm going to say sidebar like so and navbar like so we can see where it exists. Now, if you take a look, sidebar represents the left side, navbar represents the top, and the hi is the content area. So it is kind of a section of how it's supposed to look like. We still don't have our proper margins, but we'll basically get there. Our layout is starting to take shape, but it's going to take some time to get there. All right, from here, we're going to be working on our navbar. So I'm going to close a lot of this out, close this terminal. And if you take a look at our navbar over here, we're just going to have some basic elements, and we're going to start by doing the layouts first. We're not going to do some of the logic, but we're going to add basically the layout of the navbar. So over here, under navbar, actually, I'm just going to erase this, going to put navbar like so, close that out, and I'm going to import navbar from @app/parens components parens/navbar like so. So now we haven't created this. As you can see, the IntelliSense is going to tell us this is not existing. And just FYI, is the alias we set up when we set up Next.js. So that means that starts from the source directory. So if we go over here, @/app, which starts from the source directory and then app, and then we create a new folder, and we're going to put parens components like so. And inside here, I'm going to create a new file or new folder, navbar. And inside here, I'm going to create a new file called page.tsx. So let me explain what just happened. So this is essentially where we start our directories. Parens components, and the reason why we put this in parens is because we do not want this to be a separate page. So this identifies and tells Nextjs that we don't have a separate page for this. We don't want to go to /components route. That's what this basically does. And then we have navbar over here, which is our basic component over here, and we're going to create this inside this page. Actually, this should be index. My mistake. Index.tsx should be our navbar. Page.tsx is if you want a separate page, but we're not going to want that. So in here, I'm going to do tsrafce, and I'm going to call this navbar like so. Erase all these props because we do not need these props at all. And we're going to start from having our navbar. Let's double check that everything is as is. If we go back to our dash wrapper, if you were having issues, I was having some issues that IntelliSense was not registering it, but you just have to rewrite it if it doesn't work. So you just want to be able to, if you hold command, you should be able to click and go to that. That means IntelliSense is working. So now if we go back, we can see that we have navbar, and this time it's capitalized because I capitalized the navbar. So we know that it's affecting the change as we are looking at it. Then from here, inside our div over here, I'm going to do class name, and I'm going to pass in flex items dash center. So it means we're going to center all our items, and we're going to do justify between. We're going to give it a background of white, px of 4, py of 3, and then when it's dark mode, we're going to give it a background of black, dark of px-4, and dark of py-3, and make sure you don't have this space. And I'll quickly explain everything we have. So if you take a look at the final product, let me just open this up. You can see that there's 2 elements, and this is justify between, meaning everything is spaced out and also vertically aligned. That's what item center is basically doing. So we're doing the same thing, we just don't have the elements. And over here, as you can see, we have px4, pxy, and we have different settings for when it's dark mode. And you know what? It's actually interesting. I don't know why I put dark mode. That's pretty redundant, so we can just remove that. So we're going to start with the left side. I'm going to erase navbar now. I'm going to put search bar. So when you have a longer component, it's nice to have little classifications of where things are identified. Flex items center. So this is going to be the left side, and we're going to give it a gap of 8. So each element is going to have a spacing of 8 units in Tailwind. Now, right now, we're going to not have this menu right here. We're going to be skipping this guy over here. So we're going to worry about that once we have our sidebar so we can connect it. but I'm going to just say class name, and we are going to do our search bar. So we're going to set this to be relative flex with a height of minimum with a width of 200 pixel. So this one's going to be exact width. And inside of here, I'm going to bring in search from Lucide React. So now search is not popping up. So we're going to say import search from Lucide React like so. And instead of having a closing tag, we can just have a self-closing tag instead. I'm going to write class name. I'm going to say this is absolute because we need to position that search icon to the left of that value. So this is one of those tricky situations where you have this element input and the search icon is positioned to the absolute left within this container. This container is this part right here, and the search icon is that icon within that. So that's why we're doing relative at the parent component and then absolute to position the icon within it. That's how you position things on top of something else. And then we're going to do top of 1/2, margin right of 2, height of 5, width of 5, and we're going to set negative translate y of 1/2. These are all basically positioning so we can have that search bar correct. And we're going to have transform with cursor pointer when you hover over the cursor or when you hover over the search icon, and then we're going to have a dark mode of text white like so. If you take a look, we have our search. When we hover over it, we have a cursor. So basically this essentially positioned our thing to the correct amount. Inside this, we're going to have an input as well. I'm going to close that, and inside it, I'm going to give it some class names. Now I know a lot of these, there's a lot of classes that you have to deal with when it comes to these inputs and the icons, but generally it is pretty self-explanatory and you just kind of have to just play with it a lot of the times. It's not rocket science. So background gray of 100, padding of 2, padding left of 8, and we're also going to give it a placeholder text, which in Tailwind you can just do placeholder gray 500 like so with focus, and we can say border is going to be transparent and focus is going to be outline of none with dark background gray of 700, dark of text white because we have to add all these classes when we want to do dark mode, so it does get kind of long. And then we have dark of placeholder dash white. So you got to do these things to make things look good. It's just the name of the game when it comes to styling things like this. And then we're going to do type of search with a placeholder of search ... If we take a look, now we have our search input and we have a lot of these going on. Search, we can type, we have our clear icon, and we can just play with that. And then from here, we're going to deal with the icons on the right side. So I'm going to create a little bit of a section. We're going to call this icons. And inside here, I'm going to do div class name of flex items center. So everything is centered. We're going to ignore the sun mode or sun icon, moon icon for the dark modes. So we're going to skip to that. We're going to skip to the link icon from next/link. And in here, I'm going to do href. I'm going to pass in /settings. So this is basically for our settings icon, which should take us to the settings page. Then from here, I'm going to put the class name, and we're going to do height of min, width of min, rounded padding of 2 with a hover of background gray 100. I'm going to self-close this link. Actually, no, we don't need a self-closing. We're going to pass in a settings icon from Lucide React, IntelliSense is popping up now. And we're going to have class name. And when I clicked it, just realized settings is popped up over here. So you want to make sure it gets imported as well. And we have height of 6, width of 6, cursor dash pointer with a dark of text dash white. And we're going to close our settings icon. And as you can see, we have our settings icon and it hovers, and we can see our background. And below our link, we're going to have a div element. I'm going to give it a class name of margin left of 2, margin right of 5 with hidden minimum of h of 2em, which is just a different way to do pixels, but it's a little more precise. And then we have 0.1 rem, background gray of 200, media queries of inline block, meaning larger than medium screens. We're going to set this to be an inline block. And this is essentially for the vertical line. So we have the vertical line only when it's larger than medium screens. Otherwise, it does not display. That's why we have this hidden. Hidden happens for smaller screens. Inline block happens for larger screens. So this is a horizontal line that we basically set up ourselves. And for now, we're just going to leave it at that, because right now we don't have authentication, we don't have the dark mode, and we don't have our sidebar. So we're just going to keep it like this, and we're going to come back to this a little later. All right. So from here, we're going to now transition to our sidebar. So we're going to start creating the skeleton of our sidebar. So we're going to go to dashboard wrapper again. And I'm going to add sidebar like so. And we're going to have a self-closing tag. And I'm going to import sidebar, which we haven't created. And we're going to do @/app/components/sidebar like this. So now this hasn't been created. We're getting an error once we saved it. So we're going to go back to components, create a new folder, call this sidebar. And inside the sidebar, we're going to create a file called index.tsx. And I'm going to do tsrafce. And we are going to label this sidebar like so, save it. And let me just add a T, and we can see that it's being changed just like as we expected. Now the IntelliSense is apparently not registering again, so I'm just going to rewrite this. I'm not exactly sure why it doesn't update right away. Must be a caching issue. But anyways, we re-put that, saved it, we're good to go. I'm going to eliminate these props over here because we don't need them. And we are going to start by writing our state. So I'm going to first do show projects and set show projects like so. And I'm going to do use state. I'm going to import it from React. As you can see, I did import it from use state when I used the IntelliSense. Just FYI, I'm going to hit comma like this. So this is representing over here this show projects. So we need a state that determines whether these are open or not, because we have like a subfolder basically for our sidebar. Now, if you take a look, we're getting this error. It says you're importing a component that needs use state, so it only works in a client component. So like in Nextjs, we need to add use client like so for our page, otherwise it will not work because this is going to be a client component. We need it to be interactive and we need that use client for it to work. And then from here, I'm going to do show priority for the other one. So set show priority, and I'm going to do use state is going to be true like this. And then here we're going to start with the class names for sidebar, but I'm going to have it as a separate variable because this is really long. This is going to have a lot of class names. So I'm going to start with template string because this is going to be a multi-line. And we're going to set this to be fixed. So the sidebar is fixed and set to the left side. We're going to have a flex column. I'm just going to show you the final output just so you can understand what's happening. This is going to be fixed. So no matter what, it's going to be fixed in this particular position. And we're going to use flex column, so that means it's going to flex up and down versus horizontally. We're going to do a height of 100%, so it takes up the entire height. We're going to do justify between with shadow of extra large, so that gives it this little shadow right here. I'm going to hit enter. We're going to do a tab, and we're going to say transition the all and duration of 300. So that gives it a little more smoother feel when you close it, when you open it, and yeah. We're going to do h full with a height of full. We're going to say z of 40, meaning it needs to be on top of everything. And z of 40 is pretty high index. We're going to give it a dark background of black when it's dark. We're going to do overflow of y auto, so we don't have a scroll bar. We're going to do a background of white. And we are going to say this is going to be width of 64. Oops. Actually, on the next line, we're going to say width of 64. And for larger screens, we're going to say width of 64 like so. Actually, what am I doing? You can just set it like this, and we're good to go. Right now, we haven't done anything with it, so we're going to pass that class name of sidebar class names over here. If I spell it correctly, pass that in, and you can see we have our sidebar already. And within this, we're going to start with our outer container, and we're going to have the logo section as well. So we're going to do a diff class name flex height of 100 in brackets 100%, like so, with the full flex column and justify dash start. And then in here, I'm going to do another div. We're going to say class name, and this is going to be on top of it. So we're going to set this to a z of 50, flex min of height of 56 pixel, width of 64, items dash center, justify between, background of white, pixel of 6, padding top of 3, dark of background black, like so. And inside here, I'm going to give it the logo. So div class name is going to be text Excel, font of bold, text gray of 800, dark of text white. So these are just all styling, no need to go into depth. And I'm just going to call this edlist. You can call this whatever you want. And we're going to save that, and we are going to see edlist at the top. So we have that. We don't have this closing. We're going to skip that for now because that's tied with our closing sidebar. So we're going to skip to this section right here. And over here, I'm just going to call this top logo, and below this, on the second closing div over here, I'm going to call this next part team. And this is going to be a div, and we're going to give it a class name of flex items center to vertically align it center with a gap of 5, border in the y direction of 1.5 pixel. Actually, this should be in bracket 1.5 pixel like this. So we have a border at the top and bottom, and we're going to set the border color to be gray of 200, pixel of 8, or a padding of 8 in the x direction, padding of y in the forward with 4, dark with border gray of 700 like this. And we're going to just close that. And above here, we're going to have an image from Next.js. I'm going to pass that in, and we're going to say source/logo.png. Now I'll cover where these images will come from in just a sec. And the name is going to be logo, width is going to be 40, height is going to be 40. And just FYI, this is from Next.js. They have an image component. It's pretty complicated when it comes to optimizing these images, but for now, we can stick with this. Now, the image doesn't exist, sort of saying /logo.png, that logo PNG needs to exist in our public directory over here. Now there is a link in the description where you can download all the images I have for this project. And you just want to copy all of that into our public folder. So let's do that. So as you can see, I copy and pasted all the images in public. This is for offline use, but once we go to AWS, we're going to host these images on S3. So that will be a different story. So as you can see, we have these images. We're going to save it. We're actually going to refresh the page, and now you should be able to see this logo over here. All right, and then below this image, let's close this so you can see more space. I'm going to have a div like so. And I'm going to say h3 class name with text of MD, font of bold, tracking of wide with dark of text gray 200. And I'm going to say EdRoh team. Now this is not dynamic. This is just static. It's up to you if you want a team, but I wanted to keep it as simple because otherwise this would be too much of a hassle. Now you probably haven't heard of tracking wide, so I just brought it up. It is basically letter spacing. So it just gives you a specific letter spacing between each letter. So if you did, let's say tracking widest, you can just look at the EdRoh team and see that the letter spacing has increased, but we're just going to keep it to wide, so that should be good. And then below that, we're going to say div. I'm going to say class name, margin top of 1, flex, items, center, or items start, my mistake, and give it a gap of 2. This is where we're going to have a lock icon with text private next to it. So I'm going to do lock icon, import that from Lucide React by clicking the IntelliSense. I'm going to do class name, margin top of 0.1 rem, height of 3, width of 3, text of gray 500, dark of text gray 400. Close that. We should be able to see the lock icon, and it's nice and small in the correct location. And then over here, we're going to say a p tag with a class name of text extra small, text of gray 500, close that out, and write private over here. And there we go. We have our little team section for our sidebar. And then below this, we're going to have the Navbar links. Now, I'm not going to start the Navbar links until we handle this sidebar collapse situation. And the reason why we need to handle the sidebar collapse is we're going to use Redux Toolkit to save whether the state of a sidebar is closed inside our Redux store. So just like we would do save these values in local state, we want to save the sidebar collapsed in global state. And we're going to use Redux Toolkit. So now you've been watching a lot of my tutorials, or maybe you haven't, but if you have, I've been using Redux and Redux Toolkit as my main store state management. A lot of people might not like Redux because they're thinking about the old legacy Redux where you have a lot of boilerplate, but Redux Toolkit, on the other hand, simplifies that boilerplate, makes things very easy once you know how to set up the store, how to set up the state, and once you have that, everything is scalable, maintainable, and it is probably the most widely used state management across enterprise and larger companies when it comes to state management. Regardless of what other people say, they're using Zustand or something else, but Redux is still by far the most widely used regardless. So either way, let's get started. So now I brought up the page. There's a link in the description. You can do Redux Toolkit setup with Next.js. You can look at that if you want. It's a little bit different from regular React. So I just bring that up just to let you guys know there's a little bit different setup for this. Anyways, so we're going to go over here. I'm going to close out the terminal because we're going to be installing some of the packages. So I'm going to do npm I react-redux at redux.js/toolkit redux persist and .env. So React Redux is our normal package for Redux. Then we add the toolkit library, and then we add Redux persist is if we want to store the state in local storage. So that allows us, for example, if the user set the website into dark mode, it carries on to the next session. If we close the browser or close that tab, it'll still be in dark mode. So that's what Redux persist allows us to do. It keeps the local storage persisting. And then .env is the env variable that we're going to have to use. Now that we have our Redux installed, now we have to set up our Redux store so we can integrate it into our application. Now there is a link in the description for Redux Toolkit setup with Next.js, but all you have to know is that it's a little bit different when you set Redux Toolkit with Next.js because of how it's structured. Now, a lot of people do complain about Redux and its boilerplate and the setup of how you have to do all of this, but to be fair, all I have to do is basically copy one or two files that I have, and I copy just across different projects, and it's super easy to set up. Now, there is other easier ones that have less boilerplate like Zustan or other applications, but Redux is by far the most scalable, has the largest community, and if you look on the jobs and enterprise level applications, Redux is still the most widely used state management library across many different companies. And most people know Redux to an extent. A lot of people complain about the boilerplate. They're usually complaining about regular Redux, but not Redux Toolkit because they haven't tried it. They haven't done it in a proper setup like I do, where you can just copy and paste and you'll have a full-fledged state and store management super easy. So now there's two ways. Now I installed Redux persist. So that's if you want to do it with local storage. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call this redux.tsx. And normally I would typically write this all out, but we can just copy and paste this to make it easy. So there's a link in the description. Now I have two versions where I do not have Redux persist. So this is the version without Redux persist. It's not too bad. You just have Redux store, you have the Redux types. So this is what actually creates the stores. This is what combines all your reducers, basically it's like splitting up your store into separate sections. And then over here, this is how you provide the store and connect it to your actual application. So it's pretty simple. There are some extra types that makes it easier when you type things later on. But if you want to use it with Redux persist, which means you get local storage, I'm just going to erase all of this and paste this version, which is also a link in the description. And this is the one we're going to be using. So it is a lot longer, but it has Redux persistence, meaning we can keep our store. Everything is set up. We just have a make store, we have a Redux store, and then we also persist it over here. So very similar setup. It's just, if you look at all the documentations, you'll be able to see all of this. And now we have two linting issues over here, and we're going to be creating that very soon. The first thing we're going to handle is this global reducer. So what we're going to do is we're going to open up our Explorer, close our app. I'm going to create a new folder in our source directory, call this state. I'm going to create a new file inside the state, call this index.tsx. And now over here, we're going to be setting up our Redux.js toolkit setup over here. So I'm going to do import create slice. And we're going to do that from at our redux.js/toolkit. So this will help us create our store. I'm going to start with the initial state that is an empty object. So we have no state for now. We're going to do export const global slice, and we are going to create our slice, put an object within with the name of global. We're going to say, comma, we're going to give this an initial state like so with reducers and an empty object. And then I'm going to do export const, put an empty object. I'm going to say global slice.actions. And I'm going to do export default global slice.reducer. And I'm going to save that. And then from here, we're going to create two different states within this because we wanted the dark mode we want that to be accessible everywhere, and the state where we close it and open it. So those two states we are going to add to this global store. And it's no different from local store, except this is just accessible anywhere. So I'm going to first do export interface, initial state types, like that. So this will be the type for our global store. I'm going to say is sidebar collapsed, and this is going to be a Boolean. And then is dark mode, and that's also going to be a Boolean. And what we're going to do with this types is we're going to pass it as the type for initial state types over here. It's going to give us an error because we haven't created the values we need. And we are going to give this a sidebar collapsed as false. And then is dark mode is also going to be false. And just FYI, I prefix all my Booleans with is, even if it doesn't make sense. So even if it has a situation where it's like it has some value or something, even if the naming does not sound correct, I always just prefix it with is because it just makes it a lot more simpler, even if that variable is not completely proper English. Anyways, from here, I'm going to do set is sidebar collapsed. And I always prefix the reducer name for the property it's changing to make it easy to understand that it's affecting that particular one. And over here, I'm going to give it a state and action. These are the arguments that are being passed into this function from Redux Toolkit. And we're going to do payload action. And that is going to be something we import from Redux.js Toolkit. So this is just a way that we can have a type and we can pass in our state Boolean over there. There should be curly braces. And what we're going to do is we're going to set state.isSidebarCollapsed is equal to action.payload. So this is basically saying when we set our isSidebarCollapsed, inside our action.payload is going to be the value for this particular function. So you can think of this as like a function that changes our state. That's all it is. Set isSidebarCollapsed. I'm not sure why people always add all these fancy like actions, blah, blah, blah. But basically, this is just a function. We're just passing in the Boolean that is changing the state. No different from changing any local state. And then from here, I'm going to do set is dark mode. And we're going to do the same exact thing. We're going to copy this entire thing, pass it over here, and we're just going to change this to is dark mode. So basically, when we're using this function, all I have to do is set is sidebar collapse. I could pass in true or false, depending on what I want to change the state to be. Same thing over here. This is all that's doing. Not any more complicated, not any more, it doesn't get simpler than that. Set is dark mode like that. So we want to pass the two names of our functions. And there you go. We have our global store pretty much already. Now, this is probably, linter is screwing up again, but if you just re-import that, that is good. And now, since we need to make API calls, now a lot of people have been asking, should I do React Query? But if you're using Redux.js, you pretty much should use Redux Toolkit Query instead because it's designed to make API calls and store them in the global store, not in local store that React Query does. So you want to, or maybe I think it does in context, but this is integrating the API calls and the data you get, basically storing them in the global store. So now we're going to do the same thing for Redux Toolkit, but now this is for the Toolkit Query, which is baked into Redux.js Toolkit. So the first thing we want to do is create environment variable to determine where we are going to make our API call from. So inside our client directory, I'm going to create a env.local. Now Next.js distinguishes between env local and env production. So make sure you note that. Since this is local, we're going to be creating an environment variable over here. And I'm going to call this next public API base URL. HTTP, and it's going to equal to http//localhost 8000. So this is the base URL for the API calls. We're not going to make an API call yet, and we're not going to create the backend just yet, but this is for when we do so. And just realize for environment variables in Next.js, you want to set and prefix your API base URL, which is like the name that you want, with next_public. So a public environment variable within Next.js. So we're going to go back to Redux, and over here, we're going to create this file at /state/API. So we're going to go back to our state folder. I'm going to create a new file called API TSX. Actually, these two should be TS, would be the proper name, because TSX is for components. TS is just a TypeScript file. And then from here, I'm going to import create API. And that's going to come from Redux.js Toolkit Query. But we also need to do /react. I'm not exactly sure why that is, but it needs to come from /react. And we also need fetch base query as well. And we're going to do export const API. We're going to create the API, pass in an object. We're going to give it a base query, fetch base query, pass in base URL, and we're going to pass in the environment variable, which we do by saying process.env.next_public API base_URL, like so. So that is the environment variable we created. So this is the base URL that our API call is always going to use. And then we're going to use reducer path, pass in API, comma, and we're going to do tag types. We're going to keep this empty for now. We're going to set the endpoints to be build, arrow function with an empty object within. And this should be endpoints. And then export const empty API. Now we're going to set up the skeleton. I'll talk more about this once we actually make API calls. But for now, this is the skeleton, and this should set up our Redux application. So now we have our Redux all set up, but now we just need to connect it to our Next.js application. And the way we do this is we go to app and we go to dashboard wrapper, and we're going to add the provider over here. So I'm going to close this out. Over here, I'm actually going to change this and call this dashboard layout. And we're going to create a second component over here, and I'll explain why I'm doing something like this. And over here, I'm just going to copy this children up above here with an arrow function, and I'm going to return and pass in the store provider we created from /redux. So that is the Redux. This is how we connect it. Over here, this store provider is what we're adding into our dashboard wrapper. So our entire application has access to the Redux store. And then inside here, we're going to pass in dashboard layout like this, children like so. Now, the reason why I separated this into a separate component, why I didn't put like store provider over here and wrap this entire thing, is because we need to do this if we wanted to access global state in the dashboard layout right here. Like if I wanted to access some state from store over here and pass it and use it into this JSX, you need to wrap that particular one with the store provider we created, or else it wouldn't work. And now with this dashboard wrapper, we are able to look at layout, and we have our store basically connected to the dashboard wrapper. And just as a note, this is exactly how Next.js wants you to do it. There's a link in the description if you want to check it out, but this is how you use context providers. You need to typically render it at the root of the application. So we are sharing it inside this layout. We're doing what they want with the theme, context, create context like so. Now, the only problem is I really tried to figure out how I can incorporate this in the same page like they do, but the problem was You cannot set this as use client. You cannot do use client. It's going to give you an error for the root layout because over here, we want to use global state. Once I use global state in this dashboard layout over here, this is going to require use client, which is something we're going to be doing very shortly. You cannot do it over here. So that's why I wrap it around here instead and write all the logic over here. So there is a reason to all of this. This is as simple as I can possibly make it. And this is where our layout exists as well as our store provider. And this is probably the best setup I can come up with if you wanted to wrap your dashboard with global context or global state integrated. So let's do exactly that. So in here, we're going to add a couple global stores. So I'm going to add const is sidebar collapsed like so. And we're going to import use app selector. Again, these are one of those types that I added over here. Scroll down, use app selector will basically type our Redux Toolkit state so that anytime we use this, this is using the store state and it gives you linting as well as TypeScript types when you want to use them. So if I go like state and I do state.global, it also knows that it exists like so. This is why we did use app selector and we added all those types. And we're going to do is sidebar collapsed like so. So that gives us our global store for sidebar collapsed. And we're also going to grab the is dark mode as well from the state using the use app selector. We're just going to copy all of this. Same. And we are going to pass in is dark mode as well. All right, and then there's one last thing I want to do. I'm going to use effect, pass that in, and all I'm going to do is do if is dark mode. We're going to pass in document element.class list.add with dark. So this will add the class of dark to the root element. Now, the problem was, the reason why we're doing this is that when we add the background gray of 50, this is not the root. Remember, the root of the layout exists over here. So there's no way of controlling this using client without using a use client component. That's why this is a use client component over here, so we have interaction, but we cannot add this to the root. So we cannot change the background of the root HTML and body. That is exactly why we kind of have to do this slight workaround. Next.js does not seem to have a solution for this, so I am basically adding this myself. So we're going to do remove and dark. And this is the only time we're probably going to have to really edit the document tags directly like this. All right. And then last thing over here is if you look at this, the main navbar, it's going to be a different size when it's collapsed. So right now we have for padding left of 64 by default, but when it's collapsed, it should be no padding left. So what we're going to do is we're going to add curly braces like this around this value. Let me close all of this so we have more space. I'm going to hit enter and I'm going to say is sidebar collapsed with a ternary operator with empty string. And I'm going to save it like this. And we're missing one more. Or we're missing a string over here around this PL64. All right, from here, we're going to keep that. We can't see the changes just yet. So we're going to go to our navbar. And now what we are going to create is basically this ability to change light and dark mode. And we're also going to add this menu icon where we can open it and close it as well. So we're going to start with adding our global state. So we're going to do const dispatch. We're going to do use app dispatch, pass it in from our app Redux store. And that will allow us to use some of the functions. So we're going to do is sidebar collapsed, and we're going to grab, actually, let's go back to our dashboard wrapper, and we're just going to copy this entire thing because we always want to try to be lazy. And then once we are seeing this error, we want to just erase an R and rewrite the R, and the IntelliSense will bring it up and it'll import it for us, just like that. All right, and then right below the gap of 8, we're going to add the menu icon over here, but we're now going to have our sidebar collapsed logic that we can use. So if sidebar is not collapsed, we're going to do a ternary operator and say, if it's not collapsed, we're going to see nothing. It should not exist. But if it is collapsed, then we're going to create a button. And we're going to say onClick is equal to parens dispatch set is sidebar collapsed. And we're going to bring it in from @state. And we are going to pass in the inverse of what is sidebar collapsed is already existing, right? So we're just basically putting the opposite of what it currently is. So that's exactly what this is doing. So basically this is just like a function. We do have to put dispatch, but this is the function we're using, and we're passing in the opposite value of the sidebar collapsed. And then inside this menu, or inside this button, we want to pass in the menu icon from loose-side React. And we're going to do class name of height of 8, width of 8, and in the dark mode, it's going to be a text of white, like so. Actually, we're going to run the application because it's not running. So even if we run the application, we can't see the menu because right now we have no way to close this sidebar. It's being hidden by that. So we're just going to wait till we set up the sidebar, and we're going to see the menu icon later. But there is something else we can do, which is the light and dark mode. So over here, right above the link, we're going to add a button. I'm going to do onClick. And inside it, we're going to do just like we before, dispatch, but this is going to be set is dark mode. And very similar, make sure you import it over here. And we are going to invert is dark mode like we did before. And we are going to set a class name like so. Actually, we're going to close this button to make it a little easier to read. Put the class name on the new line. I'm going to do is dark mode. With the ternary operator, I'm going to do rounded. Padding of 2 with the dark, hover, background of gray 700. So it's different colors in dark mode. And I'm going to do another template string. I'm going to do rounded, padding of 2, hover, background gray of 100 as well. Now, if you go below, before we give it a try, I'm going to copy this class name over here, paste it over here, and we're going to just add a few things. H of min, width of min. If you didn't know what I did, I basically held Alt, so you can type at the same time on 2 lines, just like that. So that makes it easier. I'm going to save that, and we still need inside our button the icons. So if it is dark mode, we are going to show different icon. So the first icon we're going to show is going to be the sun icon. This is going to be a class name of height of 6, width of 6, cursor dash pointer, dark of text white. We're going to close that. And on the next line, I'm going to bring in the moon icon. And I'm just going to copy this entire thing. And it's going to be the same thing. And we should be able to see it. So let's actually see what happens. And we can turn light and dark mode, and it works perfectly. And with that, most of our navbar is set up except for the authentication part, which we'll do way later. We're going to close this out. We're going to go to the sidebar. We're going to hit Command and click onto sidebar, or you can just navigate to the folder directory for this particular page. And we're going to finish this up. So for the navbar links, I want to create a separate component. I'm going to do this right underneath over here so we don't have to rewrite sidebar link multiple times. So we're just going to create a separate component. And in this case, generally, it's not always one component per file. If it's related enough to that particular file, you can have the same component in the same file. This is just a folder file architecture kind of thing. So we're just going to do just that. We're going to do sidebar link, and we're going to pass in curly braces, href, comma icon, and we should pass in icon from Lucide React. Up here, comma label, comma is collapsed. And over here, I'm going to pass in sidebar link props. And that should be an interface, sidebar link props over here with href of string icon of Lucide icon. And we're passing that in from Lucide React. I'm going to pass in label with the string. I'm going to call this is collapsed to be a Boolean like so. And the arrow function like this is how we are going to create our component. So the first thing I want to grab is going to be the path name. So now, we need our navigation for our entire page. So if you want like /users on this URL, something like that, this is how we are going to navigate to those page. And we use the use path name from Next Navigation to do so. And what we're going to check is if it is active, we are going to check if the path name is equal to the href that we pass in. So the href value is going to be passed into the sidebar link. And this href value will be the URL link that we want for each sidebar link. So this right here determines, let's say, for example, we're on this page and we go to users page, we have a /users so that for when we create our sidebar link for users, we can check if it's equal. That means this is going to be active. And we use this variable, this dynamic variable, so that we know exactly what page we are on. That's how we can highlight the page that the user is on specifically. Now there's one exception to this, is going to be the home page, because path name is going to be like the home, but the href needs to be for /dashboard. So there's one exception to that. And there's one last thing we need. We're going to need the screen width. This is just for like a window inner width that we can do in regards to some of the width issues with our sidebar. And we're going to be handling that directly. And then here, I'm going to go back to Navbar. And we're going to grab these two top items, dispatch and is sidebar collapse, so we don't have to rewrite it. And we're going to import that by rewriting the last letter. So we can import those, and we're going to be using that for our return statement. And this is going to include next link so we can navigate. And what we're going to do is we're going to pass in href. With the href, we're going to pass over here. So we're going to have a class name of width full, like so. Now over here, I'm going to pass in a div. And it's going to get kind of long because this requires a lot of classes in regards to active. So we're going to do class name, and we're going to pass in curly braces. And inside here, I'm going to do relative flex with cursor dash pointer items dash center with a gap of 3 transition colors. And on the next line, we're going to do hover with a background gray of 100, a dark color of background black, dark color of hover for background gray, 700. And we're going to add some logic in here with the ternary operator, and we're going to use isActive. So if it is active, we are going to pass in background gray of 100 with the text of white, and dark of background gray 600. And we're going to have an empty string like so. And then I got rid of a few curly braces that I didn't need. So over here, it is a bit long. You can just take a look and screenshot that, or, pause it so you can write it. But we basically have our isActive logic. And then from here, I want to copy this, make this little small blue icon just to give it a little more flair. So I'm going to do in curly braces isActive. And if it's true, we're going to do div class name, give it an absolute positioning with left of 0, top of 0, height of 100% with a width of 5 pixel with a background of blue 200. And we are going to close that. Inside this, I'm going to pass in the icon that we just have with class name, with height of 6, width of 6, text of gray 800, with the dark color of text of gray 100, and we are going to close that. And then inside here, I'm going to give it a span, and this will be where our label exists. So I'm going to do class name, and I'm going to put font medium with text gray 800, dark of text gray 100, like so. Close the span out, and inside the span, I'm going to give it the label value. And with that, right now, we're not using isCollapse. Let's comment that out. I'm going to go back up here with the navbar links, and we're going to now create the sidebar links that we have. So inside this, I'm going to create a nav HTML element. It's good to use the proper HTML5 element for this, for proper semantics. We're going to do a Z of 10 with a width of full. And inside here, I can now add the sidebar link. And inside of this, I'm going to pass in an icon of home from Lucide React with a label of home, a href of slash, and we're going to close that out. And we also, it is yelling at us because we have this Typescript over here. We're going to comment this out, and we're going to save it. And let's check our current application. And so far, so good. So now what we want to do is be able to collapse it. Let's do that before we finish up all our sidebar link, because that is something we've been waiting to do for quite some time. So over here, once again, I'm going to go back down over here, copy this dispatch and is sidebar collapsed over here. We're going to paste it like this. So we have the sidebar collapsed value. And over here, the width of the sidebar is going to change depending on whether it's collapsed or not. So this is where we're going to do that. So is sidebar collapsed? We're going to give it a width of 0 and hidden if it's collapsed. Otherwise, we give it a width of 64, like so. And we want to be able to toggle this. So the last thing we need is the damn button that we've been waiting to do for a while. So that's going to be right under this ed list right here. It's going to be is sidebar collapsed. If it is collapsed, it's going to be null. But if it's not collapsed, we're going to give it a button with class name of py3 on click. And we're going to do what we did before with dispatch of set is sidebar collapsed. And we want to make sure we import it. And we want to invert is sidebar collapsed like so. And we haven't closed our button. And inside this should be an X icon, which is another Lucide React icon. And we're going to pass in class name, height of 6, width of 6, text of gray 800, with a hover of text gray 500, dark of text white. Like slow. close it. So now, if we click on it, we can now open up and close it like this. And there we go. We have our sidebar collapsed. Now we got to fix the links. So now this is not aligned properly, and we're going to add the other links as well. So we're going to go down, go over here, and over here on this line, on line 94, right below is active, I'm going to add justify-start. We're going to say px-8 py of 3, and that should put it in the correct location. So this is our final. This is as what we expect. And I realized we're not really doing much with this, so we're going to get rid of all of that. I realized I didn't really need that code, so let's just save that. We don't need any of that. And we can just now work on our sidebar. So now it's a matter of just copying these sidebar links multiple times. So we're going to add 6 of these. This first one should be briefcase. Import that from Lucide React. Erase this. This should be timeline, and this should be /timeline. And then over here, we can have search. Actually, make sure you import it, search from Lucide React. This should be search as well. This should be /search. Save it. Settings, make sure you import that. Settings should be over here. And then /settings. This should be user singular. Import that. But these two should be users plural. This one should be users plural. This should be team and /teams like this. And this should be imported. And we're going to save that, and we should be able to see all these links over here. Now, if you go and click one of these, you can see it's taking us to the right page. All right, so we have our first set of Navbar links, but then we have projects. So we're going to create a button, and we're going to call this onClick, and we're going to say set show projects, like so, and we're going to do previous, and we're going to invert previous. So it's just another Boolean flip switch, and we're going to do class name, and we are going to put this on the next line, call this flex with the width of full items, center justify between, padding in the x direction of 8, py of 3, text of gray 500, and close that out. I'm going to give it a span with class name, empty string, put in projects over here, and we're going to do show projects. Projects. And if it's true, we're going to do a chevron up icon. From Lucide React, do class name, h of 5, width of 5. Close that out. And as for our last condition for our ternary, we're going to do chevron down this time. Import that. Copy the class name like so, and then save it. So we have our button for our projects. So it flips down based on if you click it or not. Now right here, we're going to have a list projects list, but we're going to do that once we have our API query calls. So we can't do that just now. Now we're going to do the same thing for the priority. And we're just going to we're going to call this projects, just projects links like this. And then this is going to be priorities links. If I spelled that correctly, like so. And then below this button, actually we should adjust this first. This should be priority. And instead of set show projects, this should be set show priorities. And then over here, this should be set show priority like that. And we can save it and see that we have our priority listing over here as well as projects. Now with the sidebar links, we can actually do this one. So I'm going to go back up, copy one of these so that we can paste it over here. So what we're going to do is, if show priority is true, we are going to render out all the sidebar links that we have in here. And we're going to use a little empty fragment because we need to encase them. And we are going to put 5 of these. And inside each of these, so I'm going to have an icon. This one's going to be alert circle. And let me just do all the icons first, and we'll take care of the other ones. Shield alert, pass that in. Alert triangle. Alert octagon. And layers 3. These are just icons that I've chosen that looks close enough to what I need. Over here, this is going to be urgent. And this should be /priority/urgent. I'm just going to copy this like this so we can use that. This one is going to be high. This one's going to be priority/high. This one should be medium and do priority/medium. This one should be low. href should be priority/low. And this last one should be backlog with /priority/backlog. And as you can see, we have our list of links for those specific ones as well. And that's pretty much it for our sidebar. We have collapsed, we have everything we need, and we have light and dark mode for our navbar and sidebar. We'll take care of projects, and we'll take care of the authentication that will pop up over here and there. But for now, this is good. And I know sidebar and navbar are always kind of tricky. It's kind of a pain. But once you do it, you have a good understanding of how to set it up in the future. It's always good to set it up yourself. Great, our sidebar navbar is finished. Let's just fix one random thing that I kind of messed up. So if you go to globals.css, we should actually change this background gray of 500 to background of white because it's kind of a little weird. And this should be instead dark : background of black, like so. It's so that if we go to another page like users, when it's loading the page, we have a consistent background of white and a background of dark as you normally would expect, even though this page does not exist. So with that all set up, let's actually just demo what we have done so far. So we have created this particular sidebar. We have projects, priority. We'll take care of projects list later on, but we have links to each of the elements in our sidebar. We can close this sidebar as well. We can see this navbar, and we can also change the light and dark mode over here. So now in our final and finished application, we have a number of pages over here, and we have a lot of data showing every single element of our entire application. So what we need to do before we start creating our homepage timeline, we're going to start creating our backend. And so for our backend, the first thing we want to do is start creating our data models. So I have this data model that I usually do for all my applications, but we are using PostgreSQL for our database. So we need to set up the data models and the schemas for our databases beforehand so we can know how to set up our database and all the data that we have. And I can tell you this is easily probably the most important part of setting your entire application. And the reason why is that this is very much tied to your business logic, meaning it is very tied to what your application is requiring. And I can tell you, people who do not plan their SQL databases and their backend, you'll see something like this, but 10 times worse. If they did not plan it, it happens to get way worse because this is the foundation your entire application rests on. So just to go over this a little bit, I'm going to go in here. I'm going to show you that our main application includes three important aspects of this project management app. And that includes user. So obviously we have users who are going to use the app. So this is the data model for that. We're going to have a Cognito ID, which is the authentication ID we'll need to save for later for authentication. But we also have obviously username, the URL for the profile picture, and the team ID, meaning it determines what team they're going to be on. And then we have task, which will be any kind of task that the user is being assigned and they need to complete. So these two are very core to the application, as well as project, because projects are assigned or tasks are assigned a particular project, and that includes a big team. And then from there, you can see that we have attachment and then comments for each task. And then the task assignment will be what's called a connector or junction table. Basically, it connects user and tasks, meaning it is a many-to-many relationship. That when you are dealing with SQL tables, it is good to have these junction tables when you have a many-to-many relationship, which means that more than one user can be assigned to the same task, and vice versa. The same task can be assigned to more than one user. Same with project team. So that means there could be multiple teams on the same project, but there also could be multiple projects for a team. That is exactly why we have these junction tables. Now you can go through this, look at all the properties. It is a little bit of a tedious process sometimes because it's very tied to what you would do when you create the application, but it is very important to really understand what is happening. And this is important to do when you create your application, because this is very core to making your app very scalable and clean, and very tied to what data you actually have. So this is very important. I know I don't go through a process because it's kind of boring and tedious, so that's why I show you this, but I do emphasize how important it is in building your application. All right, having said that, this is our database model. Now the first thing we want to do is actually install the things that will help us create our SQL databases and set up our SQL tables. So we want to first install PostgreSQL. So if you go to the link in the description, we have postgresql.org/download. You should download whichever one is relevant to your operating system. And then from here, we also want to install PgAdmin. So PostgreSQL will set up our server for the SQL databases, but PgAdmin will allow us to basically connect to these databases and see what's happening inside. So you want to make sure you install PgAdmin for it as well. All right, just one thing while you install it. I've already installed it, so you should just go through the process of installing. But while you're doing it, keep note of your super user and password. You're going to have to remember those when we want to connect to our database. So make sure you have those written down, because when you want to change that or find that value, it is kind of difficult to know. And also you want to keep note of your port. So once you do that, we'll be able to see our servers over here. And we're going to open this up. Now you can probably create your own new server. So you want to create a server like this. You want to name it, and we can just call it test server or whatever you want. I'm not going to recreate it because I already have this set up. And the connection, this host name, you can probably call it just localhost because that is the default one that we want to use. You probably want to keep this port to 5432, but you can change all of this. You're just going to have to note all of these values because it'll change what you have to use to connect. And the password, you just want to add maybe like root as like ROOT, add that. You want to save that. You want to make sure you know those values because when we add our database URL, that's where we're going to use it. So for example, this is just for demonstration purposes. We'll be creating this later, but I'm going to call this .env. This is for demonstration purposes only, but I want to show you the database URL that we'll be using to connect to the database that we created. So in this database URL, we have PostgreSQL. This doesn't change, but this Postgres was the username that we set our server name to be. And then we have the password. This is the password of the server name, not the superadmin password, but the password of the server. And then localhost will be the database host name. And then 5432 will be the port. Now just remember, there's a distinction when you go to your server and you, let's say, when we connect to it, it's going to ask you for the super user and password. So sometimes it's going to ask you for that super user name to connect to a server for PgAdmin. But when you use the database URL, this is going to be the username of the server. This is the password of the server. So you have to make sure you know the distinctions, you have those values all set up and created. And inside this database, you would typically create a database. And over here, this will be the name of the database that you create. So in our case, we'll just call it project management. I already have this created, so I'm just going to close this. But if you haven't, let's create it. And that will be the username, or sorry, the database name that you write over here. So this will be the database URL that you use to connect to your local database. And just one final note that PgAdmin, if you go over here, you won't be able to see what's happening over here, but the way you would see your tables, you would go under schemas and then you would go under tables. This would be the tables you have when we seed the data. Now you haven't seeded the data, so you won't be able to see these tables. So we will do that next. So to seed our database, we need to create our backend first. So I'm going to close this or delete this .env file. I'm going to just say move to trash. And over here, I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to call this server at the same level as the client directory. I'm going to open up our terminal with control apostrophe. I'm going to cancel out of this server. And I'm going to go back to the root or parent directory. I'm going to go into server as well with cd server. And inside here, I'm going to write npm init-y. So this will initiate a package JSON in our server, even though there's nothing in there at the moment. And inside this server folder, I'm going to write npm i-D to save this as a node dependency. I'm going to install ts-node, Typescript, and @types/node. You can see we have these dependencies installed. And then from here, I'm going to type npx ts-init like that. And then we should have a tsconfig.json. And we're going to go down and modify this just a little bit. So I'm going to close this out, give us some more space over here. Actually, let's get rid of this. And inside here, we want to go down to module. I'm going to change common.js to node next. Make sure you spell that correctly. I'm going to uncomment module resolution, and I'm going to call this node next as well. I'm going to go to resolve JSON module over here. I'm going to keep that to be true. And we are going to go down and find out directory up here. I'm going to call this /dist. And then finally, I'm going to go all the way down below this object. I'm going to add a comma. I'm going to say include, and we're going to include quotations source /$, 1 star, comma, source /data /star.json like so, and Prisma /*/star. So this will allow us to include those specific pathways for our TypeScript files. It basically just includes TypeScript checking for those particular files that we will add later on. And then from here, we have to install Prisma. So I'm going to go back, go to our server, open up our terminal, And I'm going to write npm I Prisma and then at Prisma/client. Once that's installed, we're going to write npx Prisma init. And then from here, we have our Prisma folder now. What we want is the seed data. So mock data that I have created. So go into the link in the description, and there is going to be a folder called seed data. I want you to copy all of that and paste it into our Prisma folder. So you should have all this data. This will be crucial for creating our mock data. And then from here, you're going to have a new file. We're going to call this seed.ts. And inside the seed.ts, there's going to be a bunch of code that you can find, again, in the link in the description. And let me close this out to show you. This is the code to seed our database. Now I'll just briefly cover it. I don't want to write all this code because it's kind of boring. It's not very useful to really learn, but it helps you just seed the data. So basically, I'm choosing the path of where we grabbed our seed data, so our mock data. I'm making sure that it gets added in a specific order, because if you try to add something like task assignment, which is dependent on like user, it's not going to work. So there's a specific order where you see the data. And then first we want to delete all the data first, which we have over here. So this function basically deletes anything that already exists. So it completely wipes your SQL databases. So just in case you need to reseed the data, this will automatically do it. And then over here, we're just going to add each seed data one by one for each file. And we have some console log that shows us that we did it. So that's basically the gist of what our seed data is. And then from here, I'm going to save it. I'm going to go to our extensions tab, and we're going to install one little thing. We're just going to search Prisma. And the only thing you really need to install is this Prisma over here, which will add syntax and formatting so that when we add our schema for our Prisma, we can automatically format. So if we go back to our Explorer, we go to our schema.prisma, it's going to, what we just installed will automatically format this type of file. So that's all that VS Code extension is doing. And inside here, we can create our models for our database. All right, so if you want, you can go into a link in the description again where there is the schema.prisma file, and you can just copy everything that's in there and just paste it into the schema.prisma. But for completion purposes, I'm going to do this one by one, show you every single property over here. It is up to you if you just want to skip it and just copy it. It is a little bit tedious and kind of boring, but basically we're going to copy everything in our data model. So we're going to start with user ID, which is going to be a primary key, and it's going to require @ID in @default auto increment, and we're going to execute that. And this should be spelled correctly like that. And then we're going to do Cognito ID, and we're going to say the string @unique. We're going to do username with string @unique. Profile picture URL string with the question mark, and then team ID would be int question mark. And if you save it, as you can see, the VS Code extension automatically formats it. And then over here, we haven't talked about it so far, but authored tasks will represent our task data model. So these are for our relations, and this is something you need to do as Prisma asks you or tells you to do in the documentation to connect your relationships between your tables. So for authored tasks, this is a list of all the tasks that we have, and then assigned tasks is going to be a task, an array, and @relation with quotes task assignee, and then task assignment. So that's the one data model that we had. So we're going to say task assignment friends. Now it's telling us, or it's giving us error because we haven't created it yet, but we'll get to that. We're going to have attachments, and that will be the attachment data model. And then we have comments with comment data model, team and team with the question mark because it's optional. We're going to have an @ relations, and we're going to say fields that represents team ID. So this is the foreign key for the team ID, and we are going to set references as the ID inside that table. I'll come back to it once we get to the table, which is something we are doing next. So we have a model of team. So let's go to model team over here, and it's pretty simple for this one. We have ID with int, and we can just copy this over here from model user, paste it, lowercase the I, and we should be good. And then we have team name, which is just going to be a string. So I'm just going to copy the username over here from the user, paste it over here, and I'm just going to say team name, make sure that's camel cased like that. And then over here, I'm going to have product owner user ID with int, and then project manager user ID with int, project teams, because we're going to identify that foreign key. So even though in our data model we don't have that specifically listed, but we have to set that for Prisma because it is kind of linked with that. It is something you have to do in the Prisma schema. And then user, which represents the user as well, because that's another model that the team is using. Okay, and then model project, and we're also going to copy this ID over here, and we are going to look at over here. That's the primary key once again, and then we have name description as well. So I'm just going to copy this over here, just change this to name. Same thing, paste it, change this to description, but this one should be a question mark. And then we have a start date, which is going to be a date time. So this is a different type that we are using. We're going to paste it once again, call this end date. And then from here, I'm going to have tasks, and then task singular, project teams, and project team. So this shows what is connected to project again. So tasks connect to project teams are also connected to project as well. Then we have models of model singular with project team. And over here, I'm going to once again copy this guy, ID, paste it into there, team ID with int, project ID of int, and then team. Let's actually copy over here because it's exactly the same. From the team over here at the top with the model user, we're going to paste it over here. So this is a foreign key relationship from project team. And we're going to do one more, paste that, but this should be project because we are identifying a foreign key. So project team. By the way, I did not move over here. As you can see, these are foreign keys getting connected to team and project as well. I'm going to save that. Actually, over here, I should write FK. So these are the connectors, or basically the foreign keys. And this should be project ID as well. And then finally, we have task is going to be the next model. So I'll go scroll over here. I'm going to say model task. And inside here, I'm going to say this once more, ID, like so. Make it super easy. And I'm going to actually copy the name over here from project. And we're just going to paste this multiple times because we're going to have quite a few of these. I'm also going to copy and paste the start date, end date as well. And over here, I'm going to change this to title, description, status, priority, tags, and I'm going to get rid of these two. This is start date, but this is also due date, not end date. I should probably make that consistent in the future. Then we have points, which is going to be optional int. We have project ID, which should be an int as well. Author user ID with int, and assigned user ID, which is going to be int. So those are going to be, some of those are going to be foreign keys. I'm going to copy the project. I did make a mistake over here. This should be project and get rid of the question marks for both team and project. So make sure you have this correctly written because I messed up. But either way, I'm going to copy both of these because we're going to just use this as a template. Project is going to remain the same. But over here, this team is instead going to be author. This should be changed to user. And we are going to call or add task author over here as a string to identify it as something unique. And we are going to call this author user ID. Sometimes it gets a little tricky if you have a lot of relations for using Prisma schemas. So make sure you check the documentation. And then we're going to paste this again. I'm going to call this assignee. This should be task assignee. And we're putting this assigned user ID. And the reason why we have to do it is because we're using the same user data schema, but for two different values. Because there's an author, the person who created this task, but there's also someone who gets assigned the task as well, and they're the ones who get task assignee. And also we have a relation saying task assignments. So that should be its own data model. We haven't created. And attachments as well. So we're going to say attachment. And then comments will be a comment object model as well. And I'm going to save it. And from here, I'm going to say model task assignment, put it in curly braces. And inside here, I'm going to copy this primary key once again. Have user ID with int, task ID with int jur. And then we are going to go over here, see if there's any existing ones. Actually, let's just write it down. I don't think we have any, but I'm going to say user with user object relation, fields, user ID with references of user ID. Copy and paste this because we have one more foreign key over here, which is going to be task. And this should be capital task right here. This should be task ID. And this one should be just singular ID. And as you can see, it should be ID with one letter D, not two Ds. All right, we're almost done. I told you this is pretty tedious to write, but we have model attachment. So if I go over here, we have model and should be attachment over here, and we're just going to copy this. So we're going to have an ID once again with the primary key. Copy this over. Then we'll have file URL should be string. URL should be capitalized though. File name should be string. Task ID should be integer. File name is optional. We're going to give another one uploaded by ID with integers. So this is a foreign key, so that's why we have to do the next part. Again, we have the task, so we're just going to copy that over right here because that's another foreign relation. I'm going to copy task one more time, but I'm going to adjust this. I'm going to say uploaded by with user, and then uploaded by ID, and there should be a user ID like so. And I'm going to save it. I'm going to have model comment like this. because this one is going to be the last one. Copy this ID once again. We're going to have text string task ID integer, user ID integer, and then we are going to copy both of these once again, and it should be pretty straightforward from here. So task ID is fine, but this one should just be called user instead, and we're just going to call this user ID, like so. And with that, everything should be good. We do have some kind of error going on. Make a mistake in copying a few things. It should be pretty easy to fix. So we can go over here. Task assignment should be plural. And if we go down to task, these two should be instead user ID, not just ID. There's a mistake that I made. User ID as well. And this should be optional for this particular one because assignee does not mean it's always assigned. And then the task, these should be optional. Title should not be optional, but description, status, priority, tags should be optional because they're not always going to exist at the beginning. So make sure you have that correct. Worst case scenario, you want to just copy the schema.prisma from that file that I gave you. So you can just copy and paste it, make sure you don't have any errors. Otherwise, the seeding process is not going to work. Then from here, we can now write the package.json. We can write a script for that. And we're just going to call this seed : ts-node prisma /seed.ts. So we're basically writing the script so we can run the code that we have for our seed file over here. So this will identify and run the code to seed the data we have. And then from here, we are going to add the database URL that we were talking about, and the .env already exists because Prisma already added it. So let's go to that. And in here, I'm going to just replace this value. So PostgreSQL already exists. So again, I'm just going to write this one more time. Postgres, and in our case, I have this password as 1234, but maybe you have it as root. It depends on what you set it up. And over here, my database should be project management. So make sure it's aligned to whatever setting that you set. So this is our database URL. And just note that in our Prisma, we have a schema Prisma. This is where it's checking for that database environment. It's going through there, grabbing that environment variable, and that's how we connect to our database. I'm going to open up our terminal, and I'm going to run a few commands, and these are necessary for specifically Prisma, because we use Prisma, which is an ORM, which is an object relational mapper. Basically, it allows us to connect to our database or use our basic information in our database a little bit easier. It's up to you. You can read up on ORMs, but it's an optional thing. You can just use base SQL, but we won't get into that for now. So what I'm going to write is npx prisma generate to generate and connect our Prisma. So I'm going to do npx prisma migrate dev -- name init. And you probably won't see this because I already have data, but follow the commands. It should just migrate the data automatically. And over here, once you have written that, we're going to do npm run seed. And if you see all of this, you're going to have all the cleared data from all your SQL. It's going to show all this, and it's going to seed all your data as well. Now, if you get blocked over here, which can happen, that just means typically you'll have your schema Prisma not correctly set up, or maybe you didn't copy the seed data correctly. So you want to make sure you have those in correctly set. If you messed up in some kind of way, you can write this. If it works, don't do this, but you would do npx prisma migrate reset, which will reset all the migrations, all the generations that Prisma set up, so it'll just be like a clean slate. Now, if you did this correctly, We can now go to PgAdmin, and what we should be able to see, if you go back to your project management, you would right-click, refresh, and you should go under schemas, public, and under tables, you should be able to see the tables that you have. And the way you query what's in your tables is that you hit this all rows button for each one. And you should be able to see every single data point that you have for each. So if I go click user over here, you want to click this button, all rows, and it'll basically grab all the data that you have. Now that we have our database connected, now we can just create our backend API using Node and Express. Now, by the way, remember I told you we are not doing Next.js backend. We are using a separate Node.js backend because it is much more scalable than having a connected Next.js front end with the backend. It makes it, in general, enterprise applications, you're probably going to have a separate Node.js backend, with the exception of situations where you need really fast speeds for the front end, but that's for a lot of static websites. I do a lot of interface where you're doing dashboard type applications, and a lot of times you generally want the backend API to be a separate server. Over here, we're going to go to our server, and I'm going to open up our terminal. So we're in our server directory, and I'm going to start installing our packages for our backend. So I'm going to do npm i express body-parser, which will help us parse the request. Then we'll have cores for cores issues, .env to manage our env variables, then helmet to secure, and Morgan for API request logging. So we're going to install all of those. And then I'm going to install the dependencies. So I'm going to write npm i-D rimref and concurrently. So these will be used so that we can run our application for Typescript as if it's like a Node server. So we would use NodeMon on top of some rimref and concurrently to allow us to run our server live. Anytime we make changes, it's going to update live. So these are what's needed. And then from here, I'm going to write types at types cores, at types express, at types Morgan, and at types / node. These are all the dependencies that we are going to be using. And then from here, I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to call this source in our server. I'm going to create a new file in there as well. I'm going to call this index.ts. So this will be our root directory of our Node.js application. And inside here, I'm going to write some code. So I'm going to do import express from express, what we just created. We're going to import .env from .env. We're going to import body parser from body parser. So we have IntelliSense for that. So I'm just going to use those. Import cores from cores like so. Import helmet from the helmet package. Import Morgan from the Morgan package. And we're going to leave a comment and we're going to write route imports because that is for later. And then below this, I'm going to have another comment. I'm going to call this configurations. So over here, I'm going to do .env.config because these are just configurations that we need to do for our backend to work properly. Over here, I'm going to do const app is equal to express and execute it so we can run our Express server. Then we can do app.use express.json so we can configure the JSON. And then app.use helmet for running our helmet application. And then we need to set the helmet cross-origin resource policy so we don't deal with cores issue. We're going to say policy : cross-origin like so. App.use, and we're going to say Morgan, and we are going to set common as the value. App.use body parser, and we're going to have .json like so. Make sure it's not mjson, but a singular JSON. App.use body parser .url encoded, we're going to put extended :false. And then app.use cores, and make sure we execute that. And below this, we have routes. And then I'm going to set app.get. So this is just going to be a route that we have for the home. This is not going to do anything in specifically, but this is just for making sure we do debugging purposes. It'll help us call the backend and just check if the backend is running. So we're just going to say this is home route. And then finally, we are going to run the actual Express server. So I'm going to do const port equals process.env.port capital / or 3000 like that. And then app.listen, we're going to make sure we listen to our port, execute our function, and we're going to do console log, put in parens, template string. I'm going to say server running on port. And I did make a mistake. This should not be capitalized for this particular variable. The port should be lowercase over here. So we have our server running. It's going to be running on this particular env variable. Otherwise, it's going to run on 3000. But we want to write a separate port. So I'm going to write port over here, and this should be 8000 inside our env variable. And then from here, we need to write the scripts to run our server. So we're going to go to our package.json, and under scripts, I'm going to write build. Actually, it should be in quotes, build : rimraf dist. So we create a dist folder, npx tsc. So make sure we're running our TypeScript. Then we have start as well. And we're going to write npm run build and node dist / index.js, comma. And then dev is going to be the live server that we want to run. So we're going to write npm run build and concurrently / actually I messed up, / quotes npx tsc -w / quotes. And then, yeah, just make sure you write this correctly because there's a lot of / happening. So / quotes node mon -- exec ts node source index.ts / double quotes like that. And make sure you have a comma at the end. Let me just open this up so you guys can see a little more clearly what's happening over here. So make sure you have this written correctly, otherwise you're going to get an error. So I'm going to open up our terminal. I'm going to run npm run dev. And it should show you what's happening over here. It basically created the dist file, and we should have our server running on port 8000. So this means it is running. So we do want to test this, and the way we want to test this is I'm going to open up another terminal, and I'm going to write curl localhost : 8000. And you should be able to see this is home route right below. Mine's all kind of messed up because it's all jumbled up. But basically, if you see this, that means the server is running. Curl is basically polling localhost 8000. Now, a lot of people don't want to just always use curl to test the servers, but you can also use Postman. So if you go to the link in the description, we have a Postman link. You want to just download whatever it suggests depending on your platform. And when you go to Postman, you can have a little get request over here, and you can just hit send, and you should be able to see this is home route. It just gives you much more options. You can see it in different versions, and you can have a lot more configurations like headers, authorizations using Postman. So it's up to you. But make sure everything is running so that we can then start setting up our actual APIs. So the first thing we're going to be setting up in our application is going to be the projects page over here. And we are going to start with this board where we have drag and drop functionality. And we're going to use a particular package for that. But first, we're going to need a list of the tasks in each project and also each project itself. We'll also be able to show that same list of tasks in this list view, and then also in the timeline view, like a Gantt chart, and then table as well. And for each of these pages, we're also going to be able to create a new task. So we need a create task button that will send information to the backend and create that task, as well as create a new board. So this will be another modal where we create a new project. So we're going to be doing all of this. So we will need to create on the backend a list that grabs the tasks so we can show it on every single one of these pages, and also the project list so we can display it on this particular sidebar. All right, so from here, we're going to go to our server directory. Under source directory, I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to call this controllers. And inside this controllers, I'm going to create a new file called project_controller.ts. In this file, in these controller files, is where we're going to have most of our logic for our APIs. We'll also have a routes folder, but we'll get to that shortly. So from here, I'm going to import request and response. These are more for Typescript, so we'll be using those. And then we're going to import Prisma client, and it's going to be from @prisma/client, not the extension one. Let me close this so we have more space. And over here, I'm going to say const Prisma is equal to new Prisma client, and we're going to invoke it. This is so we can use the Prisma and grab data from our database. We're going to do export const get projects is equal to async, and we are going to set rec is equal to request, and res is response. So this will grab information from the request, and res will be what we use for our response. And for our TypeScript, we're going to say it is a promise, and we're going to say void like that. Inside here, we're going to do a try catch block, and we are going to try for projects. We're going to grab from prisma.project.find many. So this is pretty simple. We have Prisma, and inside our Prisma, we're going to grab the project schema. The project schema is, if you go back to Prisma, we can see that we have project over here. Once you generated, when we did the npx Prisma generate, it creates all of these files, and we are able to grab it from Prisma directly via this command, and find many just grabs the entire list of projects. So it makes it easy. So this is an ORM, makes it easier to grab all this information in one go. And this should be plural, by the way. And we're going to do res.json projects. So basically, in our response, we're going to return the JSON of our projects list. And that's that. So from here, we're just going to write catch to catch any errors that happen. And in here, we're just going to say res.status 500, meaning we get an error code. And we are going to say message is error retrieving projects, like so. And that is all we need for get projects. We are now going to create a new folder over here. I'm going to call this routes. And inside here, I'm going to say project routes.ts. Inside here, I'm going to do import router from Express, and we are going to import get projects from the folder or from the file we just created. So we're just grabbing this get projects file, and we're going to be setting this as a separate route. And this is how we use router. We're going to do router.get with the home or just a slash, and we are going to say get projects. And we are going to export default router. All that's happening here is telling Express using a router, meaning we are able to use this route list in a separate file, and we are setting the get request for this particular domain using get projects logic. And the last thing we need to do is go back to index.ts, and we are going to go under routes, and we are going to say app.use/projects project routes like so. And we are going to make sure we import that project routes from ./routes/project routes like so. And now the way you understand this, let me make sure I save this. The way you understand this is when we go to /projects, and if this was like /ds or something, it would be /project/ds, but we have it as just a slash. So that means it's just /projects to reach this particular route. And once you hit that route, all of this right here is going to be executed, or from get projects basically. So let's actually give that a shot to make sure we have a running endpoint. So make sure your server is running. And inside here, I'm going to do curl localhost 8000/projects. And as you can see, even though it's not very well structured, we can see we're getting some list of data. And now because we can't see it, we can use Postman to do the same thing. So I'm going to go back to Postman. I'm going to write /projects like so, and then send it. And as you can see, it's prettified, meaning it's easy to understand. And we have our list of projects like so. We have 10, and this is the same data that we have in our mock data list over here when we originally seeded that information. It's basically the same. And one last check. We won't do this every single time, but I just want to show you that right now we should be able to see that this is the same exact information over here. So I'm going to click all rows in our project table, and we should be able to see the same information that we just received. So we have these names, description, and that's basically the same thing we have in our Postman: name, description, start date, end date. So perfect. Everything is working. Okay, so then now we can do the create project, which is just this new project list. If we go over here, we can see the modal. We're going to create the endpoint to create the project. So we're going to go back to our project controller, and we're going to do the same thing, except this will be for create project. So I'm just going to copy this get projects, but we're going to adjust that. This will be create, and make sure we say this is singular. And inside over here, I'm going to write const, and the values that we are going to grab is going to be name, description, start date, and end date. So these are the values we want the front end to send to the back end so we can actually create the project. So if you take a look at new boards, this is all the information that we are sending. And then the team ID will be something we'll be setting up later. And that will be more in the front end. But over here, we grab the name, description, start date, and end date. We're going to keep this the same, except we're going to say error creating project. And over here, I'm going to remove this. And this is going to be const new project. And we are going to do await prisma.project.create like so. And we need to actually pass this in as data. And we are going to say name, description, start date, and end date. And what we want to do is set res.status 201 to make sure we're giving it success code for the beginning or for the front end. And I'm going to do new project like so. So here, to recap, we have a create function from Prisma where we pass in the name, description, start date, and end date that we receive from the end or from the front end. Simple enough. So we're going to now go to project routes. We have most of this set up, but this time we're going to do router.post because we are creating something. So when you create something, you want to use a post request. And we also want to import the function we just created, which is create project from the project controller. And we should be good to go for that. And we don't need to do anything over here because this is importing all the routes. So instead of the get request, we can now do the post request. All right, so now we want to test this create project endpoint. We can use the curl command over here, but it is kind of a pain to do that in a curl command. So it is more ideal to do it over here in Postman. So let's give it a try. If we change this to post request, we are going to hit this /project endpoint, and we're just going to get an error that says error creating a project. And that's because we actually haven't sent anything in our body. And also, the error message that we have is not very descriptive. We should actually know what type of error message we're getting. And over here, I changed this to error.any because I want to change this. I'm going to create a template string, and we want to actually add error.message. This will provide a more descriptive error for what is happening. And we're going to do the same thing before we forget up here. We're going to say error retrieving projects. And we're going to say :any. We're going to save it. And now, if we give it a try, we're going to send it. And now it actually gives us a more detailed error. And it says argument name is missing. So this will give us more information, even though it's a little jumbled up. Maybe there's a better way. I guess, yeah, it's a little jumbled up, but we have information about what is actually happening. So we actually need our body. So when we create a post request and we have this name, description, start date, end date, we actually need to be able to send this in the body of the request for a post request. And the way to do that is we're going to select body. We're going to go down to raw, and we are going to input those values. And the way we're going to add is going to be start with name and then new project like so. And then we're going to say description. And we're going to say this is a new project. And by the way, this is JSON format, so you do need to make a quote around the keys. And I'm going to say start date, : and I'm just going to write 2023-01-01. It's going to be T, and we're going to say 00:00:00Z. So this is just an example format of our time. And we're going to do the same thing with end date, except give it a different date. I'm going to just copy this entire thing, paste it, and we're just going to change this to 12/31. All right, so now if we try to send it, we're going to get this unique constraint failed on the field's ID. So this is kind of a complicated problem, but I will explain very quickly on how to fix this. So if you take a look at, let's say we have our project, we're going to query our project list. So ignore 11, 12, 13, because I just created those. But 1 through 10 is from the mock data that we seeded earlier. Now, because I manually added these IDs, while PostgreSQL and Prisma is set to auto increment, it still believes that the ID it's going to try and create is going to be 1, but that is conflicting. So we need to add an SQL statement, or we need to run an SQL statement to try and fix that. So if you go down, you don't have to go to a link in the description or anything, but there is a command in the description below that you can copy, and this will make sure that we start from 11. in your case. Mine will start from 13. So there is a command to do this. So over here, we are going to run a query. So this is how you would run a query directly, an SQL query directly on your database. So we click this query tool button on the project table. And I'm going to paste the value. You can, if you don't want to just copy it, you can just take a look at the entire thing over here, maybe pause it for a second. And what we need to do is change this to project. We're just going to change this to project for the data model name here. And what this will do is basically take the max value that's already existing in the ID, and it'll make sure the auto increment ID that's being tracked by Postgres will be set to the max value. So if I set and execute script, mine will be 14. Yours will probably be 11 if you haven't added any values. So that means now the auto increment is at the correct value. So if I go back over here and I do the exact same request, I don't change anything, and I hit send, now we should be able to see, I'm going to hit the pretty, that we get the project that we just created back. And that's exactly what we want. This is the new project that will be added to our table. So if I do something like this, I'm going to hit don't save. We are going to refresh our tables, and I'm going to requery this project, and you should be able to see your new project over here. So there we go, our post. It was a little bit of a struggle, but we got our create project working with our API requests so that when we create this on the front end, we know the backend is already working. So we'll get to that soon. All right, so now from here, we're going to do the same thing, except we're going to create a new one. We need the tasks as well. So this is just a project, so that's the entire board, but we also need to create the task, which are the individual items for each project. So under controllers, I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call this task controller.ts. And inside of here, I'm just going to copy from get projects up over here, go into task controller, and I'm just going to paste this. And we're just going to adjust from here. So instead of get projects, this should be get tasks. And now instead of just grabbing the list of tasks, later on, we're going to have to grab tasks based on which project is open. So projects include a number of tasks. So we need to grab the project. We're going to, from the front end, we're going to grab the project ID. We're going to be sending that project ID to this backend, and we are going to grab the tasks associated with that project ID. So to do that, we are going to grab project ID from our rec.query. So in our query, instead of the body this time, it's going to be in the query because this is a get request. So it's going to be a query param that we are going to set the project ID, and we'll come back shortly. So over here, I'm going to say const tasks is equal to await prisma.task.find many, but we are going to have several conditions. And in Prisma, you can use where. And inside here, we can do project ID, and we're going to say number is going to be project ID like so. So this should be a comma. So this should provide a project ID that we can pass into the tasks, and the task will be associated with this particular value. And we can also make sure we include specific properties. We can say author is true, assignee is true as well, okay, not tree walker. And then comments should be true, attachments should also be true as well. So now this will grab task specifically from that project ID, and we should change this to tasks. And over here, instead, we can say error retrieving tasks instead. So this is our get task endpoint. And inside here, we can create a new route. We can say task routes.ts. Do the same thing over here, copy it from the project routes. And we are just going to say, and then from here, I'm just going to get rid of the create project, remove this, and I'm going to change this to task controller. And this should be get tasks for both of these. So I'm going to save that. Inside our index file, we want to do the same thing, say app.use, and this should be /tasks. And then this should be task routes. And we are going to import that as well. Import task routes from ./routes/task routes. And we can save that. And now we can give it a try. We can do curl as well. Actually, let's just go straight to Postman because Postman is a lot better. We are going to use a get request. We're going to say tasks, and we are going to, we don't need a body for this, so we're going to send it. And we do seem to find many. Oh, we do not have the project ID associated, or we're not sending the project ID to grab the list of tasks. So if you take a look at the seed data, we can see that the project ID for this particular task 1 is going to have a certain number of tasks. So project ID, it's all dependent on which one has project ID. So we're going to be sending project ID of 1. And the way we do this is we go over here. We can say project ID, since this is a query param, and the value should be 1. And if we send that, we'll get all the tasks associated with project ID 1. So as you can see, these are all the relevant tasks for this particular project. Great. So we have the list of tasks that we can grab, but now we should be able to create the tasks. So I'm just going to close all of this, keep that open, keep those open. So now what we need is create task. So this is going to be a similar process to what we did before. Actually, let's open up project controller. And inside here, we're just going to copy the create project and go back to task controller and paste it over here. Now we're going to have a create task. And now create task is going to include a lot more information. So bear with me. We're just going to add all this information over here. So it's going to include title, description, status, priority, tags, start date, due date, not end date, points, project ID, author user ID, assigned user ID, and that's pretty much all of them. And so what we're going to do is we're going to grab this entire thing, and inside our data, we're going to just paste it. And this should be task instead. So this should be new task. And it seems like we're getting a validation issue, but Prisma can tell you if you're spelling it wrong, and it tells you that this should be with an O, like so. And it seems like I did miss assigned user ID as well, so we can pass that in. And we're just going to call this new task. And over here, we're going to say error creating a task for our error message. And then like usual, we're going to go to task routes. And inside of here, I'm going to do router.post / and then we're going to do create task. And that's going to come from task controller. So we have our create task, and we already have our task routes already set up. And so now we want to test this. So before we go to Postman, I want to just copy this entire thing over here. This will make it easier if we do it in our VS Code editor. So I'm going to create an object, and inside of this, I'm going to paste everything we had, select all of this, Shift Tab, and then I'm going to hit Alt Command or Alt Control and hit the down arrow and select all of these, and then also hit Shift Alt and then right arrow. That will select each one. I'm going to hit the double quotation, and that will highlight that. Press the right arrow button once, or actually twice, and then hit the colon, and we're just going to leave it like this. This will make it easier to write inside our JSON object when we add the post. So I'm just going to hit Command X and then go to over here. We're going to remove this. We're going to change this to a post. And we are now going to go to body like we did before and go to raw. So now I'm going to paste it. So now we actually have an easier time writing this. So I'm going to say new task like so. Inside the description, I'm going to say task description. Status needs to be identical to one of the values because it's an enum. I'm going to say to do, for example. This priority, we can say it is high. I'm just copying something like this. This is more for testing purposes. We can say deployment. You know what? We could just actually copy this entire thing, make our lives a little bit easier. And we're just going to paste it. And that should be pretty good. We don't need the trailing comma. And from here, let's give it a shot. Probably won't work. But if you take a look, unique constraint once again because of the ID issue. So we're probably going to get this error for every single one. So instead, now we're just going to go to, I believe it doesn't matter, but we're just going to task. We're going to go to query tool, and we're going to copy the same little SQL command that we had before. We're going to paste it over here with the select set val, and we want to change this to task. And same thing over here. We're going to say task as well. And I'm going to execute script, make sure we have 41. And now let's give it a shot one more time. And as you can see, it seemed to have worked. So we have ID of 41 with the new task description. So let's actually go over here, query this. Because all of these, I don't need to see those. So now we're going to go down and we can see that we have our new task. Perfect. Everything is good. Project, author, user ID, everything that we set is now correct. All right, we're almost done with the backend for this particular project's page, but there's one last thing we actually need. If you take a look, when we are looking at the board and we move one of these, we are actually changing on the backend what status these tasks are at. So it's changing from, if I do this, task 32, it goes from a to-do task to a work in progress status task. So that means we need a backend that updates the task status. So to do that, I'm going to narrow that down. I'm going to save it, and we are going to, let's go up here. And I'm going to copy the get task over here, just paste it below, and we're just going to change this to update task status. And what we're going to do is we're going to use both query params and the rec.body for this one. So we're going to say const task ID, and we're going to grab it from rec.params, and then const status, and that's going to come from the rec.body. And from here, I'm going to change the tasks to updated task, and we're going to do prisma.task, and this time it's going to be update because we're going to use the patch instead to update the task as opposed to creating a new one. And what we're going to do is we're going to say where ID is for number task ID. So we're going to again add a constraint and say the ID for this particular one, this is what we want to update. So instead of include, we are going to say data colon curly braces. This is going to be status colon status like so. And the res.json should have updated task like this. So this is how you would update any of the values in Prisma. And we're going to say error updating task. Now I'm going to save it. And now we're going to go to task routes. And now this one's slightly different. We're going to do router.patch. Patch is for updating. And we're going to set this to be /task ID because that's dynamic. So the endpoint that we want to set is going to include the task ID we are setting over here. And we're also going to set status like this. So basically to hit this endpoint, it's going to be / whatever task ID we want to change. And then we're going to write /status to change that. And we want to grab our update task status from our task controller like usual. And now we should have that route. And now we want to test this task. So we're going to go back to Postman and we're going to do patch this time for tasks. And we want to update our information. So we can basically use the same body, except get rid of everything except for the status. And we want to do is get rid of this trailing comma and change this to do instead to work in progress. And for the params, we actually want to add, instead of project ID, we're going to say task ID. And we want to change the one we just created. So 41 is going to be the one we change. That is the task ID. And instead, we're going to change this a little bit. This is actually going to be /41 /status, like so, to hit our endpoint. And now that we sent it, we have work in progress. So this is our endpoint. We have to custom set this URL because it's not going to add by query params. We have our own way of doing it. And let's actually check. We're going to refresh this once again for tasks. And we're going to hit the all routes. Double check that we have for task 41, work in progress is the new status. So it does work as expected. And we don't need to reset the ID for this one because we're not creating a new one. So we are all set for that. And so there we go. We have our projects API and then we have our tasks API all ready for this particular project page. So now we can go to our front end. Let's close all of this, close all of this. And now we can go to our source. All right, so from here, we're going to go to state, go to our API. And the first thing we're going to do is actually create some types. And we'll use these types to create our endpoints. So I'm going to do export interface project like this. And I'm going to go to our server, go back to controllers, go to project controller, and I'm going to grab all of these, name, description, start date, end date, paste it over here, move those back to ID is number like this. And I'm going to hold Alt option and click all of these, colon, and I'm going to put string like this, get rid of the comma, put a semicolon for each. And I'm going to also hit Alt for all of these, put a question mark like this. And that is our type for project. Now we're going to do the same thing for task. So I'm going to go down to task controller once again. And over here, I'm going to copy all of these values. Come over here, I'm going to say export interface task, and I'm going to paste it down here. And then from here, I'm going to move these back. I'm going to select the comma, do Command D all the way down over here. Erase this, put a colon. And for now, I'm going to keep this to be number. It's going to not all be number, but we're going to change it. So this title should be a string. And then we also should have an ID to be a number, description, status, priority, tags, start date, due date, points, author user ID, and assign user ID should all be question mark. I'm going to change the description to be string. This one should be status, which is something we'll create very shortly. This one should be priority. Tags, start date, due date should all be strings instead. So I'm going to do Command D 3 times to string like that. And we are just going to save that for now. So now we actually need status as well. So status is going to be in enum status like this. So we're going to set this to be to do is equal to do like that. Work in progress is equal to work in progress. Under review is going to be under review. Completed is equal to completed like this. And just to let you know, status is enum, that it can only be one of these 4 values. And we're going to have the same thing for priority, which is also an enum, but with different values, of course. So we're going to say priority, and we are going to say urgent is equal to urgent in strings. High is equal to high in strings. Medium is equal to medium in strings. Low is equal to low in strings. Backlog is equal to backlog in strings, comma, and we are going to close that. So basically, we do need to set these typings, which will help us identify what the type structure will be for each one of these API calls that we make. And inside of task, we actually, if you go back to task controller, we added inside our get task, we get these values: author, assignee, comments, and attachments. So now we haven't created some of these, or we haven't dealt with some of the comments or getting those requests, but it grabs information relevant for the foreign key in our task. So in this request, we are able to grab the author, assignee, comments, and attachments, even though tasks does not include the data model, even though it's not included in the data model of tasks. So that allows us to grab this extra information. So that's where we are going to add these included options over here. So we have something with user, and we have assignee, user like this. Then we have comments as well, which will be also a comment type. Attachment, plural, question mark, attachment as well. So these are more types that we are going to write. So if I scroll up over here, I'm going to do export interface user, and this should be capitalized as well. This should be user ID question mark colon number. Username should be string. Email should be string. Profile picture URL question mark colon string. Cognito ID is also going to be a string, and team ID question mark colon is going to be a number. I know this process is a little bit tedious, but it helps us get the types correct, and it'll help us later debug a lot easier. From here, I'm going to do export interface attachment. Inside here, I'm going to do ID of number. File URL is going to be a string. File name is going to be a string. Task ID is also going to be a number. Uploaded by ID is going to be a number. So there we go. We have all our types that we're going to be using, and now we can actually create our API calls. So these are going to be the endpoints that we are able to call the backend, like the endpoints that we've created in our backend. This will allow us to make that call from the front end. And the first one we're going to write is going to be get projects. And that includes build.query. So this is part of Redux Toolkit, and we are able to make API requests via build.query over here. And project is going to be what we get back, the TypeScript schema that we get back from the backend. That is exactly what's coming back. And inside here, we're going to set the query, and it's going to be an arrow function with projects, meaning this is basically the endpoint /projects. So the way this works is that we have fetch-based query this grabs the public base URL. And right now, if you go to env.local, that is localhost 8000, like we've seen before. And then it tags on /projects from. And lastly, we need to have something called provides tags. And inside here is going to be projects. So that means we also need to identify the tags to be projects. So what this basically means is that when we grab the API request of projects, we're going to get some data on the front end. And the way Redux Toolkit Query identifies where that information or data is stored in Redux Toolkit is via projects. This will be helpful later on when we create a project. We can invalidate this particular tag, meaning if we create a project, Redux Toolkit Query would automatically get the new list of projects with that new one you just created, and it's going to recall get projects once again. So it's always going to give you the updated version if you invalidate properly. So let's actually do that. So let's say we have create project, and this time, since this is a post request, it's going to be a build.mutation, not query this time. And we are going to say project. And what we receive is going to be partial project, which all that means is that we're only going to receive the partial amount of the return, meaning it's just only part of that type. It's just a shorthand and easy way to do it. So we're going to have query over here. Inside here, we're going to pass in project. So this is going to be in our API call, the body that we have sent. Remember in our Postman, when we sent the values, this is where we are going to send it. So inside, it's going to be URL projects. So like before, this was a shorthand notation. This is no longer a shorthand notation because we need to pass in a body. We also need to pass in a method in this case, and it's going to be post. And the body is going to be project. Now this project is going to be in the actual function where we make the API call. This is going to be that value for that body. So right now we don't identify that, but we will when we create the create modal or create project section. So when we create this front end aspect, we are going to pass the project into this particular function to make the API call. Over here, we're going to hit comma, and this is invalidates tags. Don't go for that one, but that one right here. And we are going to pass in, or colon, pass in projects inside this square bracket. So this, like I said, when we create the project, it's going to say, hey, we need to update this project's value. So that means when you create this project, Redux Toolkit Query is automatically going to refetch and grab the entire new list of get projects automatically, so that you don't have to deal with the annoying code that you would typically have to write get projects after this happens. So you don't have to write that. You can just write invalidate tag to make sure we have the most updated version of the project's list. So that's why it's very useful to have this. This is the same in TanStack query or /React query, which is the same thing. This is a similar process in Redux Toolkit Query. It does the same thing. And then from here, we just need to open this up. So we're going to say use get projects query. And then we're going to do use create projects mutation. And that will be the function. You can think of this as a function, like a fetch call that will call the backend, grab this information, but it would automatically just say use get projects query. That will grab data from the backend that we have, and then we can use that. And I'll show you that in just a moment. But before that, let's do the tasks as well. So we're going to just copy this entire thing. And this time it's going to be get tasks instead. And we're just going to change this a little bit. So this first parameter is obviously task array. So that basically just remember that this is right here, the return, like the schema, like how the type of the return is going to look. And then the second one is what you're sending. So in this case, it's going to be project ID in an object as a number. And inside our query, we're going to have user ID because we're going to need to add that to our query. So this is going to be tasks slash question mark project ID is equal to in $ curly braces, and this should be a template string instead. And I did make a mistake. This is not user ID. This should be in curly braces, project ID, same with over here. And now this one's going to be slightly different. We're going to have a tag type of tags like we typically do, but because we have multiple tasks and we have a list of tasks that are for different IDs because we have something like this, we are going to have to modify the provides tags just a little bit. So we're going to do result like this with an arrow function, and we're going to say if the result exists, we're going to say result.map. We're going to pass in ID like so. There should actually be 2 as parens, and we're going to do an arrow function. We're going to say type is equal to tasks like so as const ID. And we're going to close that. So that is a way for us to handle this result situation because we want to map it. Otherwise, if the result doesn't exist, we are going to pass it in as type : tasks as const. And this was kind of necessary specifically for what we are doing with tasks because the typing doesn't work unless you do this. And I did mess up. This is not tags. This should be tasks. We just save it and we should be good to go with the get tasks. And now, again, we're going to do create tasks similar to create project. So I'm going to copy the create project, put create project over here. We're going to say create task, build.mutation instead of the project. I'm going to hit Command D, grab both the project. It should be task instead. Grab the project over here. I'm going to hit Command D twice after I highlight this project. And I'm going to write tasks. And then this one should be capitalized T like so. And this should be pretty good. Similar thing, we have the tasks in validation. Once we create the task, you'll get a new list. And then right below, we're just going to use get tasks like that, query, and use create task mutation. And we are going to save it. And finally, we have just one more, the update task status. And don't worry, I know this is a lot just to make this particular board page, but this is probably the most intensive part of the application. So that's why we are going through this long process to create our board. So from here, I'm going to do update task status. And inside here, this should be task. And this is going to be slightly different. We're going to pass in task ID of number. Status should be string as our object. Inside our query, we're going to have task ID, and this should be in curly braces because this is an object. And we are going to pass in status as well. Inside the URL, we're going to have $$ curly braces, task ID, like so, and status. And over here with the double quotes, this should be template string like that. And the method should be patch. Finally, inside here, the body, this should be in curly braces, status. And over here, we need to invalidate the tag. And again, because we have an array, this needs to be slightly different because we're invalidating these get tasks and we want to invalidate them individually. So we're going to do result error. And then the last part is going to be task ID. So we are trying to grab this particular value. And inside here, we're going to write type should be tasks, comma, ID should be task ID. And just so you know, if you don't fully understand what's happening here specifically, is because when we update task status, we're updating a specific task. And we're doing this via task ID. That's why we have to do this extra arrow function. Otherwise, we do not want to update the entire list of tasks. We want to update a specific task anytime we use update task status. However, obviously in create task, we are updating the entire list because we're creating a new task. We can refetch the entire list of tasks. But when we update task status, we want to update one specific task only so we don't have to refetch all the tasks that we have over here. So that's why we are doing that. All right, so from here, the first thing we're going to be building is going to be this projects page, and it's going to include this header and the boards button as well as these tabs over here. So we're going to do just that. And now if I create a new folder, I'm going to create and call this projects right here. And inside this, I'm going to create another folder, and I'm going to put this square brackets, call it ID in there. So as you can see, if you look at the URL, /projects/1. So that is actually the project ID number. So to do that, since we want to make it dynamic, we can probably go to 5, 3, 2. In Next.js, this is how it's being handled. So over here, I'm going to minimize this a little bit. I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call this page.tsx. And this is exactly where we are going to write our code. And before we do that, we're actually going to move all of these components. We're going to move it outside to the source directory because this is probably the correct way to do it. And we're just going to change this to components without the parens. So this will not be included in our directories. And over here, we can save it. Make sure we change this right here in our dashboard wrapper so we have the proper location for where our components is. And then in here, we're going to go back to our page.tsx. All right, inside our page.tsx, I'm going to do tsrefce, and we are going to call this project, like so. And inside our props, we're going to add params, curly braces, ID of string. And we're going to grab this over here in the prop section, and we're going to take out params as well. So the reason why we can do this is actually this particular page grabs the ID that we are getting from the page, and we can use that value. So the way we grab it is we can do ID like this, and we actually don't need to pass params into this project component because it's automatically doing that by default from Next.js. And right now we're going to do const active tab set active tab. So this will determine the state. So we're going to use state from React, and we are going to grab the board as well. This will determine the state to figure out which of these tab items will be selected. And then from here, I'm going to do is modal new task open, comma set is modal new task open. So we are going to have later on, I'm going to set this to be false. Later on, we're going to check this for state to determine whether the new task modal is open or not. Okay, and then from here inside our div, we are going to leave a placeholder for modal new task. We'll get around to that. And we are going to create a project header component, which is something we will create in a moment. And our project header component is going to take active tab. So we're going to bring down the active tab state into this child component. And we're also going to pass in the state for the set active tab as well. And by the way, what we're going to do is if active tab, we're going to do stuff like active tab is equal to board. And we are going to, if that's the case, we are going to set that to be the board component. So we're just going to write this out just a little bit, just so you know, understand what we are planning to do. And then from here, I'm going to import project header. I'm going to say import project header from @/app/projects brackets or /brackets ID/project header. So this will be where our file will exist. And by the way, this is going to need a use client directory over here. So we're going to save that. Let's actually run our application. So right now we are running the server, but we are not running the client, so the front end. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to run npm run dev. And so right now we can't see anything, so let's just create our project header real quick. I realize this should not be in the ID directory. It should be in the projects folder. So I'm going to create a new file, call this project header.tsx. And inside here, I'm going to use tsrafce, have project header, and leave it for now. And now my linter is messing up, so I'm just going to erase that, hit project header like that to fix that problem. And we're just going to comment this out just for the sake of brevity for now. So what we want to do is be able to see the projects, but the projects we don't have a list of for in the sidebar. So we're going to do just that. We're going to go to our sidebar and we are going to make an API request to grab all the projects so we can show it on our sidebar. So to do that, we're going to go down to right above dispatch. I'm going to say const, and I'm going to grab the data and we're going to rename it to be projects. And we're going to grab it from our use get projects query from the state of Redux Toolkit that we created. So that will grab the data that we are going to need. And once we have that, we can actually go down to our button where we have our projects list right below this. We can do show projects. So remember, this is the toggle for showing our projects list. And we can do projects !map. So this will give us our list of projects. And I'm going to create an arrow function inside over here. And it seems like above here, I should call this projects, not project singular. So over here inside our project directory, I'm going to add sidebar link. And inside here, I'm going to add, this time we are going to need a key because we are doing a list. So I'm going to do key like so, project ID, and then we're going to put an icon and we're going to put a briefcase from Lucide React. And inside here, I'm going to grab the label and we're going to use project.name for this with href of template string projects /$ curly braces project.id, and then we are going to close that. And if we do that, we immediately see all the projects we have created. Now it looks ugly with the new project, but we have all our projects list in here, and now we can click on it to see our project. So now, right now, we don't see anything because we do not have anything displayed for our projects page. But this is exactly how we would show our project list. And then from here, now we can go back to our project header page. I'm going to close the index for the sidebar. And inside the props, we're going to add the props that we need, which is active tab, :string, and then set active tab, tab name, :string like this. This is going to be the set function that we have. And inside our props, we're going to add active tab, set active tab like so. And also, we also need state for the new project when we open that modal as well. We already created the task one, but we also need to create the modal for the new project, and we're going to do it inside here. And I'm going to say modal new project open like so, and then set is modal new project open. And then we are going to bring in use state from React, and I'm going to set this to be false. And then over here, I'm going to write class name with px of 4, xl, px of 6. So different padding depending on the screen size. Get rid of the project header. I'm going to write a comment for modal new project which we'll handle later. And then we'll do div class name of padding bottom 6, padding top of 6. And we're going to have different padding depending on the size of the screen. So I'm going to do all of this right here. And then I'm going to add a header component, which we will create. So I'm going to go into our components directory, create a new folder. I'm going to call this header. And inside here, I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call this index.tsx. Inside here, I'm going to do tsrefce, call this header, so we have a header component. This is just for having a consistent header like this. We're going to have the header title. We're also going to have a header button, and that's going to be consistent across multiple pages. Some pages might not have this button, so we're going to account for that aspect. So we're going to go back to our header component, and inside of this, we're going to have some props. I'm going to call this name with the string, with the button component, question mark. And this is going to be any because it could be a lot of different things. And we're going to do is small text. And we're going to have like a smaller text version for certain pages. So we're just going to keep that. And inside here, I'm going to have curly braces. I'm going to do name, comma, button component, comma, is small text, and we're going to have that to be a default of false. Inside here, we're going to do a div. We're going to do a class name of margin bottom 5 flex with a width of full, items center with justify between. So vertically aligned and spaced between as far as possible. Those are the settings we're going to have our header. I'm going to get rid of the header text. I'm going to put a h1 tag. I'm going to give it a class name, curly braces, template string, and we're going to set is small text, question mark, text LG, colon, text 2 extra large. We're going to close that, and we're going to do font semi-bold with a dark of text white. So we have different colors for different modes, and then we're going to put name in there as well. Below this, we're going to pass in the button component so that they're spaced out. So this is the title, this is the button, that is optional. So now we can go back to project header, and in here, I'm going to bring in at components header. So that will bring in the header that we have, but we also need to pass in the name. So we're going to do product design development, and I'm going to save it. And we don't see anything, but that's because if we go to the page.tsx, we want to uncomment that out, and we should see product design development over here. I don't know if that's the correct title for this, but whatever. You can name it whatever you want. I'm not exactly sure a good name for that. Before we go to the tabs, the list of tabs that we have over here, we also want to create a tab button. So I'm going to create above or below here, I'm going to create a component called tab button like so. And we're going to create another component over here, but this is going to require some props. So I'm going to say type tab button props, and in curly braces, we're going to do name of string, icon of react.react node, set active tab colon tab name colon string. We're going to add the void as well, and then we're going to do active tab colon string as well. And over here inside the curly braces, I'm going to do name icon set active tab, and then colon tab button props. So we have props for our tab button so that we can use it for different scenarios. And we're just going to set if it is active, we are going to do active tab is going to be equivalent to the name. And then from here, I'm going to do return, put parens, I'm going to do button like this. And I'm going to do class name, and we are going to write a really long tailwind for our tab button. So we're going to do relative flex, items, center. We're going to do gap of 2 pixel or padding X in the 1 py EC2, text gray 500, and we're going to do after, we're going to add an absolute, and then after we are going to do negative bottom, negative 9 pixel in square brackets, and we're going to do after left of 0, after colon h of 1 pixel, after of width full. Then we're going to do hover colon text blue 600, do dark of text neutral 500, dark colon hover colon text white. I know this is super long, but we just want to add all of these styles, and then do a large px4 for basically different media queries. And then we're going to do $, and we're going to do is active. So we're going to have a different color when it's set to active tab. And we're going to do text of blue 600, and make sure there is a question mark. And inside of here, we're going to do after colon background blue of 600, dark colon of text white, and we're going to do colon empty string. So quite a lot of classes for this particular one. Inside here, we're going to do on click, and we are going to, in curly braces, do set active tab, and we're going to pass in the name. And inside of here, we're going to pass in both an icon and a name. So we have our tab button. Quite extensive, quite long, but we just got to do what we got to do for this. So we have our tab button now. Now we can go back to our code and make sure we have an equal sign for the tab button props. Otherwise, it's not going to work. Right below our div with the header, we're going to add a section. We're just going to call this tabs like that. And I'm going to do div class name, and we're going to do flex. We're going to add a flex wrap reverse. So we're just going to reverse the flex for this one. We're going to do gap of 2 with the border of y, border of gray 200, padding bottom of 8 pixel, padding top of 2. We're going to do dark border stroke dark like this. And for media queries with items, center like so. Inside here, I'm going to give it a div with class name, and it's going to be flex of flex 1, items, center, gap of 2, medium screen with gap of 4. I'm going to save that. Let's actually remove that space. And now we can actually add our tab button. So we're going to add the tab button that we created, and we're going to say name is going to be board. With an icon, we are going to pass in grid 3x3 from Blueside React. Make sure you import that. We're going to have class name of h of 5 with a width of 5. Close that out, and we're going to do set active tab, and then set active tab as well. Do the same thing with active tab, and we are going to close that tab button. And once we save it, we should be able to see our board tab over here, and it's highlighted with an underline. You have hover effects, and we know that it is active. So now we're going to do the same thing, but for list, timeline, and table. So I'm going to paste this 3 more times, change these values. So I'm going to say list. This one is going to import list from Blueside React. This one is going to be timeline, and we are going to pass in clock from Blueside React. And then table over here. And this one's going to be table for the icon. And I'm going to save it. And that should pop up every single one over here. So that is our tabs, but we also need these icons with the search and the tabs so that when we are on small screen, this should be showing on top, whereas this one is going to be on the right on larger screens. So we're going to do just that. So below these, we're going to have a div with the class name of flex items dash center with a gap of 2. We're going to close that. Over here, I'm going to add a button with the class name of text gray 500. And if we hover over it, we're going to do text gray 600. And for dark colors, we're going to set this to be text neutral 500. And if it's dark, we're going to set hover to be text of gray 300. Close that out. And we're going to add our filter icon from Lucid React. We're going to say this is class name of h of 5 with a 5. And we're going to close that. And below this, we're going to have another button. And we're going to be using a share to icon instead. So from Lucid React, make sure you're importing it each time. And over here, I'm going to do a div of class name and set this to be relative. So we can do the search icon. And we are going to do input with type equals text, placeholder of search task. And below this, we're going to add a class name of rounded medium border, padding in the y direction of 1, padding left of 10, padding right of 4, with the focus of outline none, so we don't have a border when we're focused. And then we have a dark border, dark secondary color. So this is for dark colors, and then we're going to do dark with background of dark secondary like this. And for dark, we have text of white like so. Inside our input, we're going to do grid 3x3 again. We're going to do class name, and we're going to do absolute. And again, remember, we're doing the good old absolute is going to be positioned within the relative icon. So now I did make a mistake right here. Close this. The input should be closed over here like so. And we can do class name left of 3, top of 2. Height is going to be 4 with the 4 units. Text of gray 400. Dark of text neutral 500. And we are going to close this grid. And now if we check our application, we should be able to see our filter, share, and our search. Like so. All right, so from here, we're going to start with the board view page. This is probably the most intensive page that we're going to be building on the entire application. So there's going to be a lot going on. We are going to require all of these task column headers right here, as you can see. And this should create a new task as well if you click on these buttons, as well as this task elements. And then we also have the task columns. So we're going to do all of this on our page. So we're going to go into our projects directory. I'm going to create a new folder, and we're going to call this board view. And inside here, I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call this index.tsx. And in here, close this out. I'm going to do tsrafce. Let me close all of these guys out so we don't have to deal with any of this. And I'm going to call this board view just for now. So here we're going to have several props. So I'm going to just call this board props. Inside here, I'm going to do ID of string. And we're going to do set is modal new task open. So we want to pass in that state so we can change the value of opening our modal. But this is for a little later. But we're just going to do it while we do this. And inside here, we're just going to pass an ID as well as set is modal new task open. And over here, we want to set and map out the task status because we're going to be using these values as an array. So we're just going to pass in to do work in progress, and then under review, comma, and completed like so. So inside here, the first thing we're going to be doing is grabbing the tasks. So we're going to do const we're going to grab the data and we're going to relabel it as tasks, plural. And we're going to grab the isLoading and error. And we're going to grab all of that from use get tasks query, and we're going to import that. But when we get the task, remember, we also need to pass in project ID. And we do that by going like this, project ID, passing in the number, and we are going to pass in ID like so. So this is going to use the get task query that we created. So if you go over here, you can see that we required the project ID so that we know which project tasks we need to grab. So that is exactly what we're doing over here. And before we do anything else, before we forget, I want to go back to our page.tsx. Inside here, I actually want to uncomment the active tab is equal to board so we can actually see it. And we need to pass in the ID of the project ID, as well as set is modal new task open, and we're going to pass those in as well. So we can use the board, and make sure we need to import board from board view. But we're just going to call this board instead. And as you can see, we have a board view over here. Nothing is styled, just so we can know that this is actually displaying. So in here, we want to create a function called move task. So this is going to be a function that we will use to handle the moving of tasks from different columns to another column. And what we need is the task ID and also toStatus. So we need to fix or figure out what status is going to change. And we're going to pass in update, task status like so. And this value right here is going to require our API call that we created earlier. So to create this, we're going to call this update task status, and it's going to come from use update task status mutation. So that is the API query that we made before. So if we go to our API functions, we want to use the use update task status, which is a query we actually haven't created. So if we have use update task status mutation, we can save it, and then we can rewrite the n, grab this value, and it gets imported. So this particular function or mutation API call will be called when we are running this move task function. And you can call this whatever you want, but this is the trigger, the basic trigger function that will call this API. Inside of here, we can do task ID, grab the status, and we're going to pass in toStatus as well, like this. And below this, we're going to say if is loading. We are going to return with div, and we're going to say loading ... So basically, if the page isn't loaded, or if we don't get the lists of the task, we can render out a loading div. And if there is an error, we're going to return a div, and we're going to say an error occurred while fetching tasks, like so. And now from here, what we are going to actually use is going to be the drag and drop provider, which is the React DND drag and drop for React. So if in the link in the description, there is going to be a link to React DND if you're curious on the documentation, but this will allow us to do all the drag and drop functionality. And so we're going to be using that. So I'm going to write DND provider. And we need to make sure we import DND provider from React-DND, like so. And we're also going to need to provide the HTML5 backend. It's basically they provide like a backend way if you want more customization for your drag and drop provider. So I'm going to say HTML5 backend. It's all part of React DND docs. And we're just going to grab the React DND HTML5 backend as well. And we're going to pass that into the backend section over here. And we're going to pass an HTML5 backend. And we are going to be using just that. And right now we don't have any error, but we also don't have anything shown. So we actually need to pass in a few things. So we're going to pass in div class name with grid columns 1 with the gap of 4, padding of 4 with media queries of grid columns 2, extra large. We're going to do media query of grid columns 4. So this will set up the column list, and you can see that we had our media queries before. We're going to close that div, and inside of here, we're going to grab our task status list of array, and we're going to map that out because we want a column for each of the status that we have in there. And we want to pass in task column. And for each of these, we're going to pass in a key with status. Status should be the status itself. Tasks is going to be the tasks that we already have, because each column is going to require all the tasks. And then move task is going to be the function that we pass in. And also we need the set is modal new task open if we want to be able to open a new task for each column. So I'm going to grab that over here, close this task column, and we are obviously going to get an error because task column is not created. And also we need a closing parens like that for our task column. And so next up is going to be the task column. And as you can see, we'll also have a task component as well. But for now, let's create the task column. And inside here, we're going to have a curly braces of status with the list of tasks. We're going to have move task, and we're going to do set is modal new task open like so. And inside here, we're going to call this task column props because we will be creating it just right here. Call this interface task column props. Put the curly braces, we're going to do status. Actually, we should just keep this to be type instead to be consistent. And we're going to set the status to be string with task being task type. And this task type is going to be the same type that we have from the API endpoint. So this should be export interface task. So we're going to import that, but we don't want to call it task because we are going to create a component called task. So instead, I'm going to call this task type from @/state/API. So that will pass that in over here. And that's going to be our task type below. And then from here, I'm going to do move task. And we are going to have the same type that we have before for this particular move task function. And I'm going to call this toStatus to be string with a return of void. And we're going to do set is modal new task open. And we're going to set this to be is open is going to be a Boolean with a void return function. And then from here, I'm going to close out the return function, and we should have all of this ready. Now we can use some of the drag and drop functionality. So the first thing I'm going to do is the square bracket, and we're going to have is over, meaning this is the functionality from drag and drop. When we determine when we have something hovering over another column, we can use those values. And we are going to use useDrop from D&D. This is a particular hook for us to do that. Inside here, we're going to have a curly braces and hit enter. And we're going to accept colon a task. And we're going to drop the item colon, and we're going to do ID of number like so. And we are going to return move task for item.id, status. So when we drop it, this function gets executed. And if you remember, move task is going to update and call our backend because we are saying use update task status mutation. This is the trigger for that API call. And the final thing we actually need to do as part of the documentation, we need something called collect. And we need to pass in a monitor. And this monitor is going to say for isOver, we want to make sure we change this to a Boolean, and we want to invoke this function to make sure that things are over it. And again, we need to close this drop so that we have everything working. Make sure we have an equal sign and close this out. And make sure we have a beginning parens like this. Oh, we can remove this closing parens and it should be good. So there's a lot of little brackets and curly braces. That gets a little confusing. But once you have this, this is the functionality for the drag and drop. If you're able to write this hook and understand it, then you should be able to be good to go. And then const, we're going to grab the task count. So we need the number of tasks for each one. We're going to say task filter. We're going to grab each task. We're going to say task.status. So we determine which status we're talking about. We're going to grab the status of the particular column that we're talking about, which is associated with this task column. For example, to do column will check the current task status. We're going to filter it out and count the number of tasks per column. And we're also going to change the status color based on the column. And we're just going to use a little bit of a map. We're going to say to do colon number 2563EB, comma, work in progress, colon, and we're going to do number 059669, comma, and we're going to do under review, colon, number D97706, comma, completed, colon, 000000. And we're going to have a status color just for that. Then we're going to return, and we're going to have a div. And for us to use drag and drop inside our div, we need a reference to the drop return that we grabbed from D&D. So I'm going to say instance, because that's going to be the instance that's going to be passed in, and we want to drop that instance into over here. Now, just remember, this is all in the React D&D documentation, but this is basically how you would go about it. And then over here, I'm going to say class name, and we are going to do SL of py of 4, rounded, large, py dash 2, XL, px of 2, and we're going to say is over question mark BG blue 100, dark of background neutral 950, and go over here, add a colon with empty string and close that out. And we still haven't seen anything because we haven't displayed anything just yet. So over here, I'm going to have a div with class name, margin bottom of 3, flex with a width of full, close that out, have a div that is self-closing in this case, and we're going to call this class name with a width of 2, and we're going to make this an important tag because it doesn't override without using the important tag in Tailwind, and we're going to pass in status color, curly brace, or square bracket status. And make sure you get the curly braces and square brackets correct here because it's a little confusing. And then rounded S large like this. And for our style, because we are not getting the correct background color with all of that, we are also going to pass in background color just in case with status color of status. So we still don't have anything inside each column. That's why we don't see anything. So I'm going to do div with class name of flex with the width of full, items, center, justify between, make sure everything is spaced out. We're going to do a rounded of E large, background of white, pixel or padding of 5 in the X direction, 4 in the Y direction. And we're going to give it a dark background, dark secondary color. Now in the future, I'm using a lot of classes right now, but in the future, I will start using a component, Tailwind component library like shadcn. So a lot of this Tailwind class styling will be handled by the library. So for this one, we're kind of doing this manually. So we're going to have an h3 tag. We're going to do flex with an items center with the text of large, font semi-bold, and we're going to have a dark with text of white. And finally, we're going to actually have some text, and we're going to pass in our status. And we're going to add a little space after it, like so. And now we should finally see that we have our column headers visible because we actually have content within. Before, we couldn't see any of it because we did not have any kind of content. So we also want to add the task count, the number of tasks per column. So we're going to add a little span tag. Inside the span tag, I'm going to write tasks count. But we also want to style this. So I'm going to do class name, margin left of 2, inline block, rounded, full background of gray 200, padding of 1, text of center, text of SM, leading, none, and a dark of background dark tertiary, like so, and give it a style of width of 1.5 rem, height of 1.5 rem. And there you go. We have our task count for each one. We don't see our task because we are going to get to it. And I believe the styling is not correct. So we're just going to grab this /h3, surround it, and pass it over here. And the task count should be right next to it. And it should be a different font size. And below this, we're going to have a div. We're going to say class name is going to be flex with items, center, gap of 1. And we are going to pass in a button with class name of flex, h of 6, width of 5, items, center, justify center, and a dark of text neutral 500. Inside of this, I'm going to say ellipsis vertical from loose side React, and I'm going to say size is 26. Pass that in, and we will see this ellipsis vertical. And we're also going to have another button, and we're going to say class name is going to be flex with a h of 6, width of 6, items, center, justify, center, rounded, background, gray 200 with a dark background, dark tertiary, different colors for dark mode, and then we're going to say dark of text, white. And then inside of this, we're going to have an on click, and this is where we can open up a new modal task if we wanted to. So set is modal, use task open is going to be true if we click this button. And inside here, there should be a plus icon from loose side React, and we're going to set this to be size of 16. We're going to close that out. So we have our plus icon. And now finally, we can handle the tasks list. So make sure there is 3 closing div icons. And right here, we're going to hit enter, and we're going to say tasks.filter. And we're going to filter by the task status. So we want to make sure all the tasks are in the correct column. And we are going to set that equal to status to make sure we filter it out correctly. And we are also going to map. And we are going to pass in task once again. Make sure in this arrow function, we are returning a task component we do not have created. And in here, we want to pass in task.id. and also the task object itself, so we have access to that in our component. So if we do save this, we're going to error it out because the task component has not been created. So let's actually do that. Like I told you, this is the longest part, but this is the most in-depth page of the entire application. So to start off, we're going to create a type for task props, and we're going to have task to be task type that we created or passed in earlier from our API file. Below this, I'm going to create a task component, and this will be a task that we grab from our task props, and we will once again use something from React DND. So now in our task column, we had this particular useDrop function. Now we can use another function, but it's going to be called useDrag, but it's going to be very similar to how this is set up. So task column is where you are dropping the items. Task is where you're going to drag something. So I'm going to copy this entire thing, go down to our task, and we're just going to paste it. And this use drop should now become use drag from React DND. And we're just going to call this use dragging instead. And now the type should be task instead of accept. Now we can get rid of this guy, and we can say item should be id task.id. And then collect should be very similar, except this is going to be is dragging now. And we are going to forcibly change it to a Boolean using a double not operator. I forgot the name of that. Whatever it's called. And we're going to say is dragging, and we're going to execute that. And make sure we have a comma over here. And that should be good for our use drag hook. And now below this, we want to split up the tasks tags, because each tag has a list of tags, and we're just going to do some operations just so we can clean it up. We're going to have a function task.tags, and we're going to do a ternary operator, say that tasks.tags. Actually, hold on. Task singular tags dot split. We're going to split them by a comma. Otherwise, we're going to have an empty array, so we do not error out. So we have that list already. And then we also want to format our due date and start date because it's in UTC time, and it's also in a format that's not very useful. So we're going to say this is going to be a start date instead. We're going to give it a task.start date. Give it a question mark, say format would be new date. Task.start date should be like so. And then we should put a P in there. And now this format is going to come from date functions. It's kind of annoying that it's not coming from the IntelliSense, but we can import format from date fns like that. So now we can go down, we can see that we can use the format over here and make sure we close the start date and remove one of these params, and we have our format all working. And then we just need to finish up our ternary operator with an empty string, just in case. We're going to do the same thing for due date. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to copy this guy over here, paste it, call this formatted end date, and we're going to have this to be due date. End date, it should be due date instead. And then task start date should be, and then also we need the number of comments. So we're going to say number of comments is going to be task.comments. And we're going to grab the task.comments.length, and we're going to default it with 0 so we don't error out. And also we're going to create a priority tag for these, and we're going to use a bunch of ternary operators to make it easy. So inside here, we're going to grab the priority : like this. And priority should have a type of task type of priority so that we don't get TypeScript errors. And this is going to return a div, and inside here is going to be the priority, but we're going to have different colors for each priority. So we're going to do a class name. Now, I don't usually use nested ternary operators, but this is a good simple use case for something like this. So I'm going to do rounded full, padding of 2 in the X direction, padding of 1 in the Y direction, text of XS, font, semi, bold, and we're going to use a ternary operator. I'm going to say priority is going to be urgent. If so, we are just going to set this to be background of red of 200 with text of red 700. And then over here, I'm going to say priority is going to be high. And inside this, on the next line, I'm going to say background of yellow 200, text of yellow 700. And then I'm going to say priority for medium. We're going to have a background. Put on the next line, background of green 200, text of green 700. And then finally, I'm going to say priority is going to be low. And in here, I'm going to say background of blue 200, text of blue 700, not 7,000, 700. And we are going to do colon, background of gray 200 with text of gray 700. And I'm going to save it, and it should be formatted like this. So this is a different priority tag, different colors for each column and different tags. And now from here, we're going to return, and we're going to have a div, and we have to do a similar thing that we did before with drag and drop. We're going to have a reference, and we are going to pass in instance, or the argument, and we're going to pass it into drag this time. And we're going to pass in instance. And this drag is not identified because I forgot to change the drop that we had before to drag. So now that should be perfectly fine for our div. And inside our div, we're going to give it a class name of margin bottom of 4 with rounded, medium, background of white, shadow, dark, and background dark, secondary. And we are going to pass in ternary. We're going to say is dragging. We're going to change the opacity to be 50. So it's going to look a little bit different when we are dragging. We're going to say opacity is 100 when it's not. I'm going to close this div out, and I'm going to save it. All right, and below this, we're going to go over here. We're going to say task.attachments. So if we do have an attachment, we're going to also check if there is something in the attachments.length. So these are just all checks that we don't get an error for when it doesn't exist. And inside this, we're going to bring in the image from next/image. And the source URL that we're going to put is going to be $$ curly braces task.attachments. We're going to put 0 for the first one because it's always going to be at the first element. And we're going to pass in file URL. So now we do not have this image, but we will do it after I write this out. So we're going to have task.attachments 0, and we're going to say file name instead. Give it a width of 400, a height of 200, class name of auto with the full rounded top of medium, and we're going to close this out. So now if you do this, the image does not exist. Or actually, did we place? I don't recall, but we did place the images. Yes, we did place the images earlier. And so we are able to access the image that we have. Okay, from here, we're going to add a div. We're going to call this class name with padding of 4. And if it's larger than medium screen, we're going to give it a padding of 6. We're going to say div class name with flex items start. And we're going to do justify between for each one. Over here, I'm going to say div would be class name of flex with flex of 1, flex of wrap, items center, gap of 2. And close this div out. Inside of here, I'm going to do task.priority. And if that exists, we are going to pass in the priority tag that we created. So priority should is equal to task.priority. And then we can close this out like so, and the curly braces. So now we should be able to see that we have this task element for each tag, or task basically. Inside here, we're going to have a div. We're going to call this class name. We're going to do flex with a gap of 2 and pass in task tags split. And we're going to map this out, and we're going to give it a tag for each one. Below this is going to be a div with key of tag within, class name of rounded full, background of blue, 100, padding of 2 in the X direction, padding of 1 in the Y direction, text extra small, and we are going to pass in tag in curly braces and make sure we close our div. And that gives us our tags right after our status and priority. Below this, after 2 closing div tags, we're going to add a button. And we're going to do class name of flex, height of 6, width of 4, flex of shrink 0, items center, justify center, dark of text neutral 500. We're going to close this out, pass in ellipsis vertical, and we're going to give it a size of 26. Close this out like that. And we're getting there. So below this button and this closing div, we're going to go to the next section, and we're going to have a div. And we're going to say class name of my3 flex of justify between. Close this out, and we're going to have an h4 tag with class name of text medium, font bold, dark of text white. Close this out, call this task.title, and close it as well. So now we have the task name. Most of these are just numbered. I should have probably input different task title. You can do that, but the next thing we want is type of task.points, and we're going to check if that's equal to number. Make sure we don't error out because it might do that. We're going to have a div with class name, and we're going to say text extra small with font semi bold, dark of text white. Close this out. I'm going to have a closing div tag over here with task.points. This should be points like this. So right now, none of these actually have points, but if you did add points, project manager's favorite, you would be able to see the points as well. Below this, we have a div, and this is going to be the dates. So text XS, text of gray 500, dark of text neutral 500. As you can see, there's a lot of styling going on. If you really want something to look nice, you're going to have to add all of these little details. There's a lot of details when it comes to very nice looking websites. It just takes a whole process and takes a lot of time to do that. So here we're going to add a span, and we're going to add a formatted start date. And we're going to close that span. And over here, we're going to do formatted due date. And we're going to do the same thing with the span. Close that out, formatted, due date. I'm not sure what the config file is talking about. I'm going to save it. Then we should be able to see this. And it seems like we also need a dash in between. And so that is our start and due date. And by the way, right now we can move this back and forth already because we have the drag and drop as well. Over here, we have the p tag. We're going to say class name, text, extra small, text of gray 600 with the dark of text neutral 500. Close this out, put a task dot description, save that. Below this, we're going to have a div. We're going to say class name, margin top of 4, border of T, a border on the top, border of gray 200, dark border stroke dark. So this is the bottom or top border for each. And finally, we can add basically the users, the assigned users and things like that. So we're going to have div. We're going to add a class name, which margin top of 3, flex, items, center, justify between. We're going to close this out. And inside this, we're going to have a div. We're going to give it a class name of flex, negative space, x, 6 pixel. And we're going to do overflow hidden. Close this out. And we're going to pass in task.assignee. And we are going to pass in another image. And we are going to pass in the key. This is going to be task.assignee.user ID. This is going to be a source. Let's actually go up over here. And we're just going to pass all of this in from source right here because it's going to be very similar. I'm just going to paste that in, move that up, and adjust this. So task.assignee with profile picture URL. And we want to make sure it exists. And that's the not operator. And then we're going to change this to task.assignee.username. Give it a width of 30, height of 30. And we're going to change some of these values. So we're going to say h of 8, width of 8, rounded, full, border of 2, border of white, object dash cover, and dark border, dark dash secondary. And we want to make sure we close this image tag out, and we can then save it. And we should be able to see our first user, which is the assignee. From here, I'm going to copy this and paste it. And we're going to do the same thing, except change all the assignees to authors. So I'm going to hit Command D 4 times, change this to be author, and we can leave everything basically the same. So now we'll have the second user right on top of it. And then finally, below this, we're going to have the number of comments on the right side over here. So right below this closing div, we're going to add another div. Call this class name would be flex, items, center, text of gray 500 with the dark, text neutral 500. Close this out. I'm going to call the message square icon from Lucide React. Actually, message square more. That's the one we want. We're going to give this to be size of 20, and we're going to close this out. Give it a span with class name of margin left of 1. Make sure I have class name spelled correctly. Text of small, dark of text neutral 400. Close this out and have number of comments in here as well. And as you can see, we have the comments. Now there's no functionality to open up the comments, but if you would like, you can add that. And with that, let's just demo what we have created. So we have all of these columns. We have tasks, we have these tags, the name, the dates, we have the users, and then the comments, and we can drag and drop these values into different locations, and we'll get a fully updated Jira board, and it is also responsive. So there was a lot going on. So I just want to recap what we have in our code. We have our entire board view page. We also have the drag and drop provider. That is what we are using. And we are passing in the task columns that we create for our columns. And inside our task column, we have different elements of what this particular points are. We styled everything over here. We even have a button for creating a new task. And then we have our list of tasks for each column. And inside the task, we also use the use drag functionality in the drag and drop provider with different priority tags. And we are passing in different values, all the values that we need for each particular task. So there was a lot going on, but this is how you basically create Trello or Jira, depending on how you want to look at it. All right, so the next page we're going to create is going to be the list page. So the list page exists over here, and it's pretty simple. It's just going to display everything in just like a card format. So I'm going to go back to our Explorer, go under Projects, create a new folder. We're just going to call this List View. Now this will be a lot simpler compared to the board view because this is just a lot easier. So I'm going to call this index.tsx, close this out, close the board view, close the API, and I'm going to do tsrefce, call this list view, save it, and we're going to go back to page.tsx, and we're going to add another active tab, and we're going to call this list over here. Inside here, I'm going to call this list like so. We're not going to import anything, but we are going to import list from ... list view like so. So now if we go to our page, we can hit list and we should be able to see list view over here. So if I go back to our index, now we can start filling this out. And the first thing we're going to add is we're going to go back to board view, and we're just going to copy this ID and set is modal new task open from our board view, and we're going to paste it over here. And one more time, we're going to go back to board view. We're just going to copy this part over here, and we are going to replace our props so that we have the correct props for our component. Inside here, I'm going to say const data : tasks with error is loading, and we are going to import use get tasks query like we did before, and we are going to pass in project ID with number ID in parens. I'm going to go back to board view, go over here, copy this is loading and the error as well. Below this, I'm just going to paste it. An error occurred while fetching task, so we'll have an error as well. Inside here, I'm going to say class name with px4 pb8 xl px6. So different padding for different screen sizes. I'm going to get rid of the list view text. I'm going to add a div, call this class name, padding top of 5. Inside here, we're going to import our header from our components folder. We're going to add the header. We're going to add name with the list. And I'm going to just close this header out. Actually, this should be a self-closing tag. So we have a list tag. So that will be our header. And below this, we're going to have a div. We're going to call this class name with grid with columns of 1, gap of 4, and for medium and larger screens, we're going to give it a grid of columns 2. Large screens, we're going to give it a grid of columns 3. And for large screen, we're going to change the gap to 6. Close that. And we're just going to map out our task list. And we're going to do dot map. And we are going to set the task to be task type. So we are just going to import the task from @state/API. We don't need to call this task type because we do not have a component called task like we did before. So inside here, I'm going to create a component called task card because we're going to be using this task card in another location. But for now, we're just going to pass in a key with task ID because that is necessary for React. And then task is going to be passed into this card. So obviously our task card has not been created. So what we're going to do is we're going to first import it. Task card, even though we haven't created it, we're going to do @/app/components. Actually, sorry, no /app. We just need /components. And we are going to pass in task card. We're going to save that and go to our components folder, create a new folder. We're going to call this task card. And inside here, I'm going to create index.tsx. I'm going to call this tsrefce. So we initialize our component once again, pass in task card, save that. And for our props, I'm going to pass in task. And the type props is going to be task, which would be task from our @/state API typing. I'm also going to import format for later because we're going to format our dates as we did before. And inside here, we're not going to do a lot of things. We're just going to have a lot of JSX that will display our information. Let's actually close this div. And then we're going to have a class name with margin bottom of 3, rounded corners, background of white, padding of 4, shadow with a dark, background dark of secondary, and a dark of text white. Inside here, I'm going to give a task.attachments. We're going to check if that exists. And again, we want to make sure it also has some value inside it. Otherwise, we just keep it empty. And we can add some divs in here. So inside this div, we're going to make sure we have a closing tag. We have a strong tag. We're just going to make the bold right here with attachments, colon, and then the div with class name of flex wrap, and we are going to close that as well. Inside this flex wrap, we're going to have task.attachments, and we're going to grab the task attachment length greater than 0 just to make sure we're not erroring out like we did before. And we are going to pass in image component from next image. And similarly from the board view, we're going to search up our image tag. We're just going to copy this entire thing, go over here, and paste it exactly that way. And the only thing different is we're just going to keep the rounded MD, but everything else should be the same. And then from here, we're going to set the ID. So we're going to have a P tag, and we're going to set the strong. So we're just going to copy the attachments of the strong over here. We're going to pass in ID inside here, and I'm going to have task.id like so. I'm going to save it. I'm going to copy this because we're going to be just using this multiple times to make it very simple. Let's paste it over here multiple times because the format is pretty much identical throughout. This should be title, task.title as well. This should be description. This should be in empty string, so we have space. And inside here, we're going to hit enter. We're going to put task.description. Make sure it exists. We're going to say no. Oops. Has a or operator. No description provided like so. This one is going to be status, and task.status will be the value. Priority, it should be task.priority. Tags, we're going to say task.tags or no tags if it doesn't exist. We're going to have start date, and over here we're going to have a space as well. And on the next line, we're going to add task.startDate. Do a ternary operator. We're going to pass in format with new date, task.startDate. Close the parenthesis, comma, capital P, colon, not set. I'm going to save that. We're going to copy this entire thing over here for the next line. This one should be end due date. This one should be due date for both of these. And we're going to copy 2 more times from the tags like this. We're going to pass in author. We're going to say task.author. Have a ternary operator, say task.author.username. And remove this. We're going to do colon and unknown. And the last one should be assignee. We're going to copy this entire thing once again, paste it over here, and I'm going to change the author to assignee, and this one should be unassigned. And save it. So now I'm going to go back to list view, and we're going to make sure the task card gets imported correctly. Close that out. Task card should be there. And save it. And we should go to our list. And as you can see, we have our list of tasks. Pretty simple. You can probably style this better than I did over here. This is just a list to show all the information in a more list-like fashion, which might be an easier view to see sometimes for tasks. So the next thing we're going to be building is going to be this timeline over here. So this will be a Gantt chart is what it's called. And we have different days of where the task exists. And that includes the start date, end date, and so on and so forth. So we have week, day, month, and these all exist. And we have an add new task over here. So I'm going to minimize it over here so you can see that we actually, and this is the Gantt task React library that we're going to be using to create this. Otherwise, it would be kind of too much of a pain to create it from complete scratch. So we're going to be using this library. And as you can see in the demo, you can take a look on what it provides, but this provides more of a timeline view of all the tasks. And you can check the link in the description for this. All right, so let's go over to our own application. And inside page.tsx, we're going to be copying this, but we're going to create it for timeline this time. This will be timeline like so, and we are going to call this timeline, which is a component we have not created. So we're going to import timeline from /timeline view. We're going to save that. We're going to get an error because we haven't created it, but we're going to do timeline view. And inside this folder, we're going to create a new file called index.tsx. Inside here, I'm going to do tsrfce, and we're going to call this timeline. Save it, and we're going to make sure it works over here. So I am going to re-import that timeline view. And we can see we still have an error because we haven't added the props. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to open up the list view just so we can copy a few things. So in our list view, I want you to copy the ID string, set is modal, all of those good stuff over here. We're going to paste that. And we're going to go down to in our list view once again, copy this, paste it over here so we have the same set And we're also going to create another type, and we're going to call this task type items. And I'm going to put task or milestone or project. So this will be different items for our different types that we'll be using a little later. Inside here, we're also going to have a dark mode because we want to make some color adjustments for dark mode. And this is the one time we're actually going to use it. So it's nice that we are able to select from our Redux store and just pass it over here. And we don't have to drill. We don't have to do any kind of React prop drilling. And in here, we're going to have state, pass in state.global is dark mode like so. And once again, we're going to grab the tasks. So over here in our list view, we're going to grab everything that we had with the use get task query, paste it over here. And make sure we import that as well. And then inside here, we're going to do display options and set display options. We're going to have a state so we have different visual options for our timeline. And that is part of the library. And we also want to pass in display options as the type, and that comes from Gantt task React. So we are going to import display option from Gantt task React. And also we need to import use state. And this actually should be singular over here, so we have that aligned. And then we can have view mode, and we also have view mode that gets imported from Gantt task React. And then we're going to set that as month. And we're going to set the locale to be English US. So that is exactly what this is doing. So by default, it's month, but we're going to be able to change it to week and day with these values. And then inside here, we want to format our Gantt tasks so that the library can read it, because our format for the task is not exactly the way we need. And we're going to use memo just so it only updates as needed. So we're going to return the tasks, and we're going to map it, and we're going to pass in task as well over here. And it should return an object. So make careful note of the closing and opening paragraph or parens and curly braces over here. We're also going to do start with the new date task.startDate as string. We're then going to pass end to be new date task.doDate as string as well. And then we're going to do name task.title ID : template string should be task to be task ID. So we have a unique ID for each one. We're also going to have a type. And this one's going to be task, but these are going to involve different task type for Gantt tasks. So this is necessary for how Gantt is setting up our types. And then progress is going to be task.points. And we're going to do a ternary operator, say task.points divided by 10, multiplied by 100, or 0 if it doesn't exist. So it depends on how many points that we have is going to determine what the progress bar is. And we're also going to set is disabled to be false. And we also forgot a comma over there. I'm going to make sure we initialize with an empty object over there. We're going to do comma, pass in tasks over here, and we are going to save it. And once again, I'm going to go back to list view. I'm going to copy this if is loading an error and pass it over here to make sure we have that error handling. And then finally, we're going to create a function that will handle the change for the view mode. So basically something that will help change this, we need to make some modifications to it. So we're going to do handle view mode change, and we're going to put a parens. We're going to say event is going to be react that change event. We're going to pass in HTML select element, and with an arrow function like so, we're going to set display options. And inside here, I'm going to set previous and return inside over here. Make sure we have the right amount of parens. And we're going to copy the previous values. But we're also going to add a view mode, and we're going to set event.target.value as view mode. So this will allow us to have an event handler that will change based on the month, day, or week that we change it to. So over here in our div, we're going to do class name px4 xl px6, so different padding for different screen sizes. Inside here, we're going to have a div with class name of flex wrap, items center, justify between, and a gap of 2, py of 5. Again, we're just doing a lot of flex items and setting up the layout. We're going to set h1 to be class name with me2, text of large, font of bold, dark of text white. And in here, I'm going to pass in project tasks timeline as well. And we can see, let's click on our timeline, and we can see that header over here. And then I'm going to say div is going to be class name with relative inline block with a width of 64. Inside here, I'm going to add a select dropdown and add a class name with focus to be shadow outline. So this is going to be kind of long, but we're going to have block with width full, appearance, actually, yeah, that's correct. Appearance of none with a rounded border of gray 400, background of white, padding 4 in the X direction, padding 2 in the Y direction, padding right of 8, leading tight, shadow, a hover with border gray 500, focus of outline none, a dark of border dark secondary, and a dark of background dark secondary, and a dark of text white. So a lot of just styling for light and dark mode. I'm going to save it. Go over here. We need to add a value to select. So I'm going to set value to be display options to be view mode over here. On change is going to be handle view mode change. So that will be the event handler for the select that we created earlier. Inside his is going to be option with value view mode dot day, and the day will be the value, and we're going to copy this 2 times over. So paste it over here, paste it over here. This should be week, and this should be month. And that should be able to adjust when we select it. And then 2 closing divs later, I'm going to make a space. I'm going to do div, class name, do overflow hidden with rounded medium borders, background of white, shadow, dark with background, dark secondary, and we're going to do dark of text white. Inside here, I'm going to have a div with class name of timeline. Now we're going to be styling this in the global CSS file, and that's because we cannot directly select it without it being kind of invasive. So we'll take care of that shortly, but let's create our Gantt chart first. So we're going to grab Gantt from Gantt task React. And inside of here, we're going to pass in tasks. So I'm going to pass in Gantt tasks that we had above here, right here. That's what we're passing in. And we're also going to have to put in our display options as part of this library. And then from here, we're going to set the column width, and it's dependent on the view mode. So column width is going to depend on whether the view mode is equal to the view mode dot month. So if it is, we're going to set that to be 150. Otherwise, we're going to set that to be 100. Then we're going to set the list cell width to be 100 pixel. The bar background color is going to be is dark mode. And if it's not, we're going to do 101214 colon AEB8C2 like this. And this should be a string like that. And below this, we're going to do bar background selected color is equal to is dark mode question mark with 000 colon number 9BA1E6. And we want to close this up. And as you can see, it's a little jumbled up and messed up right now. And we're getting an underline issue over here. That's because if you go over here, this should be not in string. I'm not sure why I put that in string. And it should be task type items. So we can save it. We won't get that underline error, but we do obviously have this weird problem of styling, which we'll... But before that, let's add a div. Below, we're going to say class name is px-4, padding of bottom of 5, padding top of 1. We're going to close that. We're going to give it a button like so. And inside this button, we're going to give it a class name with flex, items, center, rounded, background blue of primary, px of 3, py of 2, text of white, and hover background blue 600. Below this, I'm going to set on click would be an arrow function to be set is modal new task open to be true. And again, we did not create the modal just yet, but this is for future. So we're going to add a new task over here. So we should be able to see that button. Now for this Gantt task, there's not much styling options. You can change the background color, the selected color as well, but there's not much option to really customize it. So what you have to do for a library like this is open up the inspector tab, and then you can go and select different options. And we would want to select the classes that are provided by the library. So if you take a look, some of these classes are shown, but you really need to be able to target the correct ones. But we're going to go through and we're going to write all the styling over here. And in the link in the description, you can go to the globals.css file and you can basically just copy and paste all the styling over here. And we can paste it down here. And this is a lot of custom styling for our Gantt chart, and it should turn up light. If you go back to timeline view, there's a few things I wanted to change. Right here, it says 9BA1E6. This should be A6. And as you can see, we still have this weird issue of the alignment. So we actually need to import something. We actually need to import Gantt task-react/dist/index.css. And this is part of the Gantt task chart. And as you can see, we have a lot of our styling. If we go to dark mode, we can see that we have styling for that. So it's a bit of a hassle to style this particular library because you have to use globals.css to do so. But once you do, you'll able to use this timeline in a nice and easy manner. Also, I refreshed the page to fix the scroll bar because If you just change the CSS, it's not going to automatically fix. So there is our Gantt timeline chart for this particular board. And last but not least, we're going to do the table page. If you go over here, this is a pretty straightforward table. We have all of these values. We can add this table with the same list of tasks that we have before. So let's get started. So we're going to go and do our usual. I'm going to keep the timeline view open so we can copy this later, but we can go to page and we can just copy this over for the timeline, but this is for table. Change this to table, and this will be table as well. And we are going to import table from .. table view. Save that. We're going to get an error because we need to create the folder. We're going to call this table view. And inside here, create a new file called index.tsx. And inside here, I'm going to do ts rafce. Change this to table view. Save it. And then go back to page, make sure we re-import it again, save it, and we can start working on our table view. And just like before, we're going to go back to timeline view, copy this over with the ID and set is modal task open, paste it over here, go back to timeline view, go into these curly braces, copy that, paste it on top of props as well. And then we can also, once again, go back to timeline view, copy this entire thing from isDarkMode and use getTaskQuery. We're going to be using that some values for these tasks. And we're going to make sure we import everything use app selector as well. I'm going to retype the query for use getTaskQuery, grab the list of tasks, and go down to timeline view once more. Go down over here. We're going to copy this is loading. And we're going to paste that over here. So we'll have loading and error as well. Below this, we are going to add, we're going to do class name of height, and it's going to be precise. We're going to do height of 540 pixel and a width of full with padding of 4, padding bottom of 8, and for extra large screen padding of 6, like so. Very similar to what we did before. Inside here, I'm going to do a div with class name of padding top of 5. Close that out. Bring in our header component from @component/header with name being table. And this should be a self-closing tag. And we also want to set this to be is small text version. So it's a smaller version of our normal text. So if I go over here, we should be able to see table and it should be aligned perfect. And below this, this is where we can add our data grid component. And this should be imported from MUI data grid. So I'm going to import data grid from MUI/xDataGrid. So it's not going to work just yet because we need some props for data grid as well. So we're going to add rows. This should have tasks, but we should also account for the possibility of not having any values. And then we're going to have columns as well. And it's going to come from a columns object that we have not created. So again, this is Material UI Data Grid, which is a nice library for basically the table. And this is one of the best table components that I know because it has extensive functionality. They have a pro plan, which is paid, but you generally do not need that option. You can do the free one and it should cover majority of your use cases. So you can install those and you can create your table with very much ease. I can tell you, if you ever create your table from scratch, it is not easy. It is a pain. There's a lot of work involved. So using a table component is very nice. Over here, I'm going to create columns and I'm going to pass in grid column def from MUI data grid. And it's going to be an array. So this is just the way you type the grid columns. And in here, we're going to set the columns for each value. So this is mapping out the task object that we get from the backend, and we're mapping it into separate columns. So the field and the value that we're going to map from is going to be title. And this one's going to have a header name of title. And we're going to have a width of 100. So this is how you specifically set each column for each row. And then field is going to be description, lowercase. The header name is going to be capitalized description. But this time we're going to have a width of 200 because it's longer. And for now, let's save it and let's take a look. So right now we have title and we have description. So we're basically mapping out our values. And we're going to continue doing that. For now, we're going to skip the status because that one will be the most complicated. But we're going to say priority, like so. And also add a capitalized priority over here. This one is going to have a width of 75. And I'm going to pass or copy and paste this a couple more times. We're going to have tags, and this is going to be capitalized tags with width of 130. We're going to have a start date. And then this should be start date as well. Width should be 130. Due date over here. Due date should be capitalized and width of 130. Copy this, paste it over here for author, lowercase. We're going to have a capitalized author over here. And this is going to be 150. And we're going to modify the cell for this one. We're going to have render cell. We're going to pass in params. And this is going to be params.value.username. And we want to make sure that if it doesn't exist, we're going to have an unknown. So this is if we want to customize our cell. We use render cell for those. We're going to do the same thing for assignee. Change this to assignee, capitalize the header name, keep the width to be 150, keep everything the same, except this is going to be unassigned. And finally, we can save it. We can see all of this. And then we can also do status. So we're going to go up, and that should be after description. I'm going to put field, status. Header name should be status capitalized. Width of 130. Render cell is going to be params. And we are going to modify this to include a span with class name, inline flex, rounded full, background green of 100, pixel of 2, or padding of 2, text of extra small, font semi bold, leading of 5, text of green 800, and we are going to wrap that around params.value. So basically we're customizing it so it can look like this. So basically we have a rounded circle around our text, and that's how we can use render cell to do such a thing. So now if you take a look, it looks pretty good, but there's a few things that are different from our final version. So if you take a look, a lot of this is all white, which looks a little better than this grayish color that we have for the background. If you take a look over here, and we also have dark mode, we can switch this to dark mode and it looks really good. But if you go over here, the color is kind of messed up. So we're going to do a few things to modify the classes over here. So typically we can just write class name over here and class name like this. And we're just going to keep it empty. And then we're also going to have SX is going to be data grid, something like that. We're going to have some values, but we're going to be reusing this multiple times. So instead, what we're going to do is I'm going to go outside of our folder because we're going to be reusing it. And I'm going to create a new folder called lib. And inside this lib, I'm going to create a file called utils.ts. This is so we can reuse this particular function that we're going to be using through multiple tables, because we're going to be using this table component multiple times, and this is to make it a lot easier to use. So in here, I'm going to do export const data grid class names. And this is going to involve border gray of 200, background of white, shadow with dark, border stroke dark, and a dark color for background dark secondary, and dark of text gray 200. We're going to save that. And we're going to import data grid class names from @lib utils. So if we save that, we can see we have the white background. But we still have not finished everything yet. So that's where we're going to use SX, because some of the class names you can't really access just by using the class name. So we're going to use SX to do the rest. So I'm going to go back to utils. I'm going to use export const data grid SX styles. And inside this, I need a isDark mode because I need to pass the Boolean in from the parent component, because we need to have different colors depending on the dark mode or light mode. So I'm going to return, and over here, I'm going to do a and MUI data grid column headers. So this changes the background color. And if it's a color, we are going to set is dark mode with a ternary operator. We're going to set E5, E7, EB. Inside here, I'm going to do colon, empty string. And I realized this needs to actually be surrounding that, like that. And over here, I'm going to set and role is equal to row. Like this, and we're selecting the rows over here. We're going to do colon, put an empty bracket, and we're going to say background color should be, we're just going to copy this over here because we're going to use this multiple times, but we're going to be setting different colors. These are all manual colors, and I know we could probably do a better setup, but sometimes we're just going to make it easy and have it all set up manually. Over here, I'm going to do border color, paste it over here, and we're going to do 2D3135 like this, and go on to the next line. And over here, I'm going to do and.mui icon button root, colon, and I'm going to set the color, copy this over, paste it over here, change this to A3, A3, A3. I'm going to copy this entire guy, and we're going to copy this multiple times because it's going to be very similar. And make sure we have comma and MUI button root. This should be MUI table pagination. We're going to keep that the same. We're going to hit a comma over here. This one's going to be pagination, table pagination dash select icon. Keep everything the same. MUI data grid for this particular one, dash cell. And we are just going to set this one to be border to be none in strings. Put a comma over here. MUI data grid row. And this one's going to have border bottom. And inside this template string, I'm going to do 1 pixel solid. Change this to 2D 3135, and in this string, E5, E7, EB. And then the last one, MUI data grid with border color. We're going to change the border color over here. And we're going to copy this guy, paste it over here. And I'm going to remove this last one. There should be a comma over here. And we should be pretty much good to go. And again, in the link in the description, you can go to the repo and copy this if you're having any issues not aligning it to what you see on my screen. So if you go back to table, we're now going to import that guy, data grid SX styles from @libutils. And we're also going to pass in is dark mode because we need to pass in the dark mode that we had originally. And we're going to save it. So now this will allow us to see that our dark mode is aligned just as we have it over here. And it seems like it's almost identical. I think there is some issues with the border. And if you take a look, one thing that's different is this MUI data grid. I forgot that A, and you can see that our border only comes at the bottom of this particular one. And there you go. That's pretty much our table that we have, and we can see everything going like this. Perfect. All right, with those 4 tabs out of the way, now we can look at our new board section. So this is our new project, and we can do project name, description, and we can add team ID as well. So over here, we're going to create this button. We're going to go back. Let's close all of this. We're going to go to page.tsx, and we are going to go to project header, go in here, and we're going to create a new modal over here. So we're going to do modal new project, and we are going to say is open, and we're just going to pass in is modal new project open, and on close, we are just going to set the arrow function set is modal new project open, and that's going to be set to false. And we are going to close that. And then from here, we're going to go to header, and we're going to add button component so we can see how we can click on this modal so we can have it pop up. So in here, I'm going to put button like this, close it. And inside here, I'm going to do class name with flex, items, center, rounded, medium, corners, background blue, primary, padding in the X direction of 3, padding of 2 in the Y direction, text of white, hover with background blue of 600. And on the next line, I'm going to say on click, we are going to put the arrow function and do set is modal new project open to be true. Inside of this, we're going to put plus square, and we're going to import that from loose-side React to class name with margin right of 2, height of 5, width of 5. We're going to close this, and I'm going to put new boards like this. And if you look at our current project, we're going to get modal new project is not defined, but I'm just going to comment this out so we can see that we have a button now. Now this button doesn't really do anything. So what we want to do is we're going to create this modal new project, but we also want to create the modal component. And we're going to have that separate because we're going to use this for both new project modal as well as new task modal. So we're going to go to over here in our components directory, create a new folder. We're going to call this modal. And inside here, I'm going to have an index.tsx. I'm going to close that out, write ts, rafce, initialize that, and say modal, and save it. All right, so this is going to have some props. We're going to say children is going to be react.react node. So we can pass in a children for this particular one. We're going to have is open. We're going to pass in a Boolean, and we're going to pass in on close. This will be an empty function with void. The name is going to be string. And inside here, we're going to have the same exact props. So we're going to have children with is open on close and name as well. And we're just going to say if is open is not true, we're going to return null, meaning the modal is closed in that scenario. And for a modal component, we actually can use react.dom.create portal. Actually, react dom.create portal like this. So this is when you want to essentially create a portal within and make a modal on top of everything else. And in here, we're going to do a number of stylings. So we're going to do div class name is equal to fixed with an inset of 0, flex with a height of full, width of full, items center, justify center, overflow of y, auto, background of gray 600, background opacity of 50, padding of 4. So essentially what this part is exactly doing is it's going to give us the background mask when you see it. Take a look over here. We have a new board. Everything else is masked behind it. We also need to import over here React DOM from React DOM like this. So in our div, we're going to have another div as well. So this is just a container of the modal. So we have the background mask, and this is the inside part. So we're going to set this to be width of full, a max width of 2XL, rounded, large, background of white, padding of 4, shadow being large, and a dark background of dark secondary. I'm going to close this, and inside here, we're going to have header from our header component, and I'm going to say name is going to be passed in the name that we have, with button component is going to pass in our button, which we can do with class name, with flex, height of 7, width of 7, items of center, justify center, rounded full, background of blue, primary, text of white, and hover of background blue, 600. So this is the close button for our modal, and we want to set on click to be on close. I'm going to close this button, and over here we're going to have an X from Lucide React, and we're going to set that to be size of 18, and we are going to close that. And over here we're going to make sure we have a self-closing header. We can save it, and also we want to make this to be is small text because that's a variation. And inside here I'm going to set the children inside our JSX. And the last thing we need to do is add document.body, because that is exactly what the React DOM create portal is going to need. So that is our modal component. And now we can use this modal component inside the modal new project and modal new task. So we're going to go back to project header, close this index that we just created. We're going to grab this modal new project. We're going to import modal new project from / modal new project. And we are going to create this component now. So over here under projects, create a new folder called modal new project. And inside here, I'm going to do index.tsx. And we're going to do tsrafce to create our component. So I'm going to do modal new project over here. And now inside our props, I'm going to give it an is open Boolean so we can check, or we can pass in the props and determine if it's open or not. And then on close is going to be an empty arrow function so we can close it as well if we need to. So in here in our props, we're going to have is open and on close. And within here, we're going to have create project, and we're going to set this to be is loading. So this is going to be an API call. And we created this a long time ago, use create project mutation. So now we can call this and we can use this for creating our project once we create our board. So when we hit this create project, that will create the project on the back end. So let's go back. Currently, everything is messed up because we do not have this to be existing. So let's actually fix this. And it should be ./modal new project, not 2 dots. So we can save it. And we have our modal new project over here. And what we want to do is if you take a look at the final product, we have all these inputs, and we're going to be saving each of these inputs into a different state. Now we can use a form library, but for a small form like this, we're not going to have that much validation. So we're just going to keep it simple and just manually do it and keep the validation to a very minimum. We're going to say use state, pass an empty string over here, and we're going to copy this 5 times. This one should be description, like this. Make this capitalized. This should be start date, like so. Capitalize this S. The end date, like this. Capitalize the E. And then the team ID. Team ID. And we're going to set the T. Keep it empty like that. And what we're going to do, and you know what? I don't think we actually need the team ID. If I recall before, it seems like we actually didn't really use the team ID. So if you take a look, create project, yeah, there is no team ID, so we actually don't need to add that. So we're just going to keep it like this and have no team ID over here. And the first thing we want to handle is the handle submit function. So this is going to be an async function with an arrow function like this. And we're going to say if project name does not exist. And we're going to check if start date does not exist or end date does not exist. We're just going to hit return because those are values we need. Otherwise, we're going to say await create project, and we're going to say name is going to be project name. From the state that we have, description, start date like so. Actually, this could be just a comma like this, and end date as well. So this is the API call. And again, we're passing in project name, description, start date, and end date. So if I go to use create project mutation, I can go back up, create project. We're passing in the project list that gets sent to the backend. And our backend is going to utilize those values once we hit submit. And we're also going to check if is form valid. We're going to need this function. We're going to say return project name. Check if it exists, as well as the description. And then we are going to do start date, end date, like so. And we're going to set the input styles. So this will be the styles for every input that we have. And we're just going to set this because we can repeat this for every input. So the width is going to be full. It's going to be rounded, border of gray 300, padding of 2, shadow of small with a dark border, dark tertiary, like so, and a dark background of dark tertiary. That should be a dash, dark tertiary like this, with the dark of text white, a dark of focus, outline, and none. So that is our styles for our input. So now we can actually go to our JSX and we can start inputting the things we need. So we want to import the modal component because this is an easy way for us to surround our component without having to write all the styling and the button, all of that stuff. We don't have to rewrite or anything like that. So we're first going to pass in isOpen, and we're going to pass the isOpen that we have from the parent component. Same thing with onClose. And the name of this component will be create new project. We're going to save that, and voila, we have this create new project. We can turn it off, go back, and create it again. But we want stuff in there, so we're going to create a form. And inside here, I'm going to do class name of margin top of 4 with space of Y6 to give it our spacing. And on submit, we want to set E to be like this and make sure that when we hit submit, we don't refresh the page. And we do that using e.prevent default. And we also want to obviously invoke our handle submit function when we hit submit. So all our inputs is going to exist over here. So we're going to set this to be input with type is equal to text, like this. And then class name is going to include the input styles that we created. So input styles like this. The placeholder is going to be project name. The value is going to be project name. And then on change is going to be the event handler like this with set project name with e.target.value. I'm going to close this out, and we're going to have our first input. This could be a closing input like this, so it's more cleaner. All right, so we're going to copy this multiple times, but we're going to modify a few of these. So the first one is going to be a description, but description is going to be a text area instead. And the text area does not have a type. We can use the same class name. We can have a description as the placeholder, but the value is going to be description, and this is going to be set description. So we have description over here with project name, and the next one is going to be the dates. The date has to include like a little grid. We're going to do grid with grid columns of 1, gap, and SM. For larger screens, we're going to do grid columns 2 so that they're on the same line with gap of 2 as well. So this is just a small modifications so that we get some variance on bigger screens. This is going to be type of date instead, and the value is going to be start date. We're going to get rid of the placeholder, and we are just going to set this to be set start date. And we can actually just copy this one and replace this input over here. And we are going to change this one to be start date. This should be end date. And I'm going to capitalize this one right here. And as you can see, we have some values, and we can change the values as we need. And lastly, we can get rid of these inputs. We don't need team ID like I mentioned, so we're just going to create a button. And this is going to be a type of submit. And we're going to have a number of class names over here. We're going to do a template string with margin top of 4, flex, width of full, justify, center, rounded, corners, medium, border, transparent, background blue, primary, padding in the X direction of 4, padding of 2 in the Y direction, text of base, font medium, text of white, shadow being small, hover of background blue 600 with a focus of an outline of none, focus being ring-2, and focus of ring-B. a ring blue 600, and then focus offset -2. There's a lot of, there's a lot going on over here. And if is form valid is not true, we are going to set is loading, and we're going to set cursor not allowed, and opacity is going to be 50, and we're going to have an empty string like this. And I'm going to close this, and the button should be is disabled, and it is actually disabled, should be singular like this, or lowercase, I mean, and we're going to check if it's form valid or not. And if it is, we're going to do is loading. There is no not operator, so we're just going to keep it like that. So it's disabled when it's loading and when it's not valid form. And inside here, we're going to say is loading, and we're going to set creating. Otherwise, we just want to write create project. And now we should have our create project. Now you cannot click it over here, but you can do it when you have all of these values, test project and test description. And let's actually check if this is going to work. So before I hit create project, I'm going to open up the inspector, Alt Command or Alt Control I, and we're going to go to network. And we want to see when we hit create project, we are getting a fetch error. And the error we get is expected ISO 8601 date time. So that means our date time is not exactly what we want. So now I console log this start date so you can see that we have 2024 8/15. This is not the right format. What we want is a format that looks like this, if you remember. This is the type of format that we want. And we can do that with the date functions library. So over here, I'm going to import format ISO from date fns. So we're going to import that. And what we want to do is go over here. I'm going to say const formatted start date, and we are going to write format ISO, plural, or actually capitalize, I mean, and it's going to be a new date with start date, comma, an object with representation, colon, and complete like so. I'm going to copy this line, go to our next line, and I'm going to change this to formatted end date, and this should be end date as well. And over here where we have our start date, we're going to say formatted start date. Same thing with our end date. We're going to say formatted end date. And we're just going to check this, see if it has the right. Actually, we don't need the console log. We can just test if it's going to go and create the right value in the network tab. So if you take a look, we hit create projects. And as you can see, our end date, start date is now correct. We go to preview and we can see the response. We get the project back, basically saying that it worked. We now have that project in our database. So there we go. We have our create new project modal all working perfectly fine. All right, with that, we can now go focus on the modal new task. So I'm going to open this up, close that over here, minimize this. And what we want, I'm going to close all of these except for page.tsx. And we are going to create our modal new task over here. So right here, I'm going to say modal new task, which we have not created. And we're going to say is open is equal to is modal new task open. And then from here, I'm going to use on close, have an arrow function. We're going to set is modal new task open. And we are going to set this to be false. And we are going to close that like this. Right now it's going to error out because it does not exist. And a couple other things that I want to do before we start creating this modal is we want to go to list view, and we did not actually add a button component over here. So we want to actually do that. So we're going to do button component, and we are going to pass in our button. So we're going to do button like this with class name, flex, items, center. Let me close this. Background blue of primary, padding of 3 in the X, 2 in the Y, text of white, hover of background blue 600. And on the next line, I'm going to select on click. We're going to have an arrow function. We're going to set is modal, new task, open to be true. Close this button, and we're going to write add task. And below this is going to be is small text, which is something I didn't do last time. So we're going to have a header component right here that is going to do that. And similarly, we're going to copy this, the button component, and I'm going to go to the table view because we did not have a component over there. I'm going to paste this, replace it with our button component like this, and it should be exactly the same. And now if we go back to our actual view, we can see that table task, we have an add task button over there. And then if you go to the list, we now have a list over here and add task button over here. And I think it looks better with a rounded corner radius. So we're going to add this to table view and list view, and we should have round corners. So that should be good. Okay, so now modal new task. So now the modal new task is actually going to be, let me close these pages, is actually going to be in the components directory because we're going to use this modal in another page. So this is not the only area, like the projects area is not the only place we're going to use this. So we're going to create a new folder. We're going to call this modal new task in our components directory. And I'm going to create a new file in there with index.tsx. And in here, I'm going to do that, write tsrifce in our new file, call this modal new task. And in here, I'm going to make sure we import it from @components modal new task like that. And I'm going to save it. And to make our lives easy, because most of the styling and things like that is going to be similar to the modal new project, we're going to have to modify a number of things for sure, but we can just use this as a template. So we're going to Command A or Control A to select everything, Command C, copy it, and we're just going to paste it over here. And we will be modifying quite a bit, but let's grab modal new project, do Command D, so we can grab both of them, and we're going to hit modal new task like this. So over here, instead of this create project, we're going to use create task like this. We don't need the is loading for this particular one, and we are just going to use create task mutation. So it's similar, but this is for task. So instead of creating a project, we're going to create a task for our project. And over here, I'm going to do title, and I'm going to set the title as well. I'm actually going to just copy this multiple times because we're going to have a lot of properties for this one because it's the task. And we are going to set this one as status and make sure we capitalize the status over here. The end date should be priority like this. The next one is going to be tags. So I'm going to select that. Should be tags like so. Make sure we capitalize that. The next one is going to be start date like so. Make sure the S is capitalized. The end date is actually going to be due date instead. Make sure we capitalize that. We're going to copy this, and this is going to be author user ID. This should be capitalized for the author. I'm going to copy and paste this one more time like this. And this author user ID should be instead assigned user ID. And this should be capitalized for assigned. And over here for the handle submit, we can do title, description. Actually, description is optional, so we're going to do status. And actually, if we take a look over here, we go to our API file with the types. So we can go over here, we can see the task. A lot of this is optional. So we can just keep this as title. Otherwise, we can just return. That's the only thing we really want to add. Instead of this end date, this should be a due date. And this create project should instead be create task. And we can just start filling this out like we normally do with title, description, status, priority, tags, start date. But this one should be formatted start date. This one should be due date. And that should be formatted due date. Formatted end date, sorry. Actually, this should, just to be clear, we need to make this a due date instead, because we had a different value for those. And then author user ID, we're going to say it's parse int to make sure it's a number. So we're going to say author user ID like this. This would be a comma, and assigned user ID colon parse int should be assigned user ID. Now we have these two screaming at us. So instead, if we go to our status, it's because we are not typing and accounting for the fact that these are status values and it's an enum. So we need to bring in status from state API. And that's why enums are pretty useful for scenarios like this. And we want to set the status to be to do as the basic default. So you can actually use the enum at runtime for TypeScript. So just remember that you can do something like this for enum only. And then we're also going to import priority as well. So we're doing the same thing. And I'm going to pass in priority.backlog as well for our priority. And our linter is no longer screaming at us for create task. Now for is form valid, we're just going to have return title. So it's pretty much the same thing. Title is the only one that is basically mandatory. And we have our input styles, so we can just use that. And instead, we're also going to have select styles as well. And we're going to be using that multiple times because we have 2 selects, I believe. And then from here, we're going to do margin bottom of 4 with block, with the full, rounded, with the border. And the border is going to be gray 300 color, padding in the X direction of 3, padding in the Y direction of 2. We're going to have dark in dark mode border, dark tertiary colors that we set a long time ago in Tailwind. Same thing, background of dark tertiary, and dark of text of white. And for dark, we're going to set the focus outline to be none, like this. Now we're getting there. We still have some errors because a lot of this is not defined and we need to fix this. But for now, we're just going to start with create new task instead of new project. And inside of here, we're going to have an input type of text. Placeholder is going to be title. Oh, my mistake. Class name should be input styles. Placeholder should be title. Value should be title as well. And set project name should be set title. I'm sorry, this is not set title. This should be title as a value. And for our text area, we can leave the input styles. Description is fine. Description is, all of this is pretty much fine. We can keep that as is. And for this part, we're going to change these dates. Actually, we're going to keep this. We're going to copy it and we're going to paste it over here. Now we're going to do the same thing except for select dropdowns. So we're just going to remove the inputs over here and we're going to have a select dropdown like this. And inside our select, we're going to have a class name of select styles with value of status on change with an event handler being passed into a function, and we are going to do set status like so. We're going to pass in status, and what we are going to pass in is the e.target.value. And we're going to set as key of type of status. And this is the wonderful Typescript that we have to deal with. And this closing bracket is a key of type of status space. So basically on change, we're passing in a status of the value that we selected. So it's a little confusing, but we're basically passing in the option and we're just using the enum to select them. So the value is going to be an empty string, and we are going to set select status as our first option. And below this, we're going to set another option. We're going to say value is going to be status.todo. And we are going to use to do as the first option. I'm going to copy this, paste it 3 times. This one's going to be work in progress. This one's going to be under review. This one's going to be completed. We're going to change this one to be work in progress as well. This one's going to be under review, and this one's going to be completed. So we have our first select dropdown, and I'm going to copy this, and we're going to paste this, and we're going to do the same exact thing for priorities. So I'm going to set this to be priority. Set status should be priority. I'm going to select both of these status and that one and all of these right here with Command D. And I'm going to set all of these to be priority capitalized. So this is going to be urgent. Below this is going to be high. This is going to be medium. This one's going to be low. And we're going to have to copy one more for backlog. This is completed, should be backlog at the bottom. Completed over here should be low. This one should be medium. This one should be high. And this one should be urgent. I'm going to save that. And we're going to go back up, grab this first input that we have, and we are going to paste it below our select dropdowns. And this one's going to be type of text, input styles. The placeholder should be tags with comma separated, like so. This title should be tags, and we are going to do set tags. Oops. Didn't mean to do that, so set tags like this. Now for the dates, we just have a small little modification. We can keep all of this. Set state, start date is fine, but the due date should instead, or the end date should be due date, like so. And since we already had it pasted, we want to add 2 more inputs. We're going to input text to be author user ID for the placeholder, like this. Input styles, the value should be author user ID, and same with set title, set author user ID. And the last one is going to be assigned user ID capitalized. Title should be assigned user ID, and set assigned user ID as well. And we did miss the is loading. So if I go back up here, I'm going to grab the is loading from our crate task mutation. And we can save it. And this should be create task instead. And if you take a look, we can hit this button and we can see that we have a create new task item for each of these. And if we try and fill this out, let's say test task description, test description, let's say this, to do and backlog. We don't need any tags. We're just going to put this, put some random dates, no author user ID. So we're just going to hit create task. Let's try it one more time and it seems like we are getting an error once again. And this error project is missing is basically for the project ID. So if I go back, we actually need to pass in the project ID from the parent component. So I'm going to add an ID, pass that into Modal new task, add the ID over here, which is going to be a number. And the number is going to be ID as well. And we are going to have to create, or actually we don't need to create another input. We can just go over here, pass in project ID, and that's going to pass in the ID we just had. This will actually be a string, and we need to convert this project ID to a number via the number in JavaScript. Save it over here. Oh, and one thing I did notice, it seems like author user ID is required. So we actually want to add that. Make sure we have author user ID. That needs to exist. So if, for example, we have 2, we're going to make sure that particularly works. And over here, I'm going to say author user ID. I'm going to save it. And let's say we create task. And we should have our task over here. And we will have a new response saying that it basically worked. So we have ID 43, test task, and we have a new one that popped up. And there we go. We have, let's actually get rid of this. We have our Modal new task and Modal new board all creating a new project and new task as needed. So we have new project Modal and a new task Modal as well. And there you go. That was probably the hardest part of our entire application. We have a board, we have list, timeline, and table. We have all of these pages all set up using from one list of tasks. So we're going to take a break, and we're going to take a break by going through some of the easier pages. So we're going to do timeline, search, settings, users, and teams first, because these are a lot simpler. These are basically one-page things. So we're just going to do this pretty quickly. So I'm going to open this up, make sure we close this inspector tab, and we can open this space up, and we are going to start with the timeline. And this timeline is very similar to the timeline we just created over here, except this will be for projects timeline as opposed to tasks timeline. So it's a slightly different with different data, but it should be relatively straightforward. So I'm going to go into our app directory. I'm going to create a new folder, and we're going to call this timeline. And inside our timeline, I'm going to add page.tsx. And from here, instead of using TS or AFCE, we are going to go back to our timeline view, and we are just going to copy everything in this file. And we can just modify a lot of the things that we are going to see on that particular page. So let's close everything up because we don't need it. And we're going to paste in our timeline. So this time, we are actually going to have to add a use client because it is not a child of a client component. This is its own separate page. That is exactly why we need to add use client specifically for this page. Now for this, we don't need any props for our timeline because this is a separate page. So we can just remove all of this. And instead of using use get task query, we're going to instead use get projects. So we're going to do const in curly braces data colon projects, we're going to set is loading to be is error, like so. And we are just going to grab use get projects query from our API endpoint. We're going to save that over here. Use state, all of this can remain the same, as well as the dark mode that we added earlier. Now for a Gantt task, this should be instead projects over here. And this one should be singular project. And I'm going to select all of these tasks over here so that we can change the values to be project. Now it's not going to align perfectly, so we're just going to keep it like that for now, but this should be end date over here. Project title should instead be name. This should be capitalized for project. And this should be task type items. And in this case, we're just going to set the progress to be 50 to make our lives easier in this case. And we are going to, instead of having task, we're going to put projects over. And over here, instead of error, we can do is error and make sure if projects does not exist, we won't have anything. And also I want to just make sure, actually it doesn't matter over here. We're just going to say an error occurred while fetching projects like this. And over here, we're going to do a few things different because the styling needs to be different because it's an entire page this time. So max width of full with padding of 8. We're going to change this section over here to be header and make sure we close it over here as header. And this is going to be margin bottom of 4 flex items center justify between. And instead of an H1, we're going to use our header from our components. And we're going to do name is equal to projects, timeline, like such. Close that. We're going to have div class name. We're going to keep all of that the same. Same with the select. All of this can remain the same to make our lives a lot easier. And over here, we can have all of this. And we don't need an add new task instead. But this time, we're not going to use bar background color because we're using the projects part of the Gantt task. So in the documentation, we instead set the project background color, and we are going to change this to be is dark mode. Let's actually bring our own version, and we can see our own timeline right now. Let me close this up. We can see all our projects at the current moment. But we are just going to modify a few things. So we're going to say 101.214 like so. And then colon number 1F29. Actually, this should be in the string. Number 1F29317. Then we're going to do project progress color. And this should be is dark mode with question mark. Copy this value over here. I think there is an extra number. Yeah. Should get rid of that 1 in there. Paste it over here. And we're going to do colon AEB8C2. And then we're going to do project progress selected color. And we are going to pass in is dark mode colon 000 colon number 9A BA1A6, and this should be a question mark over here. And we are going to save it. And let's actually open this up and see what we have. So we have a nice little color over here, and we can change it from day to week to month. Change it from dark mode to light mode. And everything is pretty much set because we've already created the groundwork for our previous Gantt chart. So this is pretty simple. And we can get rid of use get task query up here. So the next page we're going to handle is going to be the search bars, which is right under the timeline. And now we should be able to search something, let's say description, and it should search across task, and we can search across projects. So it's going to search not only just task projects, but also users as well. So we want to create a backend for this particular page. So I'm going to go back, close all of these, and we are going to go back to our server. And this should be pretty straightforward. We're going to create a new file. We're going to call this search controller.tsx or .ts. And like I did before, we're just going to go to task controller. I'm just going to copy this first one and all of the above over here to make our lives easier when we write the first set of lines. So instead of get task, we're going to write search. Inside here, this should be a query instead of a project ID. And we're going to do rec.query like so. And we're just going to remove all of this. And I'm going to say const task is equal to await prisma.task.find many. But we're going to have conditions. And we're only going to search the task. So it really depends on what you want to search for, or what you want the users to search for. And we want an or condition over here. And we only want a condition where the title, contains query as string like so. And we're going to do a comma, and we're going to pass in description as well. And we're going to do contains query as string. So we're searching both title and description for tasks. And we're going to do the same thing for projects. So I'm going to put projects right here and projects over here, singular this time. But instead of title for project, this is going to be name like that. And we're going to copy this one more time and paste it. And this is going to be users like so. Prisma.user find many. And for this one, we're just going to check the username. So I'm going to remove this. We're just going to have user name like so. And what we are going to pass to the front end is going to be tasks, projects, and users. And this should be plural over projects as well. And this error message is going to be error performing search, and we'll just keep the error message as is. Pretty straightforward. We're searching multiple different ones, and you can always tweak your search query as you want. And over here in our routes, I'm going to create a new file, and I'm going to call this search routes.ts. Inside here, I'm just going to go over to the project routes, copy all of this once again, so we don't have to do all the writing. And I'm going to erase this. This should be get, or actually search instead. And that should be coming from the search controller that we just imported. And we're going to be saving it. And then finally, we're going to go to our index.tsx. We're going to do app.use/search. And we're going to do search routes like this. And we are obviously going to import search routes from ./routes./search routes like that. Now this time we're not going to test it. We can just test it from the front end. So let's just do that. So we're going to close all of these guys, and we are going to go to our state API, and we are going to write our API request for our search. And before we do that, we actually want to create the type for our return. So we're going to do export interface search results, which is what the type of or schema of the response is going to look like. And we are going to set tasks to be optional with task array, and then projects project. So it's all optional because it might not exist. And then we're going to do users with user like that. And then down below, we are going to create an API request endpoint. So we're going to do search with build.query. We're going to pass in search results, comma, string. And then we are going to pass in an object. We're going to say query with query as a function. And it's going to be a template string with search, question mark query is equal to query like so. And just as a reminder, what we did when we created our backend over here, we can look at our search query. This is the query we are grabbing from that list in our search routes. So that is how this is getting passed when we make the API call, and it's getting fed into search controller like this. So we're going to close that, and we got to make sure we don't forget. We're going to pass in use search query like this. And then now we can create the front end for our search page. So let's go to app directory, create a new file or a folder. We're going to call this search. And inside our search directory, I'm going to do page.tsx. And I'm going to write tsrefce, and we are going to create our search page. This is also going to be a use client directory because we need to be able to use an input. So use client is going to be required. We do not need any props because this is a brand new page for Next.js. And under here, we're going to say we need the search term for our state. So we need to make sure we keep track of that state. And we are going to use state as well from React with an empty string within. And then from here, we are going to make our API call. And we are just going to grab search results as the data is loading and is error, like so. And we are going to grab use search query from our API endpoint. We're going to pass in search term. So we are using this value, and we're going to be using that to perform our request. But we are going to make sure we skip performing that request when the search term dot length is less than 3. So we never make an API request until the search term is at least 3 letters. And on top of that, for our search requests, we want to use something called debouncing. So we are going to have a function, but we are going to pass in debounce, and it's going to come from Lodash. And we don't have Lodash installed, so I'm going to remove this. I'm going to do npm I Lodash because we want the debounce function from Lodash. So I'm going to import debounce from Lodash, like so. And we need to save the types for Lodash, I believe. Yeah, so we need to save the types for Lodash. So once again, close this. I'm going to do npm I-d at types/Lodash. And that should resolve our issue of not being able to find it. So over here in our debounce, we're going to pass in event. Yeah, event like so with react.change event. This is just the type that we need. And HTML input element is the type that we want. And in here, we have an arrow function. And let's actually fix this. There's another parens like that. And we are going to do set search term. And that's going to be event.target.value. And this should be set to 500 milliseconds. So this will prevent us from always searching as basically over searching and inundating our backend. You don't want to make a search on every type. You want to do it every 500 milliseconds, just in case people type really fast. You're just going to bog down with really fast typing. And then you have a use effect as well. And in here, this is how we handle the return of handle search.cancel. So this is particularly for Lodash. And in here, we're going to put in brackets handle search.cancel. Make sure it is inside the square brackets. And let's just check that we have our search page. Make sure your server is running. And right now with the search text, this is what we expect for now. And inside our div, we're going to say class name. And we are going to say padding of 8. Inside of here, I'm going to give it a header from our components with the name of search, and we're going to close that. We're going to give it a div around in input type of text with a placeholder of search ... class name of width of 1/2, rounded, border, padding of 3 with a shadow. So this is just the input for our handle search. And the on change is going to be, of course, the handle search we spent some time to create. And we have our input. So right now it's not going to display anything, but below this we're going to add another div. And in here we're going to give it a class name of padding of 5. And below this we need a loading indicator just in case. So is loading when we are making the API request. We're going to do a p tag, keep it simple with loading ... And over here I'm going to give it is error. If there is an error, we are going to make an error message. So we're going to say error occurred while fetching search results . And the reason why we're putting this not over here like we did before, because we want the loading indicators to be below this, which is where our search results is going to be. And then finally, if is loading, if it's not loading, and if it's not in error, and search results exist, to make sure we handle all the null situations, we're going to have a div, and this is where we are going to add all our search results. So we're going to have to add multiple ones. So over here, I'm going to say search results.task, plural. Make sure that exists. Search results.task (length). Make sure that exists. Oops, greater than if that's greater than 0. We are going to then display h2 of tasks like that. I'm going to copy this section right here for the search results task, and then we are going to now map it. So if I have task like this, we are going to pass in our task card. Let's close this right here, task card. And that's going to come from the components task card that we created earlier. So we can reuse that, make our lives easy. So this is going to be task ID, and we are going to pass in the task value so we can display that. We're going to save that. And now we're going to do the same thing except for projects. So I'm going to save it, grab all the tasks like this, change this to be projects, and this should be project capitalized, and this is actually going to be project. So this is going to be a card that we haven't created. So let's actually just finish this up, because these cards are quite simple. So I will create this very shortly, but let's get the user and the user card as well, which we have not created either. So over here we have .projects. Change these to be users, capitalize this one, change the project over here to user, and also change the task above here should be project. Same with over here, this should be user, and this should be a user card over here. And instead of ID, I believe this one is user ID, capitalized like that. So let's close all of these out. And then I'm going to go to components. We're just going to create a new folder. This is just going to be project card. And inside here is going to be in index.tsx. And we are going to say tsrefce, add the project card as the name. For our props, we can just do project, and we can pass in project from our @state API to grab the correct typing. And over here, we can grab the project value. And inside our div, we are going to do class name with rounded border, padding of 4 with the shadow like that. Inside here, we're just going to do h3 with project.name. Close that curly braces, put a paragraph tag over here, and we're going to do project.description. Remove the slash capital P. And then we're going to have another paragraph tag, start date, and then project start date like so. And we're just going to copy this guy over here. This is going to be end date. This one is also going to be end date as well. And that is going to be our project card. Let's make sure we import that from our Act Components project card. We can save it. We can now close this project card. And we are now going to create our user card as well in the same components directory, user card, create a new file, call this index.tsx, and then use ts-rafce and call this user card. Inside of here, I'm going to pass in user : with user from the @state API, grab the user value, and we are going to do our magic inside here with class name, with flex, items, center, rounded, corners, with border, padding of 4, and shadow. We're going to remove this user card, and inside here, we're going to do user.profilePicture URL. If that exists, we are going to put the image in an image tag from next image. The source is going to be a template string of /p1.jpg. And then the alt will be profile picture with a width of 32, height of 32, class name of rounded full, and we're going to close that image tag. Below this, we're going to have a div. I'm going to give this an h3 with user.username. Close that curly braces. Put a p tag over here. We're going to have user.email, and we'll have our fully built out user card. Pretty simple. And we're just going to import that from our Act components. And now our search should be perfectly complete. So if I write description, search, now we should be able to see task and project. It's not very pretty, but it does the job done, and you can style it as much as you want. And now for the next page, we have a user settings page. Now this one, I'm just going to do mock data because we can grab the user information, but that's going to be later where we require Cognito and actual authentication. So this is just a display of mock data. We're just going to go through this very quickly, just do a front end, just so our scope doesn't balloon up. So I'm going to go over here, go to our projects page, and under app, I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to call this settings, and inside our settings, I'm going to create a new file called page.tsx. Close these out, and I'm just going to write ts-rafce. So make sure we are on our own page and write settings over here. And we are on settings. So right here, I'm going to do const user settings. Within the object, we're going to do username. That's just going to be John Doe, comma, email with john.doe@example.com. And then comma, team name, colon, development team, like so. And then role name should be developer. I'm going to remove these props, get rid of the type props over here, and we are just going to start giving our label styles. And we're going to do block with text small, font medium, and dark of text white. And then from here, I'm going to have text styles is equal to margin top of 1 block with a full border, and then border gray of 300 with a rounded medium corners, shadow of small, padding of 2, and a dark of text white. Inside here, I'm going to have a div, say class name of padding of 8. And in the settings, we're just going to have a header tag from our act components. This is going to be name of settings, capitalized. And inside here, I'm going to have a div with class name of space of y of 4. Now this is pretty straightforward. We're just going to have a div with label of class name and label styles. We're going to have a username as the label, and then also a div with class name of text styles. Close this with user settings dot username, and we have our username over here. We can see that we have our labels, and we can just copy and paste it 3 times. This is just going to be email capitalized and then lowercase email. This should be team, and this should be team name, and this should be role name or roles, let's say, or role singular and role name, like so. And we are going to save it. So we have our settings now fully there. Pretty simple, straightforward. I just wanted to do this just because it's more for completion purposes. And then the next one is going to be the users page, which is just a table. And we have username, profile picture, as well as their team. So this is another pretty simple page, but we do have to go and create the backend. So we're going to go to source directory, go to controllers, create a new file, and we're going to call this user controller.tsx. And we're going to do the same thing we typically do. So we're just going to go to task controller. I think search task controller is probably the easiest. So let's go to that, paste it over here, and we're just going to do get users instead. Keep everything the same. We can remove this. We can remove all of this, and we can just say const users is equal to await prisma.user.find many. And we don't need to do any conditions because we're just going to grab the entire list of users. And I'm going to pass in users right here. And I'm going to change this to error retrieving users like we normally do. And we are now going to create our routes. So I'm going to create a new file, create a new user routes.ts. And I'm going to go to task routes, copy this, paste it over here to user routes, and we can just get rid of these two. And the only thing we really need to grab is the get users from controllers, like so, and save. And the reason why we're getting an error because I accidentally wrote TSX, this should be a TS. And then finally, we're going to go to our index page. I'm going to import user routes from /routes/user routes like that. And I'm going to do app.use/users and then comma user routes like that. Again, we don't need to check it because this is a very simple route. We can just easily go to /users and that will determine if this is working or not. So I'm going to go now to our API, and we're going to be doing the same thing. Now, I just wanted to tell you, like, we're doing a lot of similar things as we build each page, but I can tell you with this kind of setup, it is so easy to add new features because you have everything in place and everything comes super easy after you do the initial setup. Anyways, user with an array, should be over here in our API request. So we don't need to change anything. We can just write query. We can have an arrow function with users over here. And then we're going to do provides tags as well. And we are going to create another array that we haven't with users. So I'm going to do comma like that. And we're going to go to tag types, and we need to add the users for this particular one. And let's not forget, we can just do use get users query like so. And now we can go close this out, go to our app directory, create a new folder, and we're going to call this users. And inside here, create a new file called page.tsx. And now this one's just another material UI grid. So we're going to do just that. I'm going to do tsrefce. This is going to be users like so. I'm going to remove the props because we do not need any React component props. And inside here, I'm going to say const data :users with is loading is error. And we are going to use the get users query that we just created. Grab that list of users. And we're also going to grab the is dark mode because we want different settings for our table. And we want to grab the use app selector to do so. Put our state in there with our state.global.isDarkMode. This is why it's very useful. Again, just want to reiterate, Redux Toolkit makes it so easy to grab this state and avoid prop drilling. Prop drilling is the worst thing ever. And then from here we have is loading, and we can just return with the div. Make sure we have a loading element like this. And below this, we can say if is error. We want to make sure users does not exist. So we can return with the div, and we can say error fetching users like so. Now inside this div, we can add class names. So class name of flex with a width of full, flex column, padding of 8, like so. And we are going to do another header component from our components. And we are going to do name users like this. Inside this, we're going to give it a div, and I'm just going to use style instead because this is usually better for styling. We're going to give it a height of 650, width of 100%. Close this div, and we are going to pass in data grid from Material UI data grid. I'm going to close this. Inside these, there's going to be a number of props that we add. So we're going to do rows. We're going to pass in users and make sure if users doesn't exist, we are adding an empty array. Columns is going to be the column settings that we are going to be adding. Oops, if I can spell it correctly. We have columns over here. And let's actually create the columns first. Columns with grid column def as an array, which is the type for Material UI's data grid. And we can just do field colon of user ID with a header name colon of ID with a width of 100. And then here we're going to do field colon of username, pass in header name again. And this is going to be username capitalized with the width of 150. And finally, let's just copy this one last time. Because I don't want to write that one more time. And then here, this is going to be profile picture URL. So this one's just going to be the URL that we want for our profile instead of our normal cell. The width is going to be 100. And in here, we are going to do render cell to have a custom little cell for our image. So we're going to do params with an arrow function, pass in a div with the class name flex, height of full, width of full, items, center, justify center, close that, and pass in a div with class name to make sure we encase our image so we can constrain our image, because you kind of need to do that with Next.js's image tags. And over here, I'm going to put an image from next image, and I'm going to do source is equal to template string / $params dot value, like so, with an alt of params.row.username with a width of 100, height of 50, and a class name of height full, rounded full, and object dash cover. And we're going to close that. And right now, let's go to users and let's just see what we have so far. More importantly, we're importing Material UI data grid. So we need to add the use client or else we get that error. And it seems like we need a unique ID property. And that's because every row we are going to require that ID to be one of the IDs for the row. So get row ID is how we can modify that. Because if we grab the row, by default, it tries to find the value in each row for the value ID as a string, but we want to change that to row.userID instead. So that will grab the user ID from the values that we have. And we also want to include pagination. We're going to add the class name that we did before. So if you remember, we created these class names in our utils folder for this reason, so we have the same styling and we don't have to duplicate all the long styles for each of these. And remember, we need to pass in isDarkMode for this, and we're going to save it. And as you can see, we have our users. The only thing is, I want to show you we can add a custom toolbar, which is pretty simple, and it's pretty cool to do this in Material UI. We're just going to do custom toolbar like this, and it's super simple. If you want to create your own, we can use some of the given values from Material UI. This is all in their documentation, but you want to grab the grid toolbar container with the class name, give it a toolbar with flex and a gap of 2, and that is our container. And then we can add the grid toolbar filter button like this. If we want to add that, we can add grid toolbar export as well, like this, and we can save it. And then from here, we can scroll down into our data grid, and we're going to add slots, but 2 curly braces, going to add toolbar, and we're going to do custom toolbar as well. And as you can see, now we have filters, and then we have export. So we do this if we want to add extra toolbar functionality. We can add whichever one we would like. And it's pretty cool. By default, you can have all of this with very little code, but you can really customize it if you would like. And that's pretty much our users table. Pretty simple. The next page is teams, which is very similar to our users page, but we're going to have product owners and project managers. And I'll show you how we can make those relations in the backend. So let's do just that. So I'm going to close all of this. We're going to go back to our controllers, create a new file. We're going to call this teamcontroller.ts. And we are going to go to our user controller once again, copy that, paste it over here, and we're going to make a decent number of adjustments for this one. So we're going to have get teams, and we are going to grab teams over here. We're going to do prisma.team.find many. And inside here, we're going to do const teams with user names. And what we need to do is we're going to use a promise.all because we're going to make subsequent requests. And we do this via team.map, and we're going to set an async function with team colon any for now. And we're going to do an arrow function like this. And this should be plural like that. And we are going to do const product owner like this. And we're going to do await prisma.user.find unique. And the reason why we do this is because we need to figure out where the user ID is the team product owner user ID. And we need to make sure that's a existent number. We are writing this condition because we are checking what the user's product owner user ID really is. So we need to find that specific user and see if they are a product owner or a product manager. So this determines who the product owner and the project manager of that team really is. And we also need to select for username specifically. True. Let's just change this to username, like make sure there's a comma, and we can find our product owner. Because if you take a look, it makes sense over here because we are looking through teams. We are grabbing the product owner's user ID for that particular team because every team has a product user name. So if I go to schema and we go to, let's find team, we have a product owner user ID. So we need to figure out who that product owner is because we only have the user ID. So we need to figure out where that user is, and we do that finding it through the user. So this is how you're doing SQL statements, and you're basically searching through multiple tables to find what you're looking for. And SQL is dedicated for finding relationships between things. And over here, we can have project manager, and we're going to do the same exact thing for that. Except this time, we're just going to change this to project manager user ID, like so. Now, there are some limitations because this is Prisma and ORM, and this is okay. This is not a bad request, but you can probably optimize this more if you're just using plain SQL. So there's a lot of debate whether people should use an ORM versus not using an ORM. But for a project like this, this is okay. But if your project is really, really big and you're at extremely large enterprise level, you can use an ORM, but you probably need to find a way to add your own version of adding custom SQL. Anyways, inside here, we're going to return and we're going to pass in the entire team that we already have, product owner username, and we're going to bring in the username as well. So this is just adding it to the list of teams that we already have when we searched it, and we're just adding the username on top of it. And we're going to do the same thing for the project manager username as well. And we're going to do project manager, with the question mark dot username like so. And over here, I'm going to do teams with user names. And below this, error retrieving teams is what I want to do. And there you go, pretty simple. And I'm going to go over here to routes, create a new file called teamroutes.ts. Go to user routes, copy this, and change it for our use case for team, or get teams, my bad. And that should be coming from the team controller. Remove the get users, and now we can go back to index.tsx, import team routes from /routes/team routes like so. And below over here, I'm going to do app.use, in quotations, we're going to do teams, comma, team routes like this. And then once again, we can now go back to API in our state and And we actually don't have an interface for our team. So we're going to create that. So I'm going to do export interface team. I'm going to do team ID with a number, team name to be string, product owner, user ID $number, and project manager user ID $number. I'm going to scroll down, and under search, actually under get users, we're just going to write get teams with build.query. We're going to pass in the team array as what we'll get back from the backend. And over here, I'm going to do query. It's going to be an arrow function with teams. And we're going to do provides tags, colon, and we are going to grab teams from the backend. And it provides tags, the tag types has not been added. So I'm going to do comma, teams like this. And below this, I'm going to do use get teams query to make sure we have the query that we can use. And finally, we are now going to create the teams page. So I'm going to go to app directory, create a new folder, call this teams. Inside the teams, create a new file, call it page.tsx. And this is very similar to the users page. So we're going to go to our users page, copy everything, and paste it over here. And I'm just going to close everything now, and we can focus on our teams page. Now I'm going to relabel the users. Actually, just hold Alt over here, rename it to teams, and we are going to change things from here. We're going to change the data to be users. So I'm going to do Command D. Actually, so the way I'm going to do this, once I hit Command D, I'm going to click these two buttons. If you see these, this is a search, and it's going to do an exact search. So I'm going to select all the users, and I'm going to rename it to teams plural. Then I'm going to change this to be use get teams query. Make sure we import that. And over here, I'm going to change this users to be capital teams. And over here, we have a div style. Everything can be pretty similar. We can get rid of GetRow user ID this time because it doesn't need it because it's just ID for default. Everything else can remain the same. And these columns is going to have to change though. So this ID is going to be just ID. This is going to be team ID over here. This is going to be team name. This one header name is going to be team name capitalized. And all of this can be erased because we're not going to have a profile picture this time. I'm going to paste it twice. This one's going to be product owner username. To grab the username that we added, this is going to be a header name of product owner. And then project manager username will be the field for this one. Header name should be project manager. And both of these ones with the width should be 200, like so. Same with the team name. We're going to keep that 200, actually not 2000. And we can remove the image up here and remove the use get users query. And this should be pretty much our team page. So I'm going to go to it. And with that, we have our teams page perfectly similar to what we had before. White and dark mode, everything looks pretty good. All right, we're getting there. We're getting there. So now we have the home page. Now this is a Node dashboard is complete without a home page. So we're going to have like a simple bar chart, a pie chart, and a task list of a different project. So we're just going to add that. We don't need to change any backend. So we're just going to go and straight to the front end. So we're just going to go over here. I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to call this home. And inside home, I'm going to add a new file. Call this page.tsx. We're going to start this with tsrefce. Close this so we have space. And I'm just going to call this home. Actually, home page because it conflicts with the actual home component at the root component, so we just want to change that. This is not going to take any props, so we're going to remove all that. We're also going to add use client like so. So we're going to save it, and let's actually go to our page, make sure it exists, and it does not. And that's because we got to grab this page. We also want to set this as a root. So to do that, we can go to page.tsx, and where we have this main component, we can just pass in the home page that we just created, like so. And get rid of the image so that we have this at our root page. All right, so now we're going to go to our home page. And in here, we're going to grab our data just like we normally do. I'm going to call this data to be tasks, and we're going to have is loading, and it's going to be is error. Now let's actually be more descriptive this time. We're just going to say this is going to be tasks loading, and is error is just going to be tasks error, just to be more descriptive. And we're going to do use get tasks query. We're going to grab it from our endpoint, and we are just going to do project ID. So now this is going to be hard-coded right here with 1. But if you ever wanted, you can change this project ID to be whichever project ID you want to display for the specific user. We could have added the functionality, but I didn't have time to add that functionality. So it's up to you. If you want to extend the features, you can do so as well. And then we're also going to grab the projects list, because that's also part of the data that we need. So we're going to grab is projects loading as well. And we can do use get projects query from our API. And then we are also going to get the dark mode, is dark mode as well. And we are just going to grab use app selector. We're grabbing it from Redux. And we're going to grab the state. We're going to do state.global.isDarkMode, like so. And we want to do the checks, make sure these also load. Otherwise, we are going to give a loading div. So we're going to do is projects loading. And we are going to return with div being loading, like so. And if tasks error, we're going to make sure tasks exist and also projects exist. Otherwise, we are just going to return an error. Div with error fetching data. And we're going to remove that space. And in our application, let's say we need the number of priorities. So task priority distribution for a specific project. So we're just going to do priority count like so, and I'm going to do task.reduce. And in here, I'm going to pass in an accumulator for a reduce function. And we are going to grab a record. And this record is for basically like an object. We have string as the keys and number as the property. So this is an easy, short way to do objects. If all the keys are the same type and all the values are the same type. And inside here, we're going to set task to be the task from the type of @state API. We're going to grab that task, make it the same type as that. We're going to have an arrow function. And over here, I'm going to set the priority, and it's going to equal the task as well. And inside here, the accumulator object, we're going to pass the priority as priority type as well from @state API. And then from here, I'm going to pass in the accumulator object with priority as priority, because we need to deal with the typings. And there's going to be a 0 if it doesn't exist, and we're going to do +1. So this looks complicated, but it's mostly because of the TypeScript. We just want to pass in the priority, but we need to make sure we have the priority enum there. Then we're going to return the accumulator object for reduce, and I'm going to do comma, pass in an empty object like so. So this will grab the priority count for each value for urgent, medium, high, and backlog. And then we're also going to take a look at the const task distribution like so. And we're going to do object.keys with the priority count. And we are going to map each one so we can use them. We're going to pass in an object. We're going to do name with the key. And the count should be priority count. And we're going to have a key. So this is a lot of just data transformation, changing it so we can use it. So now that is the priority count. We want to do the status count as well. So I'm going to copy the priority count logic like this, but change this to status count. But this one is going to require us to grab from the project's value. And this is going to be project. This is going to be project type from our API file. And over here, we're going to just change this. This is going to be status is equal to project.endDate, like so. We're going to put completed, colon, and active like this. I'm going to change this to be status. Accumulator should be status like so. And I'm going to return, keep it like that. So that is our status count. Below this, we're going to do project status. And we are going to copy the object.keys. So it's exactly the same, except for project status. This is going to be status count. Same with this over here. And then we're also going to have task columns, which is going to be for our table. So we're going to grab grid call def from material UI and pass an array. And we're just going to pass in field title like this, header name colon title with a width of 200. I'm going to copy and paste this 3 more times. Change this to status. Make this capitalized. Priority. Priority here as well. And then due date like so. This should be capitalized due date. And all of these 200s should be 150. Just going to save that. And we are missing the commas, so I'm going to add those. And then for the colors for the chart, we're just going to add this as a constant. And we are just going to pass in 0088FE. And we should make sure we close the double quotes. 00C49F. And then number FFBB28 like so, and then number FF8042. Close that out, and we should also have different chart colors as well. So this is for the chart. And then we're going to set is dark mode like this. We're going to have a ternary operator. We're going to set bar to be number 8884D8 like so. Actually, this should be a comma. We're going to have a bar grid with number 303030. Pi fill should be number 4A90E2. Text should be colon number FFF. We're going to be using this, and I'll explain what's happening. And we're just going to copy this entire thing, but we're going to have a few different colors. So bar grid should be E0, E0, E0. This one, pi fill, should be 82 CA9D, and the text should instead be white, like that. And since all of these are constants, let's actually move these outside of homepage so it doesn't re-render. Anytime something gets re-rendered, all of this will be implemented. Actually, we need to have chart colors inside here because isDark mode exists only inside the component. So that is the one that we cannot change. And now finally, we can actually write the JSX because we have done all the data transformations we basically needed. And we're going to have a class name with container, h of full, width of 100%, background gray of 100, BG of transparent, and padding of 8. All right, and then from here, I'm going to get rid of the home page now, and I'm going to add header, import that, and we're going to do name, project, management, dashboard. And over here, we're going to do div of class name with grid columns of 1, gap of 4, but when it's larger screen, we're going to do grid columns 2 like this. And then we are going to start writing the task priority distribution. But let's save it. Let's see what we have so far. We have our header, which is exactly what we are expecting. So in here, I'm going to do a div with a class name with grid columns of 1, gap of 4, and for larger screens, we're going to say grid. And then over here, I'm going to do div, class name, rounded large, background of white, padding of 4, shadow, dark with the background dark of secondary. And we're going to close that. And we're going to have an h3 tag with class name, margin bottom 4, text large, font semi bold, with dark of text white. And we are going to close that, and we are going to write task priority distribution. And then below this H3, we are going to use responsive container from recharts. So we have charts that we can basically use. And in here, I'm going to set the width to be 100% and a height of 300. Make sure I imported. Yeah, I imported. In here, we have a bar chart from recharts as well. And we are going to pass in the data of task distribution that we added earlier. Inside this, we are going to use the Cartesian grid to add the little grid in the background. So stroke dash array is how we can customize the background. So 3 of 3 with the stroke of chart colors dot bar grid. And we are going to close the Cartesian grid. Below this, I'm going to have an X axis. Pass that in from recharts. We're going to do data key. We're going to pass in name with stroke being chart colors dot text. So all those data manipulation that we had, we are passing all of those in. And we're also going to pass in Y axis. This is going to be a stroke, and this is going to be a chart colors dot text as well. With tooltip is going to be the next thing for our recharts. And we are going to set the content style with 2 curly braces, width to be min content inside, and height of min content, like so. Make sure we have a self-closing tag for tooltip, and we are going to add a legend. And we are going to add a bar from recharts. Make sure you import that. Make sure you also import legend from recharts. We're going to have a data key with a count. And then fill is going to be chart colors dot bar. And we are going to close that. So if you see, we have our status, task priority distribution of our status. And now we can just grab this entire thing right here. Make sure you grab it within this grid columns. We're going to paste it, and we are just going to change this to project status. And we're going to modify a few things because it's not the exact same chart. We are going to use a pie chart. So it is a little different. So we're going to change this up. So pie chart from recharts. We don't need X or Y axis for pie charts, so we can get rid of those. The tooltip, we can just leave it without any of that content. Keep the legend. The bar can be removed. We could change this bar chart to pie chart. And instead of this being a Cartesian grid, we are going to pass in pi from recharts. And we are going to say data key is equal to count with data is equal to project status. We're going to have a fill of 82CAD9D. And we're going to put a label, close that, and we are going to set the project status. We're going to map through that, pass an entry with index, have an arrow function, and inside here, we're going to pass in the cell from recharts with a key of cell-index, like so, and a fill of colors. Fill is equal to colors capital index, and do modulus operator colors dot length like so, and make sure we close the cell as well. And we should be able to see our project status. It's all completed, but typically it would be different. And then finally, what we can do is just grab this div right here. And below this one closing div, after this responsive container, I'm going to paste it, but I'm going to add an extra one, MD columns span 2. So the table will be 2 columns with length instead of just one if it's on larger screens. And we're just going to say your task like so. And below this, I'm going to write a div, and this should have the same styling as most of the other data grids. So I'm going to just do style is equal to height of 300, width of 100% in strings. And inside here, I'm going to have a data grid from Material UI data grid. Close that out. And pass in for rows should be the tasks that we have fetched with columns, and that should be task columns. And then checkbox selection for this one. We're going to do loading. If tasks are loading, we're just going to add that. We're going to do get row class name, and we're going to pass an arrow function with data grid row to get cell class name. And we are going to pass in arrow function data grid cell with class name of, in curly braces, data grid class names. Make sure we import that so we have the same styling. And finally, we are just going to pass in data grid SX styles, and we are going to pass in is dark mode to get that same value. And so we seem to be missing a closing div right here. And once we have that, we should have all 3 of our nice little widgets. So if I open this up, you can see this task takes the entire width. Same with all of these. These should be pretty good. Maybe the height for the task should be larger, so we can increase that. I think maybe 400 might be a good compromise. And there we go. That is our homepage. We have all of these pages. All of these are pretty short and easy, Most of the difficulty was the project because that was a lot more details. This is just to show you how easy it is. Once you have everything set up, you can expand on your project very easily because that's usually where a lot of time gets taken up. So now we want to handle the priority. All right, so this priority page is pretty simple. We just have urgent, high, medium, low backlog. All of these are pretty identical in terms of what you see. You're going to just have a list and a table view. But I just wanted to add this because it's very specific in terms of getting task specific to a user. So we actually need to add another endpoint to get task just for a specific user. So to do that, we're going to go to our controllers, and we are going to go to task controllers. And we're going to have something similar to get task. So we're going to grab this, but we're going to go down all the way over here, and we are going to do get user tasks. So these are tasks specific to a user now. So in this query, we are going to be sending a user ID to the backend. And we are going to set this to be rec.params instead. But instead of having this where condition, we're going to have an or with an array. And we are going to pass in author user ID with a number with the user ID as well. And we're going to do a comma, and we are going to do assigned user ID. We're going to pass in number, and we're going to grab in user ID from there as well. So this makes it a little bit different. And then just realize getting these kind of data and understanding the nuances for situations like this is very important as a developer. I'm going to remove these comments and attachments as well. And I'm going to say error retrieving users tasks over here. And it seems like I have spelled error retrieving tasks over here. So you can fix that. But this is how we get tasks associated with a specific user. Now we're going to have a separate route for this. So we're just going to go to task routes instead. And under our task status, we're going to do a router.get. But because we can't do the same endpoint, we're going to do user/user ID because it's a rec params that we are passing in the user ID to grab it. And we are going to grab get user task from the same controller and save it. So now we have that particular endpoint. We're going to close this out, close that out as well. And now I can go to state and API. And I'm probably going to put it right under get tasks. And I'm just going to say get tasks by user. We're going to do build.query. We're going to pass in task with an array with the number, and we're going to do a curly braces. Inside here, we're going to do a query, and I'm going to pass in user ID with an arrow function, and I'm going to set tasks/user/$user ID like so. So we can hit the endpoint we just created. And again, we need to provide tags, and we need to kind of do the fancy results like so, error, and user ID, because we want the result to be able to update each tag and have each tag as separate items. So the result, we're going to have a question mark with result.map, pass in parens with an ID like that. Make sure you get all the parens correct. And then we have a type : of tasks plural, comma ID. And then : we are going to pass in type tasks again as ID : user ID, like so. That is our build query. Very similar to what we have with get task, except we're passing in user ID. So now we're going to go down and we are going to do use get tasks by user query. And finally, we can create the priority pages. So now, as I mentioned, these are very identical for each page. So we're just going to create one page and we're going to reuse it across all these different pages, just changing the status for each one. So let's go. Let's just gonna move that over. And in here, I'm going to create a new folder and I'm going to call this priority. And inside here, I'm going to create a new folder called reusable priority page. And this will be what we can use across all of these different pages. I'm going to call this index.tsx. So I'm going to close this out, I'm going to do ts rafce. This is actually going to take some types. So we're going to take priority and we're going to bring in priority from the types that we created. I'm going to pass in priority from there. And I'm also going to add a use client because we are using a table once again. So we need to make this interactive. And by the way, there's no problem with use client. Some people might assume that it's like a client component that makes it non-performant, but it's actually pretty performant and provides SEO benefits that way better than React does. So there are some small downsides, but using use client, if you did it on every single component, it's still more performant than on a React application. So just know that it's okay to do it. So don't feel bad about using it. So from here, we're going to have a list view. If we go back, we want to see that we have a list and table. So we're just going to create some tabs. So we need a state to say view and then set view as well. And we're going to set u equals to use state from React. And we're going to put in a list as our default. And then we're also going to add is modal new task open. And remember how we made it reusable and we put it in a folder that we can reuse it. We can reuse the modal pretty easily. So we're going to do use state and it's going to be false by default. And what we need is in our const, we're going to grab our data again. So we're going to use the use get task by user query. So we're going to do is loading is error, and we're just going to rename it to is tasks error for this case. And we're going to do use get task by user query. So now this is where it gets kind of tricky because you need the user ID. But how do we get the user ID? Because we did not create the authentication. So for now, we're just going to hard code this. I'm just going to set the user ID to be 1 or 0. But for now, 1, I put 0 for later on when we actually have the user ID. But we're just going to keep it as 1. Let's just remove that. I don't want to confuse you guys. So we are going to have a curly braces, and I'm going to say skip. So we only skip it if the user ID is null. If it's equal to null like this, we're going to skip it. But let's actually hard code the user ID over here. We're just going to say 1 like this, pass the user ID like this, and put 0. So now we typically don't have the user ID to be null or any of these conditions. But later on, when we actually add Cognito and authentication, this user ID is going to be grabbed from the backend. And the whole purpose of this skip is if when we are making an API call to grab the user information. So the way this works is if we go to this particular page, this priority page, we are going to need the user ID. To grab the user ID, we need to make a backend call. And that backend call is going to be made first on this component. But this will automatically run right after you try to make the backend API call. But this will happen before we get the user ID back. This is why this skip parameter exists, because if the user ID does not exist, later on we're going to have something like use get auth user something user query. We're going to have a function like this. This is going to happen first, but this is going to happen right after. But this won't be able to grab the user ID fast enough. So that's why we need to set the skip to be user ID equals null. So right now it does not matter because user ID is hard-coded to be 1, but once we get to the Cognito authentication, this is going to be useful for us. And this is a feature provided by Redux Toolkit Query. So hopefully that makes sense. But we're going to come back to it with our authentication. So over here, I'm going to have an isDark and use app selector like we did before. Grab our state. And inside here, we're going to do state.global.isDarkMode like so. From here, we're going to have a filtered list of tasks, and it's going to be based on priority. So it's not always going to be the same page, but we're going to make sure we have the list of tasks. And make sure this is plural. I always forget the plural sometimes. This is going to be parens task colon. We're going to pass in task from @/state API. We're going to do task.priority. Make sure it is equal to the priority of this current page. So let's do that. There should be triple equals. So by the way, this priority is going to be specific to, let's say, urgent, high, medium, low. So we are making this reusable, and it's going to be for each page. So if we do urgent, this is going to be urgent, and we're only going to get the task for urgent. And by the way, I should change this name of index. This should be actually reusable priority page. All right, and then we're going to have a quick if check, and it's going to be is tasks error. And if task doesn't exist, we're going to return with div error fetching tasks. Inside this div, we're going to do class name with margin of 5, padding of 4. And inside here, the reusable priority page, we now can import our modal new task as well. So that will happen when the modal is open. So we've already set that up. All we have to do is just open it as we did before. So it's basically reusable. We can just add that anywhere we want. So we're going to do set is modal new task open. It's going to be false by default. Make sure we close that. The only problem with the modal new task is that for this one, we don't actually have a usable new task that we can pass in, or like a project, because when we have this modal new task, we actually have an ID that gets passed down. So because of this, we need to actually modify our modal new task, and we should be able to do it relatively simply, but we first want to make this optional. So I'm going to do string, and it's going to be possibly null. And the way it's going to be null is by default, ID is going to be null. So what happens is when no ID is provided for a modal new task, we are going to make this null by default. And then from here, we're going to make sure we validate. And the way we validate is to make sure that ID does not equal to null. If it does not equal to null, we're going to set project ID to be a valid value. And project ID is going to be a state that we add, because we're going to have to add a project ID. If the user does not have a project ID, we want the user to be able to input a project ID when it does not exist. So in this case, when we add task, we need to have the user have an input for a project ID. And then we're going to go down to create task, and this is going to be slightly different. We're going to say ID does not equal to null. We are going to make sure that we are going to be using the ID that's provided, like in the other situation. But if it's not provided, we're going to use the input value of project ID. And then we also need to validate over here the same thing, because this is what's going to check and validate that the user has a project ID when ID is not provided. So we're going to go down, all the way down over below assigned user ID. And I'm going to be creating a new input. But if ID is null, so only in the situation when ID is not provided, we are going to grab this input, paste it over here, and we are just going to call this project ID. The value is going to be the project ID we already set, and the set project ID will be the value or the set function that we have. So that means now we can have this set modal new task button without any issues. And we'll come back to it. So below this, we're going to have a header component. Import that. I'm going to call this name to be priority page. And I'm going to have a button component here as well. Inside this is going to be a button tag with class name. Let's actually put this on a new line like this. And we're going to do margin right of 3, rounded, background blue of 500, padding of 4, py of 2, font bold, text of white, hover, background blue of 700. And we are going to say on click, I'm going to add an arrow function, set is modal, new task, open to be true, like this. I'm going to close this button tag, add an add task button, and then make sure everything is closed with our header and save it. And we can now go to our create next app, and our reusable priority page is not being shown anywhere. So let's actually change that. We can go to our Explorer. We're going to create a new folder, and we're going to call this urgent. Actually, this should be lowercase, urgent. And inside here, I'm going to create a new file called page.tsx. And this is where we're going to use the reusable priority page. So tsrafce, like we normally do. And over here, I'm going to call this urgent as the page. But instead of the div, we're just going to do return reusable priority page. And this is how we make it reusable and super easy. And the priority we're going to set is going to be the enum that we grab from our API Typescript files. And we're going to do urgent like this. And we are now going to save it. And we can now click urgent. And as you can see, we have a priority page. You might need to refresh it if it gives you an error. But we have our add task button. So as you can see, when we have the add task, we have a project ID that we need to add. But over here, if we go back to our projects page, and we want to add task this way, this is already associated with the project ID. We're basically creating a new task in that specific project because this is in the context of that project. Whereas over here, this is urgent. This is not in the context of any kind of project. So the user has to be specified to add that project. A little bit of nuance. Those little things can become quite a headache. And then over here, we're going to create the tabs that we saw before. So below the header, I'm going to create a div, call this class name, margin bottom of 4, flex with justify start like this. Close that. We're going to add a button. Call this class name. And inside here, curly braces, I'm going to do padding of 4 in the X direction, padding of 2 in the Y direction. And in here, I'm going to say if view is equal to list, I'm going to put a question mark, background of gray 300, and then background of white. And below this, I'm going to say rounded L like this. After this, I'm going to do on click, have an arrow function with set view to be list like this. Close this out, call this list for this button. And then over here, as you can see, we have that. We're going to add another button, paste that entire thing, and this should be table. Super easy, super simple, and table. Except this one should be table. So we'll have different tabs for these. And below this, I'm going to say is loading question mark with the ternary operator. I'm going to do a div, close that with loading tasks dot 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 slash div. Otherwise, we're going to set if view is equal to list. Actually, this should be lowercase list. We are going to pass in a div with class name of grid columns of 1, gap of 4. We're going to close that div as well. And inside of here, guess what? We're going to use filtered tasks. We're going to map it out, pass the task, and add the task from that. So we have the typing, and we are going to pass in task card, the reusable task card we've created before. To make this super easy, we have that list skip task as well. And inside here, I'm going to do task is equal to task like this. Close that. We have our task card. And then finally, below this, we're going to have the view for the table. So view, if it's equal to table. And also we need to make sure filtered task exists so it doesn't error out. We are going to create a div with class name with width of full. Close that out. Make sure we have a closing div as well. Inside of here, I'm going to add data grid. Material UI. We're going to have rows to be filtered tasks. Over here, this is going to be columns, and we're going to pass in columns. We're going to have a checkbox selection, get row ID, and this should be row, should be transferred to row.id. Class name should be the classes that we added before. SX is equal to data grid, SX styles, and we're passing in isDark mode like this. Now we're almost done. Oops. We're almost done. We need to add the columns. So I'm going to go up here, write const columns with grid call def from material UI. We're going to have an array, and we are just going to, we're going to go to our previous list in our projects. We're going to go to table view, and we're just going to go over here, grab all the columns that we had prior, and I'm going to copy and paste it over here. Let's actually see what we get from that. So that's our list, that's our table, and it's exactly everything we need for our urgent page. So list and table, add task, we're all good. For some reason, this the scroll bar is popping up over the create new task. Maybe it's a z-index thing. So let's go to our modal new task and actually go to our modal component. And to fix that, basically, I went to the modal component. I changed this to Z50. Once you change the Z50, it's going to pop up over the scroll bar, so we can close it. Now it's good. So over here, we're going to go back, close these modals, close the table view, and in here, we have everything we need for our urgent page, but we need to create this for our high, medium, low, and backlog. So we're going to go over here. We can actually just copy this entire thing. We're going to create a new folder. We're going to call this high, create another new folder, call this medium, call this new folder called low, and call the new folder called backlog. So over here in our medium, we can do page.tsx. And we're going to paste it, change this to priority medium. And actually, we should remove these props because we don't need them. So I'm going to save that. Copy this, remove the props over here. Save it. We're going to do the same thing for low, page.tsx, paste it. We're going to have priority should be low over here. Same with high. We're going to do page.tsx, paste it, priority high. And over here, create another one, page.tsx, paste it, and we have backlog. Save it. And I just want to double check I have everything correct. Medium, urgent, and everything should be good. We can close all of this, and now we can just quickly test everything. So if it doesn't have anything, it's not going to show. So there you go. We're not completely finished with priority because we want to grab the user and we want to use that user to grab a specific user's task instead. But our application offline is pretty much complete. We have nearly everything we need for our project. There is a lot of pages for this application. I went through some of it pretty fast because they're kind of redundant, and in the future, I'll probably go over a little more in detail, probably have less pages, but I'll add more features on those individual pages to bring out more of a real application. I'm just doing this because it shows you different aspects, different ways to use the same pieces of data, modify them, have different SQL queries, and combine pieces of data as well. And there's one last thing I want to correct. If you go to projects right here under table view and inside index, we have params.value. I put a question mark over here just in case, and I did .author and .assignee. I believe this was at .username and there was no question mark. So you get an error to see the table over here. So make sure you correct that and you'll be able to see everything. And so we already did so much. We had a local database, we had local backend, we had a front end. We prepared every single one of these pages, we styled them, and we had a large number of pages that we went through. So now we can prepare our package for deployment. So before we get into the AWS section, I want to push our repo into GitHub and modify a few things in terms of our packages. So we want to upload our repo into GitHub, but we need to do a few things before we do that. So we're going to go to our directories. We're going to close out client and server if your server is running, and we're going to open up server, and we are going to remove .gitignore. And we're also going to go into client. We're also going to remove .gitignore as well. You can ignore that warning, and I'm going to go into client, and I'm going to write rm-rf.git. This is if you're on Mac. If you're on Windows, you're going to do remove directory like this /s/q.git. So these two commands will basically remove the Git folder that is in our Next.js client application. And the reason why we're going to be doing this is because we're going to go to our parent directory. So I'm going to cd out, and also, actually I could just add a new file over here. I'm going to do .gitignore client/node_modules, server/node_modules, client/dist, server/dist, client-.env, server-.env, client/.next, and we're going to keep it like that. We're doing this because we're going to centralize our Git repository in the parent directory, so we do not have separate Git folders in each client or server. That will mess things up. So we want to be able to push this entire repo, both of these files, into a repo. So to do that, in our parent directory, I'm going to start by doing git init. Then I'm going to write git add dot, so it adds everything. And then I'm going to do git commit -m, initialize that. And then from here, I want you to go to your GitHub repository. So we're going to hit new. Inside here, I'm going to choose myself as the owner. I'm going to write the project repo name. I've already created it, so project-management is what I'm going to call it. And we're just going to leave everything blank. Once we hit create repository, it's going to give you some commands. We can ignore everything because we did most of it, except this particular line, git remote add origin and the project repo URL. So I'm going to paste that and hit enter. And then from here, I'm going to write git push origin master. Once you've done that, you can go to this same page and refresh it. So I basically refresh it and you can see that I have my repo set up correctly. Now, before we move on to the AWS section, there's a few things I want to take care of before we go to those sections. So in our server directory, I'm going to create a new file. And I'm going to call this ecosystem.config.js. This basic file is going to be for EC2, and it's going to be for our PM2 module that we're going to be installing. So when we get to that point, I will explain further what this will be doing. So we're going to write module.exports is equal to an object. We're going to do apps, and we're going to have an array. Inside this array, we're going to have one object. I'm going to call this name, project-management, comma, script is going to be npm, with comma, args is going to be run dev. So we basically run our command npm run dev with this, and we're going to set one env variable. We're going to call this node env in caps lock with development as the value. This is for later use for EC2 when we want to set up PM2. I'll talk about that later. And for our server to work on AWS, we're going to go to index.ts and we're just going to make one slight modification. I'm going to go down to port. I'm going to put number over this because we're going to get a TypeScript issue once we make a change right here. Is if under app.listen, we actually need to write 0.0.0.0, comma. So this adds an argument for later EC2 networking issues. Once you add this, this is going to scream at you the port value, and the number is going to fix that TypeScript issue. So we're going to save this. I'm going to open up our terminal. I'm going to hit git add all so we can just save the changes that we just made. I'm going to write git commit -m and write server modifications. And I'm going to do git push origin master. And then I'm going to refresh the project management page. And you can see that we have the git commit server modifications. So it did make a few modifications. I did change git ignore to not have the slash, but it should have the trailing slash like this. But it doesn't really matter. And now with that, our repo is basically set up and we are now ready to go onto AWS. And now for the most exciting part of this application, which is where we deploy our application using AWS. Now, there are platforms like Vercel for Nextjs or other services like PostgreSQL, which might be simpler. I believe AWS is such a valuable skill to learn. I really wanted to include it because it stands out on resumes and impresses interviewers because there's such complexity and such a wide range of services. Now, I know AWS is pretty daunting with its extensive terminology and buzzwords, but mastering it is really beneficial, especially in this competitive job market. And that it shows you can handle complex technical tasks beyond basic CRUD applications. If you could just click and deploy, that is not a very useful skill. Also, this entire tutorial where we deploy our applications, it's going to be entirely free. And I'm going to make sure that you understand everything about billing, the free tier, and budgets. And we're going to go through all of that in depth. So let's get started. So if we go to AWS, we have a sign up for AWS. Now, I'm not going to go through this exact process, but it's pretty simple. You just have to follow the instructions. So you would go through this process, add your email. There's going to ask for email confirmation. It's going to ask for your billing info, and then you can choose free tier. Just realize we're going to use the free tier account. So I want you to put an alert for after 12 months to check when your free tier usage is up, just in case. So you don't get charged on after that 12th month. Now, once you sign in, you'll probably see something like this particular page. I just want to let you know there are 3 ways to interact with AWS. And that includes the console, which is what you see here, which is the graphical UI for accessing AWS services. There's also CLI for those who prefer using the terminal to type commands. We're not going to be using any of those. And then there's the SDK if you want to programmatically manage AWS services and have automatic, automations that you want to interact with these services. Now, before we get started, I want to talk about billing, cost, and free tier as well. Now, this whole video is going to be about free. So everything we do is going to be free for this entire project. But I want to make some caveats just in case so that you don't get charged, because you can still get charged accidentally if you don't do the right things. So I just want you to be aware of this. This is a huge part of AWS and a huge thing that you need to know. First off, there are some services that have free trials. There's other ones that are 12 months free. So you have a free tier account. A lot of services have free tier options. And then there's some options like always free. That includes like DynamoDB, other things like that. So you have to make sure what you're using is dependent on what you're looking for over here, because there's a lot of options. And under here, there's a lot of options over here. So you can see all the link in the description, all of these and the services that are going to charge you. So you don't have to worry for each section. I'm going to tell you what is free and what is not. So we're going to get to that. So let's go back to our console. Now we're going to go over here. You can look up search. You can look up services over here, but it's better to just use the search. And we're just going to go to billing. And what we want to look at is billing and cost management. And I'm going to briefly go through this. So billing and cost management, this is a very complicated page, but there's only a few things that you really have to pay attention to. The home page is where you get a brief summary and overview. I look at this. This gives you a little cost breakdown. It's pretty simple. And then over here, you can see the bills. This obviously gives you the charges. And importantly, you can see what services will charge you. Right now, I have everything to be 0. If you followed my last tutorial, I have reduced every cost to be 0, so nothing is charged. And a few other things is the Cost Explorer. If you want to use this, this is more for advanced use cases. You probably don't have to go through it. I've been charged $19 because I was using a accidental VPC IPv4, which I removed. And over here, pricing calculator is another option you can use, which will help you create an estimate. But again, this is for very advanced use cases. And then there's also free tier over here. This will be useful for your free tier account. It shows you what you're actually using for the services that you are getting for free in your free tier account. So the 12 month limit, this is what you get. So make sure you take a look at this. This is an important page. And then finally, budgets is another useful one. So what we can do is create a budget. What I have is a free tier budget, and it tells you when you are going to go over a limit. So if you create a budget, you can use a template, and we can set 0 spend budget. And I'm just going to create that budget. Let's say, okay. And you just want to write your email so that you get a notification if it goes over that bound of the cost. Right now, 0 spend budget, meaning anytime it exceeds 1 cent, it's going to alert you. Once you create that budget, you're going to see that the budget is set to $1. You can change it to 1 cent, but you might get warned a little too early. You probably want to set it to maybe 10 cents or something like that. If you want to do that, you can go over here. You can hit edit. And what I want to do is just go into enter your budget amount. I'm going to say 10 cents like that. So over here, you're going to hit next, next. None of this really matters. You can configure it. You can look at all the options, but it's pretty self-explanatory from there. So if you hit 10 cents, my forecasted amount says 5 cents because this is incorrect. You just have to be noting that this value might not be right. So I have my 0 spend budget at 10 cents, which is warning me then, and it's going to give me alerts. So there you go. That is mostly the budgets. It's very important to understand. See how to make it so we don't get charged for anything. So one last caveat. Right now, I'm recording this in 2024, but maybe you watch this in the future. You have to watch out and be careful about AWS's pricing because they do change quite frequently, whether it's the products or services. So you always want to make sure you understand that. And the best way to figure that out is go to this particular free tier page, go down and go under here. You can search for free tier products. And if there's a service that you want to use and you want to check if it's free, you can go to S3 and you can see that it has 12 months free. it has 5 gigabytes that you can use for free for 12 months. So you always want to make sure and double check over here. This is a very good overview, very good summary. This is probably the most helpful page when it comes to pricing that I've discovered on AWS. Now, real quick, this part is optional. If you watched my previous video, you might have extra services that you had before. So what you would do is you want to be able to delete all the services that you made prior. And just in case you have issues with deleting services, you might not know what services you're currently running because you might have created a few things that you don't know. And the way you can check is we can do two things. We can go to the bills page to see what's running, and you can see what's being charged of all of these. You can see everything that we have, 12 total access services. So you can find what you already have in that specific region, figure out what is being running currently. So this is everything I have currently being shown. But another way is you can go to VPC, and inside here you can see everything that all the services that we basically have. So you might have some things that you probably don't know what it was all about. So you can go through over here and you can basically try and delete them. Just realize that deleting them can be kind of a pain. It is a little bit difficult and they probably purposely do it. But basically, if you want to delete something like this, it is hard because there are dependencies upon which services. So you're just going to have to go through the manual, tedious process to see which one can be deleted first. For example, if you try to delete a VPC, it might prevent you from deleting it because you have all these subnets associated with that. So there's a lot of dependencies on what you can delete. So you're just going to have to go through, figure out which ones are going to be deleted first. So just letting you know, make sure you delete the services if you already have them, just in case you have it from a previous project. Now with all of that out of the way, now we can focus on what we are building today. So this is the AWS diagram of everything that we're going to be using in AWS to deploy our application. Now this diagram looks a little bit intimidating, but there are only 5 main things that we are going to be really worrying about. Everything else is just networking and how AWS does its own things. This is very similar to the previous application if you watched that video, but if you haven't, you don't have to worry because I'm going to explain everything. But there are slight differences. So the first thing we're going to be doing is we're going to look at Amazon EC2. This is where we host our backend server. Amazon RDS is where we're going to be hosting our database. Amplify is going to be where we host our front end, which is Nextjs. And then S3 is going to be where we host our files. And finally, we're going to use Amazon Cognito for our authentication. Everything else you see is basically networking. With that, let's actually hide every single one of this so that we start from a blank slate. So AWS follows the security principle of giving people or service the least amount of access possible as they need. So this is a very important principle that you have to understand when AWS provides all of these networking services. Now, networking part of AWS, all it is basically security. Who gets what permissions and for what service. That's all it is. As simple as that. So the first thing we need to do in our AWS cloud is to create a VPC. A VPC is just an isolated set of services or section in AWS that is dedicated for your own services. So basically, virtual private cloud is just a little section that you have in AWS where you can put all your servers. You can have multiple VPCs, but basically it just groups all the servers and all the services that you want to use in a single location and isolates itself from everywhere else. It is a property of just making everything secure, so you by default don't have these services exposed to the wider internet. So to get there, we're going to go to AWS, and up here where we have our search, we can do VPC. Now you can look at all the services, find it through here, but we are going to just search it, and we're going to click VPC. And I'm going to go to your VPCs. By default, if you just created your Amazon account, you might have a default VPC, which you generally would end up using. but we are going to create a fresh new VPC so you can understand this better. So we're going to go over here. Under name tag, I'm just going to say PM, which is short for project management. I'm going to say VPC. Over here, I'm going to give you a brief overview for CiderBlock. It is a little bit confusing, but this is how we set up IP addresses. IP addresses are locations where you have a specific service. So if you are running like an EC2, which is basically a server, it's going to need its own IP address. But these IP addresses are isolated from the public IP addresses that you normally see on a regular website. So these are private IP addresses that the VPC is going to contain. So we have these CIDR blocks, which is probably the most confusing aspect of VPCs, and it's related to the IP addresses we were just talking about. So I'm going to go over here and I'm going to explain what these CIDR block ranges represent. So let's say we have a CIDR block range of 10.0.0.0/24. All that means, this 24 represents 24 bits. And if you look at every number as a value of 8 bits, so 10 is 8-bit, 0 is another 8-bit, 0 is another 8-bit, that adds up to 24. So what that means is when we set 24, we are essentially locking the first 3 numbers. And only the last number can be basically changed. And the last number can be changed from 0 to 255. So these here are examples of the IP addresses that we can use. So we can assign any of the services within it, any of the IP addresses from 0 to 255 for the last fourth number. Let's say we have 10.0.0.0/16. That means the first 2 are locked, 8-bit plus 8-bit. That means the last 2 numbers can go from 0 to 255. So these are just examples again. 15.38. These 2 numbers can be anywhere from 0 to 255. So in this case, we have 255 times 255 potential addresses if we use this particular CIDR block range. That means we have this many IP addresses or this many services we can put in there to use for that particular VPC. And the last one obviously is 8. That means just the first one is locked. So that's exactly what we're doing. That's all you have to know about CIDR block ranges. So we are going to go over here and we're going to set 10.0.0.0.0/16 for this VPC. So the last 2 numbers are dynamic. And we're going to keep everything else the same and we're going to hit create VPC. So we have our VPC, and you might think, oh, we should be able to upload our application directly into this VPC. That is exactly not the case. So if you go back to our diagram, we actually need something called subnets. Subnets are just isolated sections, which are just, again, another set of IP ranges, or CIDR block ranges, where we can put our services within. So you do need these public subnets and private subnets. And this is just for networking organization. If you are running a large enterprise company, you're going to have a lot of these requirements because it's going to require a lot of organization. So we have these things, subnets, to do that. We also have public subnet and private subnet. And what we're going to do is we're going to create one public subnet, which has access to the wider internet, and 2 private subnets, which do not have access to the outside internet. So if you remember later, we're going to have an EC2 in our public subnet and an RDS in our private subnet. So our RDS is not exposed to the wider internet, whereas EC2 is. So we're going to create these 2 first. So from here, I'm going to click subnets, and we are going to create subnet over here. Inside here, I want you to select the correct VPC. So I called it PM_VPC. If you have the name, we're going to select that, and it's going to ask you to create your subnet. So the first one I'm going to call PM_public-subnet-1. This will be our public subnet. Now for the availability zone, this might be a little different for you depending on your location, but I'm just going to choose US East 2A, but it might be dependent on your location. And over here for the VPC CIDR block, we're going to keep that the same because that's the VPC CIDR block, but the subnet has its own CIDR block as well. And in here, we're going to say 10.0.0.0/24. So we only have 256 IPs. I made a mistake. It's not 255, it's 256. So we have subnet CIDR block over here. And then we're going to do the same thing for our private subnets. So I'm going to say pm_private-subnet-1. And in here, I'm going to choose the same availability zone for this particular one. And I'm going to keep this as 10.0.0, or actually 0.1.0/24. So this will be assigned to a different range of CIDR blocks than this one. Remember, this is going to lock the first three numbers. This will as well, but this one will have 1 as locked for this set of ranges. And then finally, we're going to do one more. We're going to do pm_private-subnet-2. We need two private subnets if we want to create an RDS database. You need 2 subnets in different availability zones. Now, I didn't explain this, but availability zones are locations within AWS where they might have different servers in different locations. So essentially, this is just so that if one service goes down in one availability zone, you're going to have a backup in a different availability zone for your service to be able to still be running if those things go down. And here I'm going to set the CIDR block range to be 10.0.2.0/24. And with that, we have 3 subnets with different CIDR block ranges, and we are going to create them. Now you might think, oh, we can now start putting things into our subnets. No. AWS likes to make things fun, to make it more difficult. The first thing we actually want to do is create an internet gateway. An internet gateway allows a VPC to connect to the internet. So it gives us access for different users to access our VPC. So we're going to go over here, go back to our AWS console. We're going to click Internet Gateway. We're going to create Internet Gateway, and we're just going to call this PM Internet Gateway, like so. And I'm going to hit Create. And this is pretty simple. We're going to hit Actions, and we're going to attach to VPC, and we're going to attach to PM_VPC, attach that Internet Gateway to the correct VPC. And of course, we're still not done. Let's go back to over here. We can go and see that we need to create route tables. So we're going to have a separate public route table for the public subnet and a private route table for private subnets. By default, VPCs come with their own main rate route table, but generally when you want to create a subnet and a private subnet, you want them to have their own route tables as good practice. So we're going to ignore the main route table. I'm going to go back to our VPC, and I'm just going to show you right now what we have over here. So as you can see, we have 3 subnets set with a route table. They're all set to the main route table that has been created, but you want the private subnets to be associated with their own route tables as well as a public subnet to their own. And as you can see, just FYI, Internet Gateway is attached. So we're going to go to our route tables, and we are going to create a route table. So I'm going to call this PM public route table-1, select the VPC, and we're going to create a route table. And over here, I'm going to edit subnet association. So we created our route table, but we did not associate them with the correct subnet. So for this one, this is public subnet, or this is the public route table. We want to associate with the public subnet. So I'm going to save associations with that. So I'm going to go back to our route tables, and as you can see, this is our main one. It's by default, like underscore. We could change the name, main, and we have PM_public route table 1. And then obviously we can, you know what we're going to do. We're going to do PM private route table -1, select our VPC, create the route table, go to actions over here, edit subnet associations. We're going to select PM private subnet -1, save associations, and we're going to go back to our route table, and we're going to create one more route table, call it PM private subnet -2, select our VPC, create the route table, go to actions, edit subnet associations, select the second one, and save associations. A lot of clicks, but it's pretty simple. And there we go. We have our main route table, we have our public route table, we have 2 private route tables. And for some reason, I call this PM private subnet. This should be route-table-2. Now, one thing we need to do with the public route table is to give it public access. So we're going to click on this particular one. We're going to hit routes. And right now, this is only for local. That means it's only the private IP addresses. So we want to edit that route so we can have an extra route that will come from everywhere. So to do that, we are going to choose 0.0.0.0/0. This gives access to the internet. And we want to select Internet Gateway. This is the Internet Gateway that we originally chose. And once we hit Save Changes, we have now a route table with access to the internet. So if I go back to our diagram, that allows this public route table to be connected to our internet gateway that is connected to the internet. Whereas the private route table will not have access to the internet gateway. Now you might think, oh, this is all this unnecessary blow. Why don't we just have public access to everything? Now, when you're working at an enterprise company, they have a lot of security concerns and they need to make sure everything is secure. And networking is all about security and preventing bad actors from entering their or accessing their services. So that is exactly why we have all of this. Now, you can think of route tables as kind of like a whitelist. What routes can access what routes? But then there is also this idea, we're not going to create it. I'm just going to show you in this diagram that we have something called NACLs. These are network access control lists. They also exist on a subnet level. And what these are more like are blacklist. If you want to ever specify some things that you don't want it explicitly ever entering, you use these NACLs to prevent any kind of IP addresses or domains that you do not want access to that particular subnet. So that is how you can do that. Later on, we're going to talk about security groups that exist on individual services, which is similar to the NACLs, but it is on a level of EC2 or RDS where you prevent access from different services. They're basically, again, like a blacklist, like a firewall, essentially. But we'll talk about that when it comes up. And with that, now we can finally create an EC2, which is where we're going to host our backend. So we can finally upload part of our application into AWS with all this networking done past us. Now, I was going to do this entire video with Lambda instead of EC2 to give you an alternative to EC2, but I ran into some serious issues with Lambda and Prisma compatibility. I was not able to resolve it. So I ended up re-recording this entire AWS section because I wasn't able to figure out a fix. But I do have future videos where I will use Lambda and I will show you how to do that. So essentially EC2 is just a server that's on Amazon. It's nothing else. So it's basically like another computer and you can connect to it and run commands, install things onto it and run it like you would, just like you would run a server on your own computer. So let's go back to AWS. We're going to go to EC2, select on that, and we are going to go to instances. Over here, I'm going to hit launch instances, and I'm going to call this PM_EC2 backend, like so. Over here with the quick start selected, we're going to select Amazon Linux AWS, keep the AMI selected. As you can see, this is free tier eligible. And speaking of free tier, let's go to this page. I'm going to write EC2, which is already shown up here. We have 12 months free, 750 hours. If you calculate that, it is a little over the number of hours that you would have in a month. So you can do this for free for 12 months from when your account started. Note that this is different from always free tier, so make sure you understand that. This is 12 months free. And also, some of you guys have been concerned about IPv4, which is a address charge, where they made a recent change in February about IPv4 getting charged, like a specific type of IP addresses, which is very common, but you do get 1 month or 750 hours per month, which is like one instance of EC2 of public IPv4 address, which is what we're going to be using for this particular project, and it'll all be free. Just make sure you don't run 2 EC2 instances because those hours do stack. So just make sure if you're experimenting, you just delete the EC2 if you've created another one and you just want one. So going back to AWS, we're going to go to key pair. You're going to create a new key pair. If you don't have it, I already have it. So just make sure you have that selected and you save it to a safe location. Now we go down over here. We're going to look at our network settings. And we're going to allow SSH traffic, meaning that's how you connect to your instance. You can allow your connectivity from there. We're also going to connect HTTPS traffic, and we're going to select HTTP. We're just going to allow this access so we can test this, make sure it works. And we're going to hit create security group. But before you do that, make sure you select all three. We're going to hit edit. Now we just want to make sure everything is in the right location. So we have the VPC, our VPC selected with our public subnet selected. Make sure it's not in a private or you will not have access. And we want to auto assign public IP. Now it says additional charges apply, but remember I said you have one IPv4 address that you can run for an entire every month in the free tier account. And just to show you right here, AWS free tier now includes 750 hours. So this is sense of what I'm referring to. And then from here, I'm going to change the security group name. I'm going to call this PM underscore EC2 dash SG. And just FYI, if we go back to our diagram, we are basically creating this security group, which can block access. By default, it's going to block everything. That's why we needed to select the security groups that we had, HTTPS, HTTP, so we can actually access our EC2. We're not doing an enterprise level company, so we just want everywhere access by default. Also, I changed the PM EC2 SG for the description. Up to you, not mandatory. Now we can scroll down, we can ignore all of this, keep everything free tier eligible, and now we can actually hit launch instance. When that's done, we can go to instances, and we're going to go over here, and you'll see your instance running. Now, the instance state might still be pending right away, but I did wait, so you might see something different. So going over here, I'm going to select instance ID, and now there is this button called connect. Once your EC2 is running, you can go in here. It says port 22 is open to all IPv4 addresses, but don't worry about that. But now we can connect to our EC2 using EC2 instance connect. So now we can hit connect over here. Now you'll see this page and what looks like basically a terminal. This is basically us accessing this computer remotely. So now we have access to another computer. So you can do everything that you normally would on your own computer. You can install Node, you can run a lot of commands, you can run different programs, you can do whatever you want with this EC2 instance. All right, so from here, we're gonna run a lot of commands, but I have all those commands written down in a link in the description. So look for something that talks about EC2 instructions, and we're gonna follow this, and you can copy and paste some of those commands so we don't have to write some of those commands or manually basically, because it'll take a while. So first, we're going to write sudo su dash. This will give us universal privilege. And from here, I'm going to copy the next line, which is curl. And this will basically install NVM onto our EC2 instance. So I'm going to run those commands. And then from here, we're going to activate NVM. by using this command .tilde/.nvm/nvm.sh. And then from here, I'm going to do nvm install node. NVM allows us to install Node and manages our Node packages quite easily. And then just to double check, we want to say node-v to check our version that we have it installed, and then npm-v, make sure you have those versions. Or you can use, it doesn't matter which version, as long as like 2022, something like that, that should basically work out. So we have Node installed. So basically, this is basically installing Node. Now we need to install Git. So we can actually pull down the GitHub repo that we created, because we just want to take that GitHub repo, install all the packages so we can run our server. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to do sudo yum update -y. Make sure we update anything. And then we're going to do sudo yum install git -y. So you're going to have all of those things happening and it's going to be installed. Let's just do git -- version just to double check we have Git. If you see that, that means it's working. And then from here, you want to go to your repo once again to the project management repo we uploaded earlier. Make sure you don't do it with mine, or you could probably, if you want to do it with mine, it's fine, but do it with your project. It'll make more sense. So we're going to hit code. We're going to select this HTTPS. We're going to copy that URL to clipboard. Go back here. I'm going to write git clone, and I'm going to paste what I copied and hit enter. And that's basically pulling our GitHub repo. And from here, I'm going to do ls just to check that we have that project file. And I'm going to go into that. So project cd space project management. And then from here, I'm going to do ls again to see that we have client and server like we expect. We're going to go cd into our server, and I'm going to run npm I in that server. And there we go. And we can just run npm run dev just to double check that our server is working. Now we see that we have a command that's running just like we normally do, but it's running on port 3000. This is kind of a problem because if you go back to our incident details and we look at our security group will show you that we have inbound rules. And what we are allowing is port 80, 443, and port 22. But nowhere does it say port 3000. So we actually need to change the environment variable to be 80. So I'm going to actually close this with Command or Control C. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to create an environment variable. And we do that by creating a folder or file. We're going to do echo, and we're going to put port equals 80. And we're going to do a greater than equal sign, and then .env, greater than sign. And that essentially will create an env file within our folder. And then if we run npm run dev now, we should see that the server is now running on port 80. Part 80. All right, so let's go instance details. And now if you take a look at auto assign IP address, this is the IP address that we are going to use to hit the API, or basically the endpoint. So if I select open address, we can see if we go over here, we're going to see that it's going to go into an infinite loop. That usually means we just don't have access. And that's because HTTPS is not going to allow us because of the browser. So we want to for just this purpose, we don't want the end result to be on HTTPS or HTTP, but we're just going to remove the S over here. And once we select HTTP and our public IP address, we can see that we get, this is home route. And if you remember on our GitHub repo, the default route is going to give us this value. So that means we have now fully made our EC2 work, and we can connect to it via just a typical URL. Now we're going to do a few things more aside from this, but right now, be happy that you're able to connect to it because it is a lot to just simply deploy a service and get it working. This is actually a very good achievement that you have got to this point. And if you go over here, you can see that we have our logs showing that we connected to it before. I had a few other ones where it just kind of errored out, but this just means that we are getting our request. Everything is working as expected. All right, so now we have our EC2 server running, but there's one last thing I want to do, because if you take a look at the server, if the EC2 does go down, and sometimes these servers do go down in production level applications, you're going to have to figure out a way to automatically restart the EC2 and restart this particular server. And the way we do this is using something called PM2. PM2 is basically a production process manager with a built-in load balancer. Fancy name, but basically it allows us to just run our server as production level with nice monitoring processes, and we can run it in clusters optionally if we need to. But mainly for our case, we just want the EC2 just always start up with the same server running as we would expect a server to do. So we're going to go to our EC2 instance connect, do Control-C to cancel out of it, and we're going to start by doing npm i pm2-g. We're going to install PM2. Now, if you remember, we created a file called ecosystem.config.js. That is specifically for PM2. Now, if you want to take a look, we can do ls, and we see that we have ecosystem.config.js in our server directory. If you ever wanted to modify it, you can use nano ecosystem.config.js to change it. And it'll give you like this little editor, and you can go down, modify a few things. We don't need to, but if you do modify it, you can use Control-O to save and then Control-X to exit after you've made your changes. So right now we don't need to change anything, so I'm going to hit Control-X to cancel out. And then there is another command to make sure PM2 is running when it's rebooted. And that's the command we have in the little copy file that I've shown you. Or if you want, you can just, I'm going to paste it over here. You can pause it and you can just write this out. But this will allow PM2 to restart whenever the server gets restart. So we're going to hit enter. And now with this, we can now use PM2 commands. So we're going to do PM2 start ecosystem.config.js. That will start up this project management name project that you'll see over here. And we can do PM2 status if we just want to see what is running or what is not. So it just brings it basically up. It's been up for 12 seconds. It's online and a lot of information that is important for production level. Now we can do PM2 minit, but basically it monitors. So essentially it'll run your server, and we can see that when it's running our server, we can go back to this home route. I'm going to refresh it, and we can see that we're just logging it anytime I refresh it to go to this page. It has very nice little metrics. What's being used for production level is very nice. And again, we can do Control-C to exit just like we normally do. But it's still running. Right now, even though you don't see it, it is still running. So I can do PM2 stop all if I want to stop them. It still exists. So you can also do delete all if you don't want it. So now we don't have anything running. I'm just showing you different commands just in case you messed up something. And if you ever want to restart it, you just do PM2 start ecosystem.config.js, and that will run it again. And so there we go. This is pretty much our EC2 running Node.js, running our server on it. This is basically production level. There's a lot more production things you can do, like bundling your packages, making it more efficient, having more production build, production monitoring, that kind of thing. But we're not going to do that. But this is just, the base level of what you would do on a real application. We will come back to this because we do need to connect to our database. But first, we want to create our RDS. So we created our EC2. Now we need to create our RDS. The RDS is going to live in the private subnet. We don't want wider internet access to be able to query our RDS. That is not safe, secure, or you probably don't want that. We also created 2 private subnets, and that's required by RDS. Just in case one subnet goes down, we have another subnet in a different availability zone to fall back to. It is just required. And we're also going to create the security group for this RDS to make sure it has access, or EC2 has access to this RDS. Now going back to the free tier page, we can go and search up RDS over here, and we can see similar to EC2, we have 12 months free on the free account. We have 750 hours of usage, basically equivalent to 1 month of hour usage. Again, be careful if you have 2 RDS running, you will stack up the hours double time. So just make sure you only have 1 at most. All right, so going back to our AWS dashboard, we're going to go and search up for RDS. This will be our database dashboard, essentially, where we can create our database. So I'm going to go under databases and I'm going to hit create database. Now over here, we can do easy create, but the problem is we don't have a lot of flexibility that might cause us to get charged. So we're going to select standard create. Under this, I'm going to select PostgreSQL. I'm going to leave all of these engine versions by default, and I want to select free tier, obviously. Scroll down, and for this database identifier name, I'm going to call this PM-RDS. This one, you cannot do underscore, so it needs to be a hyphen. Now for the master username, I'm going to keep it Postgres, but you can call it whatever you want. But you do want to make sure you note this down. This is going to be used in the database URL, if you remember. We need to have that database URL with the new configurations for this database URL, and master username is one of those. Now for the master password, I'm just going to call this hello my friend 1234. You can call it whatever you want, but just make sure you note these values, and we're going to keep it like that. And we're going to keep it self-managed over here as well. We're going to scroll down, keep this the same. Now under storage, we're going to have all of this default, but this storage auto-scaling, we're going to open this up and we're going to disable it just so we don't get charged accidentally if it ever scales. It probably won't, but just in case. We're going to leave this don't connect to an EC2 compute resource. We're going to make sure our VPC is connected, and we want to have create new database subnet group. Now, if you didn't create 2 private subnet groups, this wouldn't be available. So that is exactly why I needed to create 2 groups, and make sure this public access is no. Otherwise, you're going to get charged. You want to make sure this is set to no, because that would mean we would have 2 public IP addresses. That means you get charged for that. So you need to be careful about that one. Over here, we don't want to choose existing VPC security groups. We want to hit create new. And we're going to call this PM RDS-SG. And again, this is the security group that we are talking about over here. That is this guy. The availability zone, we can just choose the first one. I believe it doesn't matter. We don't need to worry about any of these settings. You don't need a tag. We can keep the password authentication by default. We can turn off performance insights just to make sure we don't get charged for anything. Keep everything the same over here. And for additional configuration, for the additional or initial database name, I'm just going to call this project management. This is another name value that we're going to be using, so you can keep that as a value that we need for our database. And over here with the enable automatic backups, be very careful. We want to disable this because at some point I got charged for a snapshot of this automated backup. I don't know how it went over the free tier, but it somehow did. So disable that. We're also going to disable encryption just in case. And we can just leave everything as B. And it says estimated monthly cost, but I can tell you, you don't get charged if you follow the free tier pricing that we mentioned. So this is only if you are past the 12 months. So we should be free if you're doing this correctly. So over here, we are doing create database. And maybe you get some suggested add-ons. Don't do any of that. We are going to be creating our database now. So once that's created, you'll see that the status available. But before we do anything where we connect our EC2 to our database, it's not going to work. And that's because our security groups have been created for both the RDS and EC2, but we have not allowed them to talk to each other. So I'm going to go to VPC. Actually, we can just go to PM RDS. We can click that. And what you can see is there's a lot of information. What you'll see over here is VPC security group. I'm going to select this. This will take us to the security group associated with our RDS. I'm going to go in here, select the security group ID, and in here we can select edit inbound rules. And then from here, I'm going to add a separate rule. I'm going to select PostgreSQL, and the source is going to be custom. And over here, we want it specifically from the EC2. So right now we're this particular security group. We want it from EC2 security group. Basically, this is allowing any inbound traffic specifically from this security group, which is part of the EC2. So I'm going to hit save rule. So now we allow the RDS to accept traffic from the EC2, but now we need to go to EC2 to set outbound rules to our security RDS security group. So I'm going to go to instances, select over here EC2 backend, and I'm going to select security, select the security group, select outbound rules, and right now it's already set to all traffic, so this is probably unnecessary, but just FYI, you can just add a rule, do PostgreSQL, once again, do custom, and we are going to select RDSG. Should be RDSSG, but that is a security group we are going to allow outbound traffic. So this step is probably not necessary because we already had it all traffic, but just in case. All right, so with that, now we can actually go back to our EC2 instance connect. And over here, just in case everything is still running, I'm going to do PM2 delete all. So in here, I'm going to do nano.env. So we're going to be able to modify our environment variable. And if you remember correctly, going back to our code base, going to our .env folder or file, we have database URL, and we have the username, the password, the endpoint, port, and the database name. So we need exactly just that, but connecting to our RDS database instead. So I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to be writing this over here. Now, I told you to note the names that we had. So Postgres was the master username. Hello, my friend was the password that I had for this particular RDS. The database endpoint is, if you go back, we go to security group, or basically our AWS, we want to go to our RDS. Once again, go to our databases, select the PM RDS, and it has most of the information that we need. So this endpoint is the endpoint we're going to be using. We're going to copy that, paste it over here instead of localhost. This port is 5432 unless you customized it. If you followed my tutorial, then this should be 5432. And this database name is project management. You can check what it is. If you go back over here, database name, project management, which is what we set earlier. And by the way, master username is over here, master password, you can't see it. So I told you to note those down so we can paste it into this particular URL. So now this is the URL that we need to connect to our database. So we're going to copy this, go back to our EC2 instance connect, and we're already modifying our environment variables. So on the next line, I'm going to write database URL is equal to string, paste all of that, and I'm going to hit Control O and Control C and Control X. We want to save it. And make sure you hit Enter after you do Control O to save it. Now we're almost there. There's a few things we need to do, which because we're using Prisma, we want to do npx Prisma generate. This is like we did before, and we're going to do npx prisma migrate dev -- name init. And finally, I'm going to run npm run seed to seed our RDS database. And if you see all this, I believe I modified the seed. And if you see all this, it should be working. I'm not exactly sure why it's console logging multiple times. All right, chances are you probably won't see this because I fixed it. For me, I have this, but it should end up with the same result that you guys will have. Anyways, we have our seeded data. So now we can do pm2 start ecosystem.config.js. Now we're running our instance. Now let's double check if it's actually working. So I'm going to go back to database or AWS, go to EC2, go to our instances, select the instance that we want. And over here we have open address. And if you remember, we actually need to get rid of the HTTPS. And we have our home route. And now we want to check if we have data in our database by doing /projects. And perfect. I have a pretty print extension that will automatically align this. As you can see, we are now fetching our 10 projects. And we can do this for every route. If you got this far and it's working for you, congratulations. This is a very difficult task, to be honest, with all the networking and all those potential issues you might come into. This can be extremely difficult for people who are new to AWS. All right, so now we have our EC2 talking to our RDS. They are able to communicate with each other perfectly. We have all the data seeded into our RDS perfectly. I just want to cover one last thing. This is just, we're not going to be building it, but there is a possible way to create a VPC NAT gateway. This is just another way if you wanted the RDS, for example, or anything in this private subnet to be able to talk to the internet, allow public access for any of the services within private subnet, you would create a NAT gateway. But we're not going to be doing that because right now we have access to our RDS. We don't want to expose that. So we aren't going to pay attention. Now, the next thing we're going to do is going to be using Amplify. So Amplify is a service on AWS that you can host basically Next.js applications or front-end applications. It's similar to where you host your app on Vercel or Cloudflare Pages, which is like kind of like a free service that you can upload your front-end basically. Although Amplify is probably not as feature-rich as Vercel, but we're just going to keep this in AWS. And there is a production way to upload Next.js. We're not going to get into that because that's very complicated, but we're going to keep this with Amplify. So let's get to it. So we're going to go back to AWS. I'm going to write Amplify, select over here. And over here, if you create anything, we can see this page and we're just going to hit create new app. And if you take a look over here, AWS Amplify hosting, we have 15 gigabytes served per month. And it's part of our 12 months free tier. So it's pretty easy. It's free. You don't have to worry about it. So we're going to go back to AWS, go over here, and we can see that we have start building with Amplify. Now you want to select GitHub and select next. Now you might see a different page because it's going to ask you to connect to your GitHub. So make sure you connect to your GitHub. Right now, I've only have my old one, my previous project inventory management selected, but I'm going to hit update GitHub permissions. Now over here, you're going to see you're going to go through whatever settings to log into your GitHub, select authentication, whatever. And over here, you want to do only select repositories. I'm going to select project management over here. You don't need inventory management. That's from a previous project. So I'm going to hit save. And once you do that, you can go back to AWS and you should be able to see the repo that you have. I'm going to select project management and I'm going to click my app is a mono repo because we have client and server in the same repo. And what you want is monorepo root directory. And what we want to write here is going to be client. So it starts from the Next.js application, not the server. So we're going to hit next. If you do it correctly, it should auto detect your framework. You have npm run build.next, which should be perfectly fine. We're going to keep all of this default, and we're going to hit advanced settings, and we need to set up configurations. Now over here, if I had new, we had next public API base URL. These are environment variables. If you remember, we go back to our client directory, .env.example, we have this, but the base URL is going to be different, obviously, because this is going to be the URL to our backend. So essentially, if I go back, this should technically be right here, which HTTP, like this, paste it over here. That should be our base URL. This is not actually going to work, unfortunately, but I will show you why. But let's keep it like this for now. And we're going to hit next. Once we have that, make sure everything is correct, and we're going to hit save and deploy. Now, once it's finished, it's going to say deployed over here, and then we can hit visit deployed URL. So now, if you take a look, we have our website. We can see the front end and everything here, but we are getting error fetching data. We are not able to access our backend from here. If you go back, go to Network tab over here, refresh this page, we're going to select fetch. If you take a look over here, you're going to get a status that says blocked mixed content. What that means is that Amplify is being hosted on an HTTPS. But as you remember, our backend is HTTP. The browser rejects any type of calls where you're going from HTTPS to HTTP. It's not going to allow that. It's a security issue for them. So what we need to do is set up our backend to be HTTPS. There is a complicated way of doing it with certificates and doing all of that. We're not going to do that. We're instead going to use API Gateway to set up our backend, and that will automatically allow us to use HTTPS so that we can connect to it. So if you go to our diagram once more, instead of the Amplify Next.js trying to talk to the EC2 via the Internet Gateway, we are going to use an API Gateway to connect to our EC2. And a lot of times when you have a backend, you provide access to that backend using an API Gateway. So before we create our API Gateway, I'm going to once again show you the free tier. So I'm going to do API Gateway, write that, and see this is 12 months free. Amazon API Gateway, 1 million API calls received per month. I'm pretty sure you're not going to exceed that, so this should be fine. So if we go back to our AWS dashboard, we're going to go to API Gateway over here, select that. So you're going to be greeted with this page. We're going to go down and we're going to see we have multiple options. Last tutorial, I used HTTP API, but since we're using Cognito, we want to select REST API. So I'm going to click that one and then click build. I'm going to create new API. I'm going to call this PM API-gateway. Keep this regional, keep it everything the same, and we're just going to hit create API. Now, there are two ways to handle the APIs over here. We can create a resource for every endpoint that we have in our backend. So meaning if we go back to our page, we have routes, we have project search routes, task routes. We can create manually every single one for this, but it's a little bit tedious. So there is an alternative way using the proxy integration method, which allows us to default to Express, and Express will handle the routing for us. So we can do that via create resource. Then from here, I'm going to select proxy resource, and I'm going to make sure the resource name is what we write over here, which is curly braces proxy plus curly braces like that. It needs to be named that or else it won't work. And then we have cores, we should select that. So we're going to hit create resource. So now we have this proxy route. We also need to set up an integration for this any method. So we're going to hit edit integration over here, and we're going to select HTTP. And then from here, we're going to select HTTP proxy integration. We're going to select any, and we want to get back our URL. Once again, we're just going to copy this, paste it over here, And what we want to also add is proxy, so we can forward this to the rest of our endpoints. Once we have that, we're going to hit save. And we need to do deploy API. So over here, I'm going to hit new stage, write prod, and hit deploy. And once we have that, we can copy this, create a new tab, paste it over here. And you can see we have a forbidden, but our endpoints will be working. So if I go to projects and you select, now you can see we have our projects list. So perfect. So this is how we create our endpoint on HTTPS instead of HTTP. So now our front end can call our backend. So right now, our front end is not connected to our backend. It's still connected to this URL right here. So we are going to copy this link and we are going to go back to Amplify. We're going to go to View App, actually hosting. We're going to go to Environment Variables and we're going to hit Manage Variables. We are going to go over here to the values, paste and replace what we already had, and we're going to hit Save. Now, if you refresh the page, you'll realize it's still set to the old environment variables. So we kind of need a way to redeploy it. So over here, I'm going to select master right here. It's going to take you to this page, and I'm going to hit redeploy this version. And we're just going to have to wait for it to redeploy. All right, once that's redeployed, now we can click on our domain. And now you can see we have our data. Every endpoint is going. We're going to open up our tab. We're just going to refresh it, make sure it is hitting the right endpoint. As you can see, we are getting back our perfect data. So I'm going to close this. We can see we have dark mode. We have all our pages, and it's blazing fast. Now, I guess I missed styling this style bar, but I believe it's in the final build. So you can go to the globals.css file and just adjust that. So this will look a little more integrated because this scroll bar is kind of nasty looking. But anyways, we have our project fully deployed, and now we can see our backend information on our front end. Everything is properly connected. Now, right now, you can see the images. We have the image over here. We have all of the image different, like the user images and the task images. So now, typically, you would store these images into S3. Right now, we have it in public, which is able to access. But if you have a lot of images and you want the images to be stored safely or in the proper location, you would take these images, put it into S3. We're going to do that. You don't have to do this, but we're just going to do this just to show you. So I'm going to go to AWS once again, go to S3, go over here, and these are S3 buckets. S3 is pretty simple. Again, it is free, 12 months free right here with 5 gigabytes. And we can go back to our S3 and we can create a bucket. A bucket is just a location, basically like a folder where you put all your images. I'm just going to call this PM S3 images, like that. Now, ACLs right here is a little bit different from NACLs. So ACLs is specific for S3, and that's another permission thing, but we keep it disabled. ACL is kind of more deprecated. So right here, we also have block public access. So if you untick it, we're going to be able to access the S3. So by default, it kind of shows you. You want to make sure you hit the I acknowledge, and we're just going to keep everything else the same. And we're going to hit create bucket. And it seems like we aren't able to add underscore like that. So we're just going to hit create bucket like this. So now we have this bucket over here. We are now going to select this, and now we can just upload like we do for any other app. So I'm going to drag this so you can see what I'm doing. This is our public folder with all our image files. We're just going to select all of them, drag it over here into this bucket. And we're just going to hit upload. This is 16 megabytes, so no worries on the size. Once that's finished, we're going to go hit close. And we need to do one more thing with permissions. We need to create a bucket policy. So in here, we need a bucket policy that allows everyone access. So in our policy, we're going to be writing like a small object. If you're in AWS, you end up writing a lot of these like policy kind of things. So in here, we're going to do version. It's going to be capitalized, and we're going to put 2012-10-17, right, comma. We're going to put statement, colon. Actually, this should be an array with an object inside, like so. And we're going to do SID, colon, public, read, get object, comma. We're going to do effect to be allow, comma, principal, like so, colon, and we're going to put a star so we allow everything. And then from here, I'm going to do action, colon, S3, colon, get object, comma, and finally resource is going to be the name. So right here, we're just going to copy this bucket ARN name. We're going to put it in a string, and I'm going to put /star. So this gives all access. Now these policies are just very common in AWS. This is how it allows things, allow access to different services via these JSON objects. So we're going to have that. We're going to save the changes, and it should be ready to go to be able to be accessed. So if I go to objects over here, and I click open link in new tab, and I click object URL, and I select it, we can see that we have access to this particular image. So perfect. We have public access for these images. It doesn't really matter because these images aren't very like heavy, so you can just access it freely. It's not a big deal. It is a big deal if like the image is secure, but right now we don't have to worry about that. So we have these images accessible, but we want to be able to access them from our code base. So we're going to go back to our code base, go into a file called next.config.mjs. So this is just so we can allow access from AWS for our images. So we just need to set a configuration for this. So inside here, I'm going to put images, curly braces. I'm going to do remote patterns, colon, put an array, and inside here is going to be an object. We're going to set the protocol to be HTTPS, comma. The host name is going to be the host URL, and we can actually grab it over here on one of our images. So if you take a look, let's just copy the URL, but we actually don't need most of this. So we're just going to get rid of everything from the slash upwards and everything from the slash after. So we're going to keep that as the host name. The port is going to be empty string. Path name should be colon / ***. So by doing this, now we can access our images. It prevents, like basically this is more of a security for Nextjs. It doesn't allow you to add any kind of images unless this is allowed right here. And now from here, we need to adjust the images to the correct URL. So I'm going to copy this, and we are going to have like a separate locations for where we have our images. So actually, let's go over here. I'm going to do find in folder, and I'm going to put /image. So these are all the locations where we have our images. So right now we have a file URL for task. So essentially, we just need to add this endpoint, and we're going to do HTTPS : / and that should essentially grab the image for our files. So I'm going to save that. So that's all we have to do for this URL. We're going to select the next one. As you can see, I'm using the search right here, so this shows you where you have the URLs. We're going to do the same thing, paste it like that, save that, and then go down one more, and we're going to have that URL. Now we're going to go next in the list in the custom toolbar for the users page and just do the same exact thing over here. You can probably just search it up, but I prefer to do this a little bit manually so we can make sure we get the URLs correct. So I'm going down every single one, make sure we prefix every single URL with the URL we just created. So we're going to save all of those. And of course, we're going to have to do git add, git commit, redirect images to S3, and we're going to do git push origin master. And just to note, with things like Vercel and Amplify that we just uploaded, once we push it onto GitHub, it's going to redeploy our application, and we just have to wait for that to happen. And so if I go to Amplify now, go to our app, we can see it is deploying at the moment. Now, once it's deployed, we can do visit deployed URL, and we can go back and see, click projects, see if our image is there. Our image is still there. And just to double check that it's taking the right one, I'm going to click network and make sure I click image and refresh the page. Now, you'll know if it's working when you go over here, you have image, and you can see the URL, even though it's prefixed with this next image, we have HTTPS and we have PM S3 image like so. So basically it is getting it from the right location. So now we have our images redirected from S3. So everything is working. We are getting so far. We just have one last step, which is authentication, which is going to be kind of difficult, but I'll show you the easy way to do Cognito authentication. So with that, we have our S3 basically set up. And now for the last part is going to be AWS Cognito. Now, when it comes to Cognito, we have a free tier, which is always free for this. So you have 50,000 monthly active users. So most likely you won't exceed this problem. So I was originally deciding if I should add the AWS Cognito at the beginning or near the end like I'm doing right now, but I put it at the end so it's part of AWS. So we kind of see a more integrated view of Cognito, and we're not just adding authentication throughout the build of the application, but just so we can see everything. I'm doing everything with Cognito in this part of this application. So from here, we're going to go to Cognito. And inside of Cognito, we're greeted with this page. We are going to create user pool. Now, to understand Cognito, Cognito is an identity access management service. So basically, it saves all the information about the user in its own data pool. So it has this basically, it's like its own database, and it authenticates and does authorization. It does all of that. So we're not saving the user's sensitive information. We will save users' alternate data, but we will save all the sensitive information like the email, password into Cognito itself. And you do this by creating user pools. And inside our user pools, we're going to set the sign-in options to be username and email. You could set phone number, but we're not going to have that. And we're just going to click these two buttons, allow users to sign in with the preferred username, and then make username case sensitive. So it's up to you to decide if you want to do that. So we're going to hit next. In here, we're going to set the Cognito default. So the password is going to be pretty extensive. One number, one special character, one uppercase, one lowercase. You can set it to custom and change it, but we're just going to keep it like this. We're not going to do multi-factor authentication to keep it simpler. So I'm going to say no MFA. I'm going to keep everything default. So email only for the delivery method for user account recovery message. You know, when you forgot your password, this is how you can send the email for recovery, figuring out the user account for them. We're going to hit next. So from here, we're going to enable self-registration so that the user can sign up using like a UI. And below this, we're going to keep these two to be default, allow Cognito to automatically send messages to verify and confirm, and we're going to send email message to verify email address. We're going to keep those default, and we're going to keep going down, and we're going to see required attributes. We just have email, but we're going to leave this blank. We don't need anything else. And for our developer purposes, we're going to do send email with Cognito. Just to make it simpler, you can do SES to actually send real emails, but then you have to deal with all the actual email configurations, but we're not going to do that to make it easier. So we're just going to have from email address, we're going to leave this to be default. And over here, I'm going to call this PM-project management user pool, like that. We're not going to use the Cognito hosted UI, which is kind of like an app builder, like a visual app builder, but we're going to be building our own UI using AWS's toolkit. We're going to keep this to be public client. So basically, an app client is something that needs to be created for our user pool so we can do authenticated API operations. And over here, I'm going to call this project management client, like so. And we're going to hit don't generate a client secret. And everything else, we're just going to leave default, and I'm going to hit next. And over here, we're just going to review and create. Just check anything you want to change if you want to. And we're going to go all the way down, and we're going to create user pool. And as you can see, we have our user pool. We can go in and we can see users. We can create our user directly, but generally we want the user to be able to sign up. So we are going to create some code in our application to add all of this functionality. So the first thing we want to do is actually create our sign up form. So I'm going to go to our app, and we're going to start by going to app, go into dashboard wrapper. Now inside this dashboard wrapper, we're going to go to the bottom component, and we're going to write auth provider, like so. And we're going to wrap dashboard layout around it so that anytime we are going into our dashboard layout, basically our entire application, we are wrapping our authentication. So from here, I'm going to import auth provider from /auth provider. We have not created this component just yet. So in our app directory, I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call this auth provider.tsx. And in here, I'm going to just do ts rafce. So we have a template. I'm going to capitalize auth provider like so. And what we're going to do is we're going to be using an SDK. AWS has their own SDK, but there is something called Amplify. Now, this is not to be confused with the Amplify service that we just used. So if I go back to AWS, I'm going to open up a new tab. This service right here is more of a hosting application or hosting service. But if you go over here, there is an Amplify SDK. Basically, it's an easier way to write different things in AWS. It's built on top of AWS's SDK. So it is a little confusing. AWS has something called SDK, which allows you to connect to your services and applications inside your code. So if you want to write code that connects to your AWS services, you would use the SDK. But they also created Amplify Toolkit, which is more of like a library. So it's like a package, basically, that you can use that will simplify even further and make SDK easier to use. It's built on top of SDK. So it's using SDK on top of it. But if you take a look, this particular page, which is a link in the description, this is the component that we're using in React. It provides a component that we can use to sign in. You have create account and sign in. And this is exactly what we're going to create. And it's going to make it super easy to do so. So we're going to go back to our code. And we're going to be installing two different packages. It's going to be npm I AWS-amplify and at AWS-amplify/UI-react. And once that's installed, we're going to change a few things. We're going to get rid of props because we don't need any. But over here, I'm just going to pass in children, colon. I'm just going to say any. I know not best practice, but we're just going to keep it like this for now because I want to focus on the authentication. I'm going to add a class name of margin top of 5, so we just get some spacing on the top. And inside of here, we are going to grab authenticator. And this is going to be imported from authenticator from AWS Amplify, like so. And actually, that's not correct. At AWS-amplify/UI-react. So that is correct right here. So this is a basic component that we're using to wrap our children in. So inside of here, we are going to do these curly braces. There's 3 curly braces with the user. Close 2 of those and put an arrow function. And this allows us to basically use the user in our component. So we're going to do user question mark, and we are going to say if the user exists, we're going to pass in children. So basically what this is saying is we're going to render out the entire component. We're rendering out the entire UI if the user already exists. But if the user doesn't exist, meaning they're not signed in, we're just going to write div. We're going to say h1 tag. I messed this up a little bit. And I'm just going to write, please sign in below, colon, like so. And I'm going to make sure I get rid of one of these. And this is not 3 curly braces. This should be 1 parens right there. We're going to save it. And we're just going to say any for now. So this is basically all it is needed for our application to be running authentication. We're going to have a user, and we're going to do please sign in below. There's also one thing we do need to configure, which is the user pool ID and the user client ID. So what we're going to do is we're going to grab Amplify, and we are going to import Amplify from AWS-Amplify, like so. And this is what we are going to use. We're going to use configure, and we're going to pass in an object. We're going to say auth, colon, curly braces, Cognito, colon, curly braces. And inside here, I'm going to write user pool ID. And we are going to pass in process.env.next_public Cognito user pool ID. So this is an environment variable that we are going to configure. And same thing over here. We're going to say user pool client ID colon. We're going to grab the process.env, paste it over here, but we're going to change this to be Cognito user pool underscore client underscore ID. All right. And by the way, I did make a mistake. I don't know if you caught on, but right here, I was in the wrong directory. We need to be in the client directory. So I'm going to delete all of this. Go into our run directory. You're going to do cd client. And inside our client directory, I'm going to run npmi AWS Amplify. So make sure it is in the right directory. That's why we're getting all these Typescript errors. So we want to fix that. And over here, we're just going to do empty string like this, just so Typescript doesn't yell at us. But we're going to set some environment variables. I'm going to call this next underscore Cognito user pool ID. We're going to put this under local. We're going to set that equal to a string. And we're going to go back to auth provider, copy this, and we're going to paste this over here as a string. And the way we get these user pool ID, user pool client ID, is we can now go back to Cognito, go over here to our user pool. We can grab the user pool ID over here, copy that ID, paste it, save it, and then go to client ID. And the way we get our client ID is we go to app integration, go scroll down, all the way down, and you're going to see app client list. And the client ID is exactly right here. We're just going to copy that and paste it. And now that should relieve this issue, but we also are going to have to add this to our environment variables, but we'll do that in just a second. So let me just fix this so we have our linting not yelling at us. We can save it. And what we can do is I want to just run this locally. We're going to run this locally, and you can see that our hosted UI will basically work. So I'm going to go back for this one, go into server. I'm going to make sure I use the right node. You don't have to do this part. And then I'm going to do npm run dev. And I'm going to do the same thing for client. And I'm going to do npm run dev. I'm going to open up a new tab. I'm going to go to localhost. And as you can see, we have our username and password. It's not very styled, and that's because we actually need to import AWS styles. So I'm going to do import at AWS-Amplify UI/React/styles.css. Once we save that, we can see we have our sign in and creating an account. So this should be pretty nice. So I'm going to just do, for my username, dummy user. Let's call that. And the password, I'm just going to do hello, my friend, 1234. So we have pretty strict requirements for our password. So you're going to have to make sure we do that correctly. So if I hit create account, we realize attribute emails is required. So we don't have emails over here, which is a problem. So if you go to the docs, we have configure amplify categories. So we can actually go over here and see that we can add our own custom form fields. Actually, yeah, it's over here in the customization section. I was looking at the wrong thing. So over here, you can see we have our own form fields like this. So we just use that, and then we pass the form fields into our authenticator. So we're going to do just that. So I'm going to scroll back, go to over here under configure. I'm going to do form fields like so, put in an object, and I'm going to do sign up. This will configure our custom inputs for authenticator. Because by default, we had username and password, but we need email as well. So I'm going to do username : I'm going to do order, which is 1, which means it's just placed at the top. We're going to have a placeholder. We're going to do choose a username. So that's just in the placeholder input. We're going to set the label to be username. We're going to set input props for required to be true, because we definitely want someone to have the username for sure. So I'm going to just copy this 3 times down, like so. One more time. Save it. But we're going to obviously change this. We're going to change this to email. And then we're going to write enter your email address. Change the label to email. And we're going to say type to be email. And what's really cool is that this is going to handle all your input validation, all of it for you. So there's not much configuration we have to do. We don't have to do the validation, which is really generally annoying to set up. But here we can just do enter your password. The label should be password capitalized. Type should be password. No space in front. I'm going to do comma right here. And then finally, confirm password will be our last one. And this needs to be underscore like that. And the order should be 4 because it needs to be at the bottom. I'm going to say confirm. Oop, messed that up. Confirm your password. This should be confirm password. And the type should be password, of course. I'm going to hit comma. And over here in the authenticator, we have a property called form fields, and that's where we pass in the object we just created. So if you save it, go back to our local host, refresh our page. It takes a minute, and then if we go to create account, we can see now it's changed and we have our email. So I'm going to do dummy user like I did before. I'm going to set the email to be just some dummy email at gmail.com. Password is going to be hello, my friend 1234 exclamation. Paste it over here, and we're going to hit create account. We don't need to save it. And now we got verification for our email. Now, if you take a look, I had this email. I can just copy and paste this. Go back to our application, confirm code, and we are now fully logged in. Now, we don't have our images because remember, we adjusted the code so it's not going to be able to see a few things. And we're not able to see this because we changed the URL to our actual database, so it's not going to work. But I just wanted to show that we can log in. And now one last thing I want to show you. If I go back to our Cognito page on AWS, we refresh it, go back to users over here, you can see our username with email address is there. We have confirmed status, we have status, email verified, everything is already set up. Normally this would be such a huge hassle, but having this Amplify toolkit made it a lot easier. It's just the only thing about AWS is it has everything. It's just so hard sometimes with the documentation because it's just all over the place and they update it. All right, and now what we want to do is go back. We have our environment variables. We're just going to add this environment variables to our backend. I'm going to close all of this out. I'm going to go to, let's just close one of these terminals. Go to our parent directory, git add, git commit, added sign in, sign up form, and we're going to do git push origin master. Now the only thing is if we get to next public Cognito user pool ID, we want to add this to our Amplify page because Amplify is the front end. So I'm going to go back to AWS, hit view app. I'm going to click hosting, go to environment variables, and we're going to hit manage variables. I'm going to hit add new, paste the Cognito user pool ID. I just moved it over here so it's easier to write all of this. I'm going to paste the string in here for the Cognito user pool ID. And then I'm going to add another one. Cognito user pool client ID, paste it over here. This string needs to be pasted over here. And then I'm going to save it. And of course, it's probably not going to work because it's not updated. This is going to be deploying on the old version. So we don't have to worry about that. We're just going to worry about that once we finish our completed application. So that is the sign in, sign up form, but there is a number of other things that we need to do. So while we have sign in and sign up, there's a few issues that we need to address. So let's take a look at this diagram. So we have a Cognito user pool, and this is what's known as identity access management. If you understand authentication, this is a very important term. Now, when you sign up, we're going to sign up into Cognito user pool. So that's the information that we're grabbing. And that's going to save their sensitive user information, their username, password, email, so all of that good stuff. But the problem is, we also have our own RDS database. In our own RDS database, we have our own tables that are related to the users that have been signed in. And this includes non-sensitive information and some RDS tables, like their relationships. So for example, if we go back to our user diagram or like our data model diagram, our user is connected to a lot of other things in our databases, like what project they're on, what team they're on, what comments they've written, what attachments. So we actually need a way to connect the users that signed in to our user data model. So we can do that via the Cognito ID. So over here, you can see that we have a property, Cognito ID. However, to connect this, when the user signs up, we actually need to trigger some kind of Lambda for our backend that will create the user into our RDS databases. So basically, anytime a user signs up in our Cognito user pool, we're going to trigger our backend to create our user in our own RDS database so we can save information about them that is not about sensitive user information or the fact that they need other relations to other tables. So that is problem number 1. And let's give that a try. It's going to be a little tricky to do this. Just give it a forewarning. So first off, we're going to go to our code base, and we are actually going to need another route. Now, typically I would create this in user routes, but I'm going to put it over here to make it a little bit easier. I'm just going to say app.post. In here, I'm going to write /create-user /async. We're going to do request, and we want the request coming from Express. So I'm going to say request response. So we'll have res with response over here, and we're going to have an arrow function. And inside of this, we're just going to go to, let's say, user routes or user controller. And I'm just going to copy all of this right here, with the exception of request response. I'm going to just paste this, move the import above here. And like I said, you probably want to put this in the user controller, but we're just going to keep it easy, keep it like this. And what I want to do is move the Prisma equals new Prisma client. We're going to move that up right above the create user. I'm going to get rid of everything in here, but we're just going to keep the catch block like so. And I want the try block as well. What I need to do is grab a number of values. So we are going to be sending username, Cognito ID, profile picture URL, which is equal to i1.jpg, comma, team ID. I'll explain shortly what these are doing. And we're going to grab it from the rec.body, like so. And over here under users, I'm going to replace this, call this new user. And we're going to do prisma.user.create. And inside here, we're going to have curly braces with data, username, Cognito ID, profile picture URL, and team ID. And over here, this is going to be an object instead. And this should be message. It's going to be user created successfully, like so, like that. Remove that curly braces. And we have a curly braces over here. And we save it. And you know what? Let's actually move this to our user controller instead, so we don't have any problems. So I'm actually going to just cut this out, go to user controller, paste it over here, and I'm going to just say export const, move all of this, export const, post user is equal to async, like that. Get rid of this ending parens and go to user routes, and we're just going to write router.post / and then we are just going to do post user. We're going to import that from our user controller to make it easy. Go to index, remove all of this, like so. And we're going to remove Prisma client as well. So what we're essentially doing is we're creating a separate route. And like I mentioned in our diagram over here, we are basically creating an endpoint that will be triggered by our Cognito user pool when they sign up. It's going to trigger our backend, trigger that endpoint that we just created to create our user in our RDS database. Now that trigger comes with all this information, and we're going to be setting this up for our user. So we have our backend created. We're just going to go to our server, and then we're going to make sure we just go into the parent directory. We're going to do git add dot git commit dash create user route post trigger. And we're going to push this up so we have it in our full repo. And we're now going to go back to AWS. And what we need to do is create a Lambda trigger. So basically, we're going to create a Lambda function that includes a function that will be triggered once the user signs up. As you can see, we have a Lambda trigger over here, but we don't have our Lambda created. So I'm going to go to our service Lambda. And we are going to create a function. And over here, we're going to do author from scratch. We're going to do PM underscore Lambda dash trigger, like so. Keep the runtime all default, and we're just going to hit create function. So these Lambda functions are just functions that we can run at any given time. We can even put our API backend endpoints as well. We could have put Express on there, but I did, like I mentioned before, I had some issues with Prisma, but you can just create your function over here. And in here, all we're going to do is create a function that will take what we get from Cognito, grab that information, basically, most importantly, sending the Cognito ID, and we're going to just make an API request to our backend to that endpoint route that we just created. That's all we're going to be doing. And once I show you how we're doing all this, it's going to make a lot more sense. So I'm going to do const HTTPS is equal to require colon or string HTTPS like this, semicolon, and over here, I'm just going to remove all of this because we don't need that. I'm going to do const post data is equal to JSON.stringify. So we're just grabbing information that we're getting from Cognito. And the username is going to be event.request.user attributes. And this is coming from Cognito, and it's called preferred underscore username. So this is the username. We're sending it back to our backend. And we're just going to say, if that doesn't exist, we are going to say event.username capitalized, comma. And over here, we're going to set Cognito ID, which is the most important thing. And that comes from event.username, like so. And then profile picture URL. So the front end or the sign up page does not have a profile picture that we're adding, but we're just going to set this I1 to JPEG like this. And then team ID, we're just going to set it to default team ID of 1. So by default, we don't assign a team. They are just on the first team that's said so. And over here, we are going to make our API request. I know we're not using fetch because I don't want to download the fetch thing. It's a little bit easier not to do so. So we're just going to create an options object. So the host name is going to be the URL for our EC2 instance. So again, if we go back to AWS, go to EC2, and actually, sorry, not EC2, API gateway is what we're looking for. Click our API gateway, go to the any route, and go to stages, select the invoke URL, and then we can go back over here. The host name should be everything without the HTTPS. So everything before the double slash, and then remove the slash prod at the end. We're going to hit comma. Port is going to be 443, comma. Path is going to be /create dash user, comma, method is going to be post. Headers, like this, is going to be content, capital content, dash type, colon, application slash JSON, comma, content dash length, colon, buffer dot byte length. We're going to do post data. So basically what we just wrote over here. And then finally, we are just going to return to make our API call. We're going to use promise. We're going to be a little bit old school with this because we kind of have to. I'm going to say resolve, reject like so, put an arrow function with curly braces, and I'm going to do const rec is equal to https.request. So if you don't know, this is a old-fashioned way to make an API call. Typically, you would use fetch or Axios, but because it doesn't have that access, we're just going to use https.request. And over here, I'm going to do res.set encoding UTF-8 like so, semicolon. We're going to let response body be an empty string. We kind of need a response body because it's a post request. And we're going to do res.on. We're going to set data, comma with chunk, response body plus equals chunk like this. I know it's kind of a pain. Res.on, we're going to do end, comma, arrow function with resolve with the response body like so, semicolon. And right below our rec, we're going to do rec.on with error, comma, arrow function with error. We're going to do reject. We're going to pass in our error object. And then I'm going to say rec.write with post data. And then rec.end, like so. And one last thing is we actually need to change this to from require to import statement. So I'm going to do import HTTPS from node::HTTPS. So I just kind of made a mistake. It should be import. And over here, we're going to return the event. Otherwise, it's not going to work. This is part of Lambda and the triggers that's necessary. I'm going to save that, and then I'm going to hit deploy. And we have our Lambda function running. And again, just real quick, free tier, Lambda is always free, 1 million free requests. So you're free to use it. All right, so we created this Lambda trigger. This will make an API call to our backend, but we also need to create the Lambda trigger directly onto Cognito. So over here, this is my user pool. I clicked on user pool properties, and we're just going to hit add Lambda trigger. And over here, I want to select sign up, and you want to select post confirmation trigger. And what we want to do is assign the Lambda trigger that we created. And we're going to hit add Lambda trigger. So we basically have this mostly set up. We would typically push our changes to GitHub, which we did, but we also need to pull it into our EC2 instance because the EC2 instance has an outdated version of our code base. But before we do that, I want to do some other things because I don't want to constantly just pull it from the EC2. We're just going to do a number of changes before that happens. So going back to our diagram, we basically created our trigger to create our user into our database. But the next step is we're going to go to is fetching users. So essentially, like before, where we signed up, we created a trigger to create the data. Now we want to, when we grab our user information, we want to also grab both the Cognito user information and our RDS information. So when we trigger an API call to get our user information, we're going to go to our Cognito user pool. And this will retrieve the information like Cognito ID, JOT access token, refresh token, user pool data, except the password. You can never grab the password though. So that gives us information, but we don't get information from our RDS database. So we need to call our backend with Cognito ID that we grab from Cognito user pool, call our backend, which will fetch the relevant data from our RDS database. And then finally, we're going to get our user table data as well. So we're going to combine both of those, grab all that information together. And the way we do this, we go back to our code base and we're going to create another route for user controller. So we have post user, we have grab get users list, but we don't have one that gets a specific user based on a Cognito ID. So we're just going to, above here, right? Let me remove this. I'm going to say export const. I'm not going to just copy paste all of this. Remove the plural of the get user. And inside of here, we're going to grab Cognito ID. And that's going to be part of rec.params, like so. And instead of find many, we're going to do find unique. So we're going to grab a singular Cognito ID over here. So where curly braces, we're going to do Cognito ID, grab the Cognito ID that we retrieved from the API request. And inside here, we're just going to say if user exists, we're just going to say res.json user like so. Else, we're going to give, and you know what? Let's just not do that for now. Let's just keep it simple. We're just going to say res.json, and we are going to grab our singular user to the front end. And we're just going to retrieve users, error retrieving user. So this will be our singular get user with Cognito ID. And then we need to go to user routes once again, and we're just going to do router.get. But this one is /Cognito ID because we need to pass in Cognito ID to grab this backend. So get user. So we're going to grab that from our user controller. And I did miss a comma like that. Now with this, we can actually create something on the front end that will grab the user's authentication information. So I'm going to close all of this out. Go to our front end now. I can go to state, go to API, and we are going to create a separate endpoint. So again, this is a way to grab information from Cognito. We can get the JOT tokens, the access tokens, every information from Cognito by using this endpoint. And we do this, we're just going to call this getAuthUser. So this is a separate API query, build query, parens colon, or curly braces, and I'm going to write query fn colon async, and I'm going to put underscore because we're not going to use that one, underscore query API, underscore extra options, comma, fetch with base query, which is BQ, like so, and an arrow function like this. I'm going to put a comma over here. And inside this query function, I'm going to do a try block. Actually, let's do a try block. We're going to do try and then catch over here. We're going to say error, colon, any curly braces like that. So inside our try block, we're going to do const user. And we are going to do await get current user. And that actually comes from AWS Amplify auth. So this is a function that we can grab from AWS Amplify. This allows us to fetch the user's information from our Cognito once they've logged in. And then I'm going to do const session. We can do await fetch auth session. So this gives us even more information, but this is for other parts of it. So this is how you can grab it from Cognito. And it provides easy ways to do so. So that's all you have to do to grab their information. And we're just going to throw an error just in case if session doesn't exist. We're just going to do throw new error like so. And we're going to say no session found. And from here, we're just going to get some information. User sub. This is basically the Cognito ID. If we ever need the Cognito ID, we can grab it from session. I know it's called user sub, but that's just the weird naming that they have. And then the access token is for authentication purposes. We can say session.tokens, double question mark, empty object, and that gives us the access token. Now that we have this is all the information that we can basically return. But let's say we want information from our own database. That's where we are going to do const user details response. We're going to do await fetch with base query. So if we want to make multiple API requests, so this is the first API request to grab the information from Cognito. But if we wanted to make an API request in sequentially after this, we want to grab our information from our own databases from the endpoint that we just created, we can use fetch with base query like so. And we just want to put users/user sub like so. As you can see, remember, we need the Cognito ID to grab our user information. That's why this is happening sequentially. So it's a little bit of a detailed, complicated scenario. We have a sequential API call, and it needs to happen right after we get the information. That's exactly why we need to set this fancy little, function. And over here, I'm going to do user details response data as user. So this is just the typing. We're just grabbing the response that we get from that API call, putting it as user details. And we are just going to return data, colon, in curly braces. This is the information that we are just going to be using from our Redux toolkit. So user sub, and user details. We can use all of these information for our front end. And over here, I could do return with error, colon, error dot message. And we can say could not fetch user data. And this alone gives us information that we need. And I just wanted to show you how you can grab the access token if you wanted to use that. But this contains a lot of information that we basically need for our user. And we are going to be using this in a few locations. And so I'm going to go to Navbar because that's where we're going to first use our information. So I go to components and into Nav. So under our dark mode, I'm going to grab the data with current user like this. And I'm going to do use get auth user query. And I did forget, if we go back to our API, we actually need to export this. So I'm going to scroll down to use get auth user query, save that. And now if you do this, we can see that we get it from our ESLint. And we are going to pass this in, but you need to pass in an empty object for use get auth user query. So now we are grabbing the data from our user. So we are able to access this super easy. And I'm going to say if current, let's say put this in parens, if current user does not exist, this is going to be returning null. So nothing inside, just so we don't error out for our navbar. And what we're going to do is we're going to grab handle sign out. This is going to be a function so that if the user tries to sign out, we can handle that function. So I'm going to do await sign out like so. I'm going to do catch with error like this. And by the way, this sign out is going to come from AWS Amplify auth. I did forget that. So this allows us to basically sign out. So Amplify makes it super easy to automate the sign out with just one line. And I'm going to do console.error. And we are going to say error signing out, colon, comma, error, like so. And then finally, I'm going to do const current user details is equal to current user question mark dot user details. So this is just the user details when we created it. We're just grabbing that information when we return it right here. So now we can scroll down we can actually create our little login user. So below this, we're going to create a little bit of a component, or not component, but like some elements. So I'm going to do class name is equal to hidden if it's on smaller screens. We're going to do item center justify between, with medium being flex when it is larger screens. So that means this sign out exists, or like the sign in profile username is at the top right when it's on larger screens, but it's going to be hidden when it's on smaller screens. And then in here, I'm going to do a div, give it a class name. We're going to say align dash center flex, height of 9, width of 9, justify center, like this. Curly braces. We're going to say if the current user details question mark dot profile picture URL, if that exists, we're going to do a double Boolean or double not operator to make sure we force it into a Boolean type. And in here, I'm going to do an image tag. And I'm going to search up another image tag over here just so we can copy it, make our lives easier. Instead, paste that like so. And instead of tasks.attachment, we're going to do current user details question mark dot profile picture URL. The alt is going to be current user details question mark dot username. And we're going to do user profile picture like so. The width is going to be 100. Height is going to be 50. This is going to be h full with rounded full object dash cover. And obviously we need to show when it's not a user. So we're going to have an empty one. We're just going to grab the user like that with class name, height of 6, width of 6, cursor dash pointer, self center rounded dash full. And when it's dark mode, we're going to say text should be white. And I'm going to do a self-closing tag. Below this div, I'm going to do span with class name, mx3 text of gray of 800 with dark text white like so. And inside here, I'm going to do current user details question mark dot username. And below this span, I'm going to do a button. Close that, write sign out. Inside here, I'm going to do class name. It's going to be hidden, rounded, background blue, 400, px4, py of 2, text extra small, font bold, text of white, hover, background blue 500, and MD of block. Inside here, I'm going to do on click, and I'm going to pass in handle sign out for the function that we created earlier. So I know we can't visualize it yet because it's going to require us to handle some authentication that we'll handle a little later. But basically, the idea is that we just have the user profile image with the username and a sign out button. And this is using information from the authentication that we created for Cognito. So we're going to do something similar to this sidebar. So I'm going to copy majority of this like this, copy that. And now we can go to our sidebar because we also have user information over here. I'm going to go down and I'm just going to paste this at near the bottom. And right below our closing div, we're going to paste what we just had. Now I'm going to modify a few things and I'm going to address the underscored items. I'm going to create another div on top like this. Close this out like so. And inside of here, I'm going to do class name of Z10 margin top of 32, flex with full, flex column. There's just a bunch of styling. We're just gonna rush through this. It's getting kind of long. So background white, px of 8, py of 4. And by the way, in the future videos, I'm going to start putting all these classes as class names. So there will be less styling involved because I feel like there's not much educational value for me to just go through and just write every single one of these. Anyways, we're going to have flex with full for this one, items center. Below this, align center, flex H9. We're going to keep that the same. Everything else can stay the same, except instead of hidden over here, I'm going to do self start. So that will be different styling. And with that, now we can address what we are missing, which is similar to what we had in our navbar. So I'm going to scroll up and I'm going to go back to our navbar, scroll up here as well, copy just these lines right here. And we are going to paste that. We're going to make sure we import the correct items as well as sign out. And also we need to make sure we grab this information and save it. That should be our sidebar. And I know you guys probably want to see it, but just hold off just for a little bit. We're just going to fix one more thing, and that's in the reusable priority page. Because if you remember, we basically hard-coded one of the values in this particular page. When we used user ID, we just have user ID 1, but we want to use the user ID that we're grabbing from Cognito. So that's what we need to do. So we're just going to, again, grab the use get auth user query, paste it over here, and we're just going to import use get auth user query with current user. And we want to grab the user ID via current user, question mark dot user details, question mark dot user ID, and we're going to hit null like so. And with that, our priority page will now fetch the actual user's ID, the one who is logged in. It will grab their tasks and the priorities that they need for their projects. All right, we're almost done. We're almost done, okay? Let's close all of that out. We're almost there. So if you go back, I'm just going to show you one last thing, is that we want to secure our backend with making sure that whoever's logged into our backend is signed in. So if you take a look, we are going to add what's called a Cognito authorizer on our API gateway. So we're going to add that to our API gateway to secure it so that if we try to call our backend without the token JWT, the JOT token that we get from the auth user, we are going to be blocked. We're not going to be able to do this. So instead, what we need to do is we're going to grab the JOT token. Then we are able to call Cognito user pool and call our backend with this JOT token so that we can now fetch relevant data. This is more for security, and this is super easy to do. So what we're going to do is go to our AWS. We're going to go to our API gateway. Go into our API gateway. Go over here. We're going to select this any. And we are going to, actually, we don't need to select that. We're going to go to authorizer, and we are going to create an authorizer. We're going to call this PM API-gateway authorizer. And we are going to use Cognito. We're going to select our user pool, and we're going to set the token source to be authorization. And we're going to hit create authorizer. So this API gateway now has this authorizer attached. So now we just need to go to our code one last time. This is the final time, I promise. And this is kind of cool. This is what makes Redux Toolkit Query very nice, is that for every single API call, we are going to be blocked by API gateway unless we provide a header token. of the access token that we basically need to confirm that API gateway gives us proper access. So instead, in our base query, we can add another property to our fetch base query. We're going to do prepare headers like so. And I'm going to do async headers like this, do an arrow function, and I'm going to say const session is equal to await fetch auth session. And like we did before, we're grabbing our session, but this time we're going to grab the access token. So I'm going to do const access token once again equals, we're going to do sessions dot tokens double question mark with curly braces, and we are going to say if access token is available, we are going to do headers dot set, put our authorization source. That's why we called this authorization. And we are going to put in template strings bearer. You always need this bearer tag. We're going to put access token over here. And that will set our headers for every API call that happens inside these endpoints. This prepare headers attaches it so that we now have access to our API gateway because the headers is being set with our access token. And that is basically all the authentication that we need. It is a lot. And I think in the future, I'll make this a little more streamlined. It was a little bit rough. I didn't expect it to be this convoluted after I recorded this, but let's get this finished and let's get this tested. So we're almost at the home stretch. So I'm going to save this. All right, so the last thing we need to do is we need to push this code up. We need to update our EC2. So we need to grab that information from GitHub to update the EC2's backend code as well. And then from there, we can check if everything is working as we would expect. So I'm going to go to our parent directory, our run. I'm going to do git add score git commit -m added authentication and authorization. And then we're going to do git push origin master. So I'm going to make a quick check that we have project management, that we added authentication and authorization. So a lot of our changes are there. So now I'm going to go back to AWS. We're going to go to EC2, click on this, click on my instances, click on this instance, go to connect using EC2 instance connect, and we are going to connect to that. We're going to be back again into our EC2 terminal. I'm going to write sudo su dash. Going to make sure we have project management. We're going to go in there and we're just going to do git pull. And once we do that, we're going to get all the new changes that we have from our code. Now, again, we just need a server. Go into our server. I'm going to write ls, and I just want to double check our env file is still there and modified. We have it correct. Cancel that out. I'm going to do pm to delete all so we can restart our server. I'm going to do pm to munit. Or actually, pm to start ecosystem.config.js. And we can just do pm to munit if we just want to monitor it. And we can see that it's trying to run. While that's waiting, we're just going to go back to our AWS, go to Amplify, and we want to just get our actual URL. Let's go to View App, and we can visit deployed URL. All right, so we do have our account, and let's give this a shot. So I'm going to open up one more tab, and we're going to go to AWS, go to Cognito, go to our user pool, and I've created this user, but I want to go through the entire process again. So let's delete this user. So you hit disable user access, and then you can hit delete. So we're going to recreate my user. I'm going to do dummy user, just some dummy email. And actually, that's not it. Hello, my friend, 1234, exclamation. Make sure that's correct. Copy, paste it to create the account. Let's just save it for now. I'm going to get the confirmation code, confirm it. If we can see, we have our sign out with the user. But it does seem like we have a few issues with the top bar and the user not being accessible to us. But let's actually just check. If we decrease this, we get our sign out over here, which is perfect. Once we are on bigger screens, we have a sign out up here. So right now, this is as expected. The only problem is this out. Let's try the sign out button. And as you can see, we have our sign out working properly. I think I know why this top bar is existing. It'll be a simple change, which is the margin top to 6. But yeah, let's fix this top and let's actually fix this nav bar. So we're going to go back to our code. This will be a simple change. The final thing that we'll be doing, because I know this has been quite long. Everything's been pretty complicated. So we're going to go back to our auth provider, scroll down. We're just going to get rid of this class name. So we just get rid of the top thing. And then we're going to go to globals.css, scroll all the way down. And over here, I'm going to just do : dash webkit dash scroll bar, curly braces, width of 0 pixel, height of 0 pixel, like so. That should fix our problems. So I'm going to do git add, git commit, CSS styling, final changes, and git push origin master. And we don't need to change EC2 because only the client has been changed, so the front end will be changed. So once you have that, your project will automatically redeploy, and we're just going to wait for that to finish. And once that's deployed, you can see that we have our issues taken care of. The scroll bars are not visible over here, so we don't have that problem, and the top is good. Now, I just wanted to show you one last thing about the Redux, or basically the getting the auth user. I wanted to be able to show this. I probably should have console logged it, but I'll show you over here. So this is our state that we currently have. And in Redux Toolkit, we basically have the global state, which is where we stored is sidebar collapsed, is dark mode. So that is our state over there. But we also have our API query states as well. So we have get projects and we have our list of projects in there. But more importantly, we have get auth user. So this is the function that we created. And this is the function that it grabs the data from the user pool. So right now we have the user information, dummy, user ID with sign-in details. And the user sub is the Cognito ID. As for user details, I was not able to manage to get the trigger, the Lambda trigger that we created to be set up correctly. In the future video, I will probably fix that, making sure we get that, but it's already gone so long. And I will come back to Cognito, maybe make it easier to flow, because it was even for me, this was a little bit over the head. So I will come back to it, streamline it so it's a little bit of an easier process. So you can see we do have our authentication information, and we are already hitting the endpoint, meaning even though we added the Cognito authorizer, we're still able to hit the endpoint, meaning we did that correctly. So just wanted to let you guys know. And there you go. We did so much in this application. If you got this far, congratulations on getting this far. Not many people get here all the way building this entire application, but you've done an amazing job. I was planning to do Lambda for this one, but went into some insurmountable roadblocks and I re-recorded. I had to drop 2 hours of recording because of that. So just FYI, it was a struggle for me too. And also, you guys have been requesting, some of you have been requesting real production level application. I mean, this is pretty close to a real production level application. It is not designed for like a SaaS product or anything of that sort because it's not designated for that use case, but it is an enterprise level application because we're using AWS. I do plan to create some applications that are designated more for a specific use case, and it'll be more of a complete application in the sense of the functionality of the application. Anyways, I'm so glad you're here at the end. You don't have to like, comment, and subscribe at this point. I'm just glad you were able to watch it. That is just amazing that you're able to get so far. Congrats, and hope to see you next time.